What is the most terrifying thing you've ever experienced while home alone? This happened to me a couple of years ago. I have also lived on my own a long time, so do not get sacred easily. I had just finished reading in bed, and I turned my lamp off and settled down to go to sleep and hugged my cat up close to me. This would be about 1:30 in the morning. I closed my eyes and I heard a voice say meow, like imitating a cat. My window was open, so either it was just someone being weird outside. I opened my eyes, and in the middle of my bedroom was a small boy wearing a red jumper waving his arm above his head. I leapt up like a goddamn ninja and put the light on, and my heart was going mad. Now, nothing paranormal has happened in this house ever in the entire time I have lived here. I spent the whole night totally freaked out, only getting a bit of sleep when it started to get light outside. My friends thought this was hilarious when I told them. I was saying there is no way I'm living in a haunted house, and started googling cleansing, exorcists and whatnot. The next few nights other weird stuff started happening. I started sleeping with a T.V on, and as soon as I tried to get any sleep, I would hear freaky voices coming from it, or I would notice shadows dip by the side of my bed. It was dreadful. I actually resorted to saying out loud, "I'm really tired, so if you could not haunt me for one night I would be really grateful." I had never really believed in any of this sort of stuff before, so it was like an entire paradigm shift for me. Anyway, I was going on about this to my friends at work, and one of them asked if I was on drugs. Well, funnily enough, I had just started taking this new tablet Montelukast for my asthma. When I got home, read the side effects, a rare one being hallucinations. Stop taking them, no more hauntings. TLDR, drugs made me see ghosts. Update. Thanks everyone for all your replies. I woke up to so many notifications on my phone. I did some research myself after I realized what was happening, and I found out that it was prescribed mainly to children and to those who struggle with taking an inhaler, here in the UK at least. My asthma was going through a bad patch, so they tried a few different meds on me. I remember thinking, if you were a little kid and started seeing stuff like that every night and had no idea that it was the tablets causing it, the thought doesn't bear thinking about. Also, nothing has ever happened in my house since then. Everything is completely normal, and I now can sleep with the lights off like a proper adult. One night I was watching The Conjuring at home with my little sister when we heard someone putting a key into our front door and opening it. We were sitting in the living room next to a sliding door that was very close to the front door, so we both heard it very clearly. Now this didn't alarm us, since we knew our dad had recently gone out to get some stuff, so we just assumed he had returned. "Dad, you're back already?" I casually asked. There was no response. "Dad?" I asked again, thinking that he had not heard me the first time. Again, silence. At this point I get the feeling that something isn't quite right, and I could tell by the look on my sister's face that she was quite nervous as well. I'll note that up to this point she had spent the evening rolling her eyes at horror movie clichés, and she very rarely gets scared. We looked at each other for a moment wondering what we should do, before we started hearing a few more scattering sounds from right outside the sliding door. I was frozen in fear by this stage. I tried one more time in a louder, but shakier voice. "Dad, is that you? Please respond. Please respond," repeated in my head. But the silence continued. Now at this point I'm freaking out, and I literally jumped off the couch. My sister also abruptly gets up and starts rapidly walking towards the other end of the room, which leads to the kitchen area. She later revealed to me that she was planning on grabbing a knife. She had this horrified look on her face that I hadn't seen before. We looked at each other in nervous silence. I didn't really know what to do, and I didn't want to make any further sounds. I finally decided to walk up to the sliding door and began opening it as slowly as possible, peering into the darkness. I know, I literally became the idiot who investigates the unknown, creepy noise without anything to protect myself with. When the door was finally open wide enough, I poked my head out and scanned the corridor, preparing for the worst. To my surprise, there was no one there. But what was more strange was that the front door was still completely shut. We never heard the door close. My sister and I were obviously both extremely relieved, as we were almost certain that there was an intruder in the house. After this, I immediately went to go ask my mum, who was situated in her bedroom at the other end of our house, if it was her, or whether she had noticed anything. She told me that she thought my dad had come home, as well as she also heard someone opening the front door. Around half an hour later, which felt like an eternity at the time as we still quite shaken from the incident, my dad finally arrived home and confirmed that he had not come home earlier. To this day my sister and I still have no idea what happened that night. When I was 9, I was staying home alone. It was early morning. I had just gotten out of the shower and brushed my teeth. I put on my favorite outfit, set up a little area in the living room with my drink and a snack, and turned on the TV to watch. The phone rang. I went across the house to answer. The voice on the other end was familiar and very comforting. He asked about my day so far and made small talk. After a minute or so he said, "I like your outfit. Is pink your favorite color?" I replied, "Oh, thank you. No, it isn't." "What were you planning on watching on TV?" It took me a few seconds to understand what was happening, as I was only 9 and very naive. The voice on the other end of the phone changed. It became deep and raspy and horrific. The voice then proceeded to describe my rap and murder in graphic detail. I went numb. My skin felt as if it were on fire. My heart was racing. I had never been more terrified in my entire life. I slammed the phone down and called my mom at work. I tried to explain what had happened, and I'm sure I wasn't making much sense. She got onto me for answering the phone and told me to go back about my day. I remember trying to explain that he was watching me. He told me what I had been doing. He told me what I was wearing. I mentioned that I was going to call 911 because I needed help. That isn't necessary. I'm not coming home. Just don't answer the phone and go watch TV. I hung up. I was confused. I was scared. I could feel eyes on me. I pulled the curtains closed. I raced around the house and was torn between doing what I felt was right and doing what I had been told by my mother. This whole time the phone was ringing. The second it would stop, it would start again. The sound of the phone ringing would pulse through my tiny body like electricity and practically paralyze me. I was frozen and on fire at the same time. I waited for a pause in ringing and called 911. I'm home by myself and I'm 9 and someone is watching me and he is going to kill me. She tried to keep me calm. She told me she would send help. I remember standing there, listening to this kind voice trying to help me, but I could feel every horror movie scenario playing out behind me. Was he creeping up behind me with a knife? Was he going to shoot me through a window? Was he going to throw a rock through the glass and open the door? I couldn't breathe. I couldn't feel my body, but I was also overly aware of my skin. In a moment of panic I set off the alarm to the house and ran outside. I remember this sense of relief, but also this overwhelming feeling of having a separation in my reality. The house felt small and dark and dangerous and cold. Outside felt open, safe and warm. I could hear lawnmowers, birds chirping. It was a beautiful break from the bone-chilling feeling of the phone. It was like I was watching a movie and I could see myself experiencing both of these environments at the same time. A neighbor was pushing his child in a swing. He was concerned. He let me stand next to him and he protected me. I could hear the sirens, the blaring sound getting louder as they grew closer. It felt like it took an eternity, but the police arrived. He walked over to me and asked me what happened. I did my best to explain, but so many of the words the voice on the phone used were embarrassing. I couldn't bring myself to say such adult words to a police officer. His other words were bone-chilling. I couldn't say those either. I can still hear my young voice repeating he was watching me. He said he's going to kill me. Not long after, my mom's car pulled into the driveway. She, for some reason, decided to come home. She didn't look for me or come speak to me. She calmly got out and walked over the police officer. I was standing in the doorway from the house to the garage, facing the driveway. I could see my mom, the police officer. I was watching, trying to understand, trying to figure out what was happening. And then I saw it. Her laughter. She was laughing. My face was swollen from tears. My heart was still racing. My skin was on fire. And my mom was laughing. I slowly crept closer and overheard, "I'm so sorry about this. She just got scared. Being home alone and overreacted. What is happening? What did I do wrong? Did I imagine this? Was this a dream? Should I not have called 911? Did I overreact? My memory of what happened after that is hazy. I remember refusing to stay home alone, the sound of the phone ringing rippling through my body. It wasn't something I liked discussing. I refused to repeat what had been said to me by the voice on the phone. My mom decided she knew who did it. She didn't even know the details. There was no investigation. No one was questioned. She told me it was a boy my age who lived across the street. I knew it was impossible. And no matter how much I protested, I was always told it was him. Many years later, after I was an adult with children, we were at Christmas. Everyone was in the living room, and I had gone into a back bedroom to change a diaper. As I was walking out of the room, and back into the living room, I could hear my mom laughing, her voice as if she had been telling a joke. The faces of everyone in the room told a different story. Discomfort, anguish, shock, fear. Yet, she was still laughing. It felt as if I was walking in slow motion. One of my older children stopped me from entering the living room and sort of pushed me back into the room I had just come out of. She just told the story of you being home alone and the man threatening to kill you. She told it like it was a joke, like a funny story from your childhood. I never learned who it had really been. I deal with my fear of ringing phones and phone conversations on a daily basis TLDR. While staying home alone as a child, someone was watching me and threatening to rap and kill me. My mom, to this day, thinks it's a funny story to tell. My parents own a business on the same property as their house, but separate from their house. Like, one building is obviously the shop, and the other is clearly a private residence with a fence, gate, etc. I was 13, home alone, and coming out of the basement with laundry. Walk into the dining room to start folding, and there's a man standing there looking around. I yell at him about what the hell he thinks he's doing. What the hell does he want? Get out of my goddamn house. What have you? Mind you, my parents' dining room is far back in the house. You have to walk through the whole rest of the lower level of the house to get there, and this faker didn't once stop and be like, oh, I shouldn't be here. Nope. Walked right in, like he owned the place. He says he's a customer here to pick up an order. I yell at him that the shop closed hours ago. Get the fuck out of my house. Start screaming at him like a banshee on roids and basically shove him out by force of volume alone. He skedaddled to his car and left, and I told my parents what happened when they came home. Motherfucker seriously called the next day and tried to bitch at my dad about my nasty attitude and my awful language. My dad cut him off and said he was lucky I didn't just stab him. He's now banned from the premises, and his order will be shipped to him after payment is received. For once, my dad took my side, and that cleared any doubt in my mind that I might have overreacted. Lol. I was paranoid for months after that. It was insane. TLDR, Grandpa's alcoholic brother tries to break in, and I cry like a little bitch. I was about 14 at the time. Grandparents had left me home alone to go meet my great grandma at the hospital. I was chilling in the front room on my tablet. I had the TV onto a cowboy movie channel for background noise. I also had a big bowl of egg noodles. Life was good. Then the doorbell rang and someone knocked. At first, I thought that it was my grandparents and that they needed me to open the garage. But then I remembered that they would have called or texted me if they were on their way home. For the past 4 hours, my phone stayed silent and no messages had came. I went to the front door and looked through the peephole. It was my grandpa's brother. We'll call him Marvin. Marvin had gotten divorced 2 years prior to this. He was an alcoholic, and he had been drifting from house to house of family and friends. He had stayed with us a few months ago, but my grandpa kicked him out after discovering that Marvin was cheating on the floor, even though the toilet was right next to his room. After Marvin left, he had tried to break in, but grandpa had stuck wood in the window, so it couldn't open. Grandpa also knew that his brother was too scared to break a window, even if he was drunk. Marvin started calling for someone to answer the door. Me, being scared that he would somehow get in and potentially kill me, started crying and turned the TV off. I grabbed my phone and dragged my crying ass to the back door where I softly called for my dogs, who were in the backyard. The dogs followed me, and I went into the bathroom and shut and locked the door with my dogs. Marvin kept banging on the front door and I called my grandma in tears. Grandma told me that she would call our neighbor, Paul, and that her and grandpa would be home in a half hour. I stayed in the bathroom and kept crying as Marvin banged on the door. My dogs licked me to try and calm me down. Eventually, the banging stopped, and Grandma called me and said that Paul had chased Marvin away. Grandma and Grandpa came home 10 minutes later, and I felt better. I'm 18 now, and I haven't heard one word about Marvin. I'm not sure if he's dead or alive. My father coming home after almost 3 years of being gone. I was 15 at the time, at home from getting my tonsils removed. I was told my brother-in-law was coming back to bring wood for making something. Then my dad knocked on the door. I opened it, and he looked awful, skin falling off, completely bald eagle-styled hair, and he had these bloodshot eyes that only said one thing: I regret everything. He looked practically dead inside. He's an alcoholic. Long story short, I didn't know what to do, so I let him in. He was carrying 2 massive bags, both filled with vomited on, disgustingly unwashed clothes. Have you ever gone a few days without showering and thought to yourself, I'm disgusting? Yeah, my dad made it look worse. Hardened vomit all down his shirts, a terrible smell. His socks were beyond crusty, with pieces of skin that had fallen off into his socks. He absolutely stank. We talked for a while. I offered him something to eat, since for all I knew, he was homeless. We hugged it out for a bit. I can remember how his beard felt against my face. Prickly, sharp, ungroomed. Absolutely horrible. He even cried as we hugged. Pathetic. He came looking for sympathy when I had just gotten over my daddy issues. Anyways, we still talked, and he said to me, Neb, I'm going to call your mum. If I can't stay here, I will die. What? The fuck point, he said that to my face. A 15-year-old at the time. I can remember just feeling my heart stop. I gave him some privacy to talk to my mum, went upstairs, and just started sobbing. My sister called. She said she was on her way home. He called me down. I went downstairs. He was using mouthwash, hopefully to get rid of the stench of beer. He then decided to try to teach me how to fight. How strange. A 15-year-old fighting her alcoholic father. Once he had taught me how to kick someone's kneecap in and how to cause brain damage. He went outside to smoke. My sister came home, hugged me, and took me to her house while my mum and dad talked things out. I'm 16 now, and it still haunts me sometimes. I still blame myself for what had happened with him, wondering if I could have done something different. John, you pathetic piece of manipulating shit. I hate you for what you did to me, and mum, fuck you. I fully expect skepticism towards my comment, but all I can say is that I know what I experienced. So, when I was 17, I moved in with my boyfriend, future husband, and his mother, and younger brother and sister. He and his family are Colombian, and at the time, his mother practiced Santeria. She had a Santeria shrine in her bedroom closet, and her boyfriend would sacrifice small animals in the garage, baby chickens, goats. He even kept a peacock in the backyard one summer to use its colorful feathers in his rituals. At the time, my boyfriend worked until 10 o'clock at night and didn't get home until 10:30 to 11 o'clock. His mother, brother, and sister were usually busy in the evenings with work and school stuff and didn't get home until after dark. So I was left home alone with just my cat most nights. Boyfriend and I had a downstairs bedroom, while his mom and siblings' rooms were upstairs. Every night, I would hear loud footsteps on the ceiling, while in the bedroom, coming from his mom's room. I tried ignoring it, but the more I ignored it, the louder they got. After a week of the loud footsteps, the talking and laughing started. Low at first, but then every night it seemed to get louder and louder. I started to get scared and would lock myself and my cat in the bedroom until someone got home. After almost 3 weeks of this, I finally said something to my boyfriend. He believed me and told me it was the spirits his mother communicated with during her Santeria rituals. I told him it freaked me the hell out. He said as long as I stay out of her room, they won't bother me. A few nights later I was alone again and decided to get something to eat. The stairs leading to the second floor started in the kitchen, and when I went into the kitchen I heard the light patter of feet. I looked over to where the sound came from and saw a small human-like figure dart up the stairs. I ran to the stairs and saw the flurry of a white dress turn the corner into his mom's room. See, his mother had this African doll that wore a white peasant dress, and she used this doll in her rituals sometimes. Well, seeing that lit a fire under my ass. I grabbed my cat and sat in the spare car in the driveway until someone came home. His mom came home first and asked why I was sitting in the car with the cat. I told her everything, and she got this serious look on her face and asked me if I followed the doll into her room. Hell no. Good. She said, I'll make sure she doesn't leave the room again. And I'll make sure she knows that she's not to harm you. Don't worry, when my boyfriend got home I told him what happened and that I wanted out of this house. He agreed, and we moved into our own place the following month. We've been married almost 17 years now, and his mother still has that doll. It sits on a rocking chair in her bedroom. Every time I see that doll, I swear it's like its eyes are following me around the room. Growing up I lived out in the country with only a few houses near us, and both my parents worked full-time jobs in town. Because of this I spent a lot of my summer days at home by myself. When I was 14 years old I had just got out of the shower and was getting ready in the bathroom mirror when I heard someone in the living room. The majority of our house was hardwood and there was a very distinct sound when someone walked through the living room. I didn't think much of it, because even though I was home alone my parents often drove home during lunch to eat. After the person walked around the living room for a couple minutes I finally called out Mom, Dad, but no response. Instead the walking just stopped. I had my cell phone in the bathroom, so I called my mom and asked if she was home. She told me no, and that my dad was not either. I told her someone was in the house, and she told me to get out. Luckily the bathroom I was using was only a few feet away from the front door, so I opened the bathroom door and ran out the front door into the yard. Later my mom came and picked me up, and my dad walked through the house but no one was there. This wouldn't have been too crazy if it wasn't for what happened in the following days. My neighbor's wife who lived across the street was taking a nap a couple days later. She woke up to a sound in her house. When she opened her eyes there was a man in her hallway. She called out to him, and he ran out the front door. When she went outside her garage door was opened where he can manually forced it open to get inside. My neighbor's wife's underwear drawer was open and the man had taken all of her panties while she was sleeping. So naturally I assume that the sound in my house the day before were this man as well. My parents were on vacation, so I was home alone for a weekend. When I was 15, I was watching TV late at night and saw movement in the corner of my eye through the window. I looked outside and saw what I think was a bear standing on its hind legs, looking startled at me. The thing is, a bear on its hind legs still looks like, a bear. This was more of a human with the head of a bear and bear fur. I was kinda frozen in fear, so I just stood there, but also because I was trying to discern what I was actually looking at. This standoff lasted 8 seconds until it causally strolled, still on its hind legs, to the neighbor's backyard. I was so terrified I went upstairs and blocked the stairwell with an armchair while I called my parents. They didn't believe me at first, but because my parents can see when I'm bullshitting and when I'm not, they thought it might have been an escaped bear. I live in the Netherlands. Wild bears don't live here. They came home early. It was a sleepless night, and they made the police come over. I filed the police report, and I kept stressing it wasn't just a normal bear, but they didn't really heed much thought to that. They told they'd get back to us when they found something, but we never heard back. It took about 2 months for me to sleep well again, without medication. Everyone, including my parents, tell me I saw an escaped bear. I don't know what it was. It might have been some crazy motherfucker in a bear suit. Anyways, it still terrifies me to this day. I haven't heard of any similar situations either. Edit, typos, and also, I'm mostly baffled by the fact there are no other sightings. The Netherlands is extremely densely populated, and basically every living creature here is documented. There is no way an animal of that size to hide somewhere here. I've also never heard of anything similar, which is strange, because the few wolves we have, for example, are sighted constantly. so I doubt it was a Sasquatch point. Additionally, I'm more confident that it was some kind of skinny bear because it was really big. I think like 2 heads taller than me. I think I was about 182 centimeters at the time. In the time I stared I could also see bear claws rather than hands. On the other hand, it had long legs like a human, and its front legs, or arms, went up until its hips, unlike this image, which is a black bear. Hey, an opportunity to drop one of my weird stories. When I was in college at Georgia Tech I stayed at a building known as the GLC. It was on the far north side of campus away from most of the colleges, so not too many people stayed at it. I liked it because it was quiet and very easy to rebook my same room due to the lack of demand. When I say it was quiet, I mean we barely ever heard our neighbors, if we even had them. Really, only ever hearing other people when they slammed the heavy outer doors. This event happened during Thanksgiving break. I always stayed on campus during Thanksgiving to get work done and chill in peace. My 3 roommates were gone however, so the quiet GLC was even more silent. I was cleaning my room at the time, and I had gotten out a bottle of Febreze. Now this is important, because one of my roommates hated Febreze, and would complain, even if I sprayed it in my room, because the act would spread it around the apt, so I took the opportunity to spray some, and get the college boy musk gone. As soon as I sprayed it, I heard one of my roommate's doors fly open and slam closed, and angry heavy footsteps stop into and around the living room. I thought I had faked up and real pissed off my roommate, but I did find it odd how quickly and aggressively he was reacting to it. I come into the living room to apologize. I even was saying something along the lines of, "Sorry man, I didn't know you were here," but as soon as I came into the room the sound stopped and no one was there. I was so convinced I had heard someone that I even knocked on my roommate's doors, but they were gone. I texted them and confirmed that they were gone, and I was all alone. I never heard the footsteps again, or honestly footsteps that loud, and still don't have an explanation. I can't think of the #1 thing at the moment, but was recently freaked out by this mundane thing. We have 10 cats, and a ton of shelving all over the place for them to play and lounge on. It was super late one night, all the windows open to let the breeze in, and every cat in the house was either on the shelves or on the couch with me. All of them were dead asleep. Out of nowhere they all awaken at once and snap their attention to the exact same window, the one right behind my head. Everyone slowly gets up, growling so intensely, hissing and fluffing up their fur, and one by one slink to the bedroom fearfully. Then the dog awakens and starts losing his mind looking at the same window. Then he bolts to the bedroom, as if he was attempting to follow whatever was outside, barking that scary "This is not someone I know" bark. I quickly cut the lights in the bedroom, so I couldn't be seen as well, retrieve my gun and slap the clip into place. Dash around the house shutting and locking windows muttering "Oh fuck, oh shit, oh Jesus God" all the while. The dog is still losing his shit at the bedroom window which faces a fully grown cornfield. It would be so easy for someone to take 3 steps in and be completely hidden. This went on for a while, him baying at the window and intensely focused on one spot. I was spooked as fuck, but ultimately decided not to call the police unless something more happened. Not as significant as the other stories here, but I was truly terrified. I live in the middle of nowhere. There are vast cornfields surrounding my property on 3 sides, so the isolation plays another factor for sure. Plus, when literally 11 animals awake from a dead sleep to hiss and bark at the same window, you know something is definitely up out there. I'm often home alone because my parents are social people and go to birthday parties often. They also always get back really late. Last Sunday they got back at fucking 23:30 when my little brothers needed to be at school the next day. I hate this because I often get paranoid when I'm home alone late at night and feel the need to wait for them to feel safe. So this particular night, my parents and brothers are at the birthday party of one of my brother's friends. I was on the couch with chips, the dog, some drinks, Chromecasting some anime and YouTube. At around 8 PM I see a car pull up to the driveway. I didn't think anything of this because I thought it was one of the neighbors' cars. So expecting it to park in their driveway, which is next to ours, I watch it as it was an unknown car for me. Unknown car park in the driveway of my house, and I freak out. I calm down a bit thinking it's friends of the neighbors as they were having a party as well. Few minutes later I'm a bit lost in thought as I'm disrupted by a loud knock on the window. I freak out. The knocking continues a few seconds and goes away. At this point I'm panicking because A, this could be people trying to break in and harm me, my dog and the other pets in the house and rob us, or B, child abductors trying to take me posing as my family to lure me outside, because I heard male voices coming from outside. Being really scared, I decide to call my dad in tears to come check on me and the area around the house. He comes, doesn't know whose car it is. Neighbors also don't know. After calming me down and telling me go to the neighbors, if there is anything wrong he leaves and goes back to the party. So I return to what I was doing, albeit in edge. 2 hours later I hear male voices again talking. I decide to peek outside. Turns out the car belonged to the older brother of my younger brother's friend T, and they had parked it there to go shoot fireworks in the park. Alright, mystery solved, I thought, but my brother said they never knocked on the window though. After that I texted a friend about something in the newest episode of SEO I was freaking out over. He responded that I shouldn't spoil him, and we texted a bit. Well, turns out the knocking was said friend, now boyfriend, and his coworkers from Domino's trying to say hi while delivering pizzas next door. Of course I got mad at him saying that it freaked me out, but I was relieved that it wasn't someone trying to harm me. Happy ending, but man, it was scary for a 15-year-old. Seared into my mind is something that happened back in 2007. I was in middle school and was totally addicted to COD MW. I would spend hours on that game long into the night. One Friday night at 2 AM, I was the only one left awake in my home. The was totally dark because everyone was asleep. I couldn't hear anything because I was talking online with my friends on my new Turtle Beach headset with noise cancelling. However, my expensive headset couldn't drown out the sound of my front door of my home being beaten from the outside. I heard this loud thud after loud thud and banging into my door. Bang 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 scratch. I ripped off my headset to make sure it wasn't coming from my TV. It wasn't. I quickly put my headset back on to let my friends to call the police if I didn't come back to the headset in 5 minutes. I remember thinking to myself, I just felt like I was with my friends, but now they felt so far. I army crawled under the window to the front door so I wouldn't be spotted by whatever was outside. I grabbed the biggest knife in the kitchen. Then I stood there waiting on the other side of the door. Again bang 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 scratch, and this time it was followed by a screeching voice. Open the door. Open the door. Help me. They're almost here. Open the fuck door. They've taken over. I didn't open it. I couldn't. I didn't want to. The next day I found out something very sad about the night prior. My family got a phone call from the son of the elderly couple living across the street. The son said he was staying over at his parents' house to assist them as they were getting too old to live on their own, in their 90s. I think he was a WW2 vet. In the middle of the night the wife got up to use the bathroom and saw the son eating cereal and watching TV. She freaked out because she was suffering from Alzheimer's disease. She didn't recognize her own son. Since she thought it was a home invasion, she ran across the street for help. I went from feeling terrified to horrible. My 4-year-old cat's heart attacking her. It was like midnight and I had just moved into a new apartment on my own in the middle of a breakup, and she was playing with my other cat in my little living area while I was unpacking and hanging stuff up. All of a sudden I heard what sounded like hose spraying water in a short burst out there while I was in my bedroom, and at first I was worried something had broken in the apt. Then I saw my little orange floof laying in front of the fireplace on the floor, struggling to breathe. She'd had previous vet visits to monitor a mild murmur in her heart she'd been born with, but she was in normal health, so we didn't think anything like that would happen anytime soon. She couldn't breathe, and I couldn't process what to do. I was truly alone for the first time ever, and I've never had such a horrible panic attack. But with my hand shaking and in PJs I called the closest emergency vet clinic and asked them if they thought she'd survive the 20-minute drive to their office, and luckily, since she was still breathing, struggling and gurgling and crying, they told me to bring her in. I wrapped her up in a towel and held her against me while I drove her to the clinic. She made it into triage there, and they assessed her and put her on oxygen and were able to get her to calm down enough to breathe a bit more normally again. I don't recall the technical terms or exactly what even happened to her. But her heart was pumping fluid into her lungs. They x-rayed to show how full her lungs were with fluid in a short 30-minute span, and it was irreversible without invasive surgery, and even if she had the surgery, it would have only prolonged the inevitable. Her heart wasn't meant to function properly. I went home without her, to that new apt alone with my other cat, who was rather bonded with her. This happened mid 2019, and I still can't shake her loss. I fully believe in ghosts, and my house seems to have something in it. I think the most terrifying thing that's happened was about 3 AM. I'm woken up by a heavy dragging sound in my living room. The door to my room in right next to the front door in my living room. It sounded like someone just horrible dragging their feet back and forth across the carpet, and I could see the shadow going back and forth under the door, because I always keep a lamp on in the living room. I opened the door and nothing was there. I closed and locked it and it continued again. It finally stopped after about an hour. There's not anything I could really do, so I just kept the door locked and stayed in the bed. Other things that have happened are I've woken up in the morning to all my cabinets open in my kitchen and all of my dishes, pots, and pans were stacked smallest the largest on my counters. There's been multiple occasions of strong sense of baby powder and baby powder being sprinkled on my bathroom floor. I don't have any baby powder at all. I've also distinctly heard whispering conversations in my living room at night that stop when I investigate and continue when I leave, and occasionally in the room next to me something will knock on the wall that's next to my bed. The one that actually bothers me the most, and still happens to me every single day, is every time I stand at the oven and cook dinner, something tugs the back of shirt down. Every day. I've even worn multiple different shirts and different styles, to make sure it wasn't just me being crazy. It's even skin right shirts. At this point I say, what do you want? Please stop. I'm just hungry, and you're freaking me out. I was once home alone during the holidays, when I was 17 as I was working. My parents and siblings were approximate 200 miles away. It was about 2 AM, and I had just turned all the downstairs lights off, and nipped into the downstairs bathroom, before heading off to bed. While I was in the toilet I heard footsteps in the room next door. I was frozen and managed to scream, "Dad, help." I then heard what I thought was a glass smash. I walked around, but didn't see anything out of place, no smashed glass or anything strange. I thought maybe I'm going mad. I just couldn't get over there was no smashed glass, so I went to bed as normal. When I woke up in the morning the downstairs window was wide open. Couldn't have been left by accident, it was snowing. I rang my mum in floods of tears. The police came straight away, and they were really great. It was clear that the window had been popped open, and what I thought was broken glass is actually the shell we have below the window. Sounds like that when you jump on it. They took print CCT, but they were pretty clear they didn't think it would go anywhere. There had been a spate of robberies in the area. A week later the police came back, and they looked so stone-faced and a bit shell-shocked. They asked if they could look around the garden, and they basically found a bush hollowed out with cigarette butts and beer cans. They basically said that this guy's a known peeping Tom, but they've been worried for a while that he was going to escalate into sexual assault, as they suspected him in a few cases. They suspected that he had known I was home alone and waited until I turned off the lights and was 100% alone before breaking in, and that when I called out and mentioned my dad he freaked out and left as I hadn't seen the guy, and that he could just say his prints were on the window from something else. My case never went any further. 2 years later he was jailed for breaking into a woman's home, raping and murdering her. Sleep well everyone. Not technically home alone, but I was up after everyone else had gone to bed. After a night of television my family, typically early risers, headed off to bed at around 10 PM. Back in high school I was even more of a night owl than I'm today, and would regularly stay up in my room reading and drinking Diet Lipton citrus green tea by the gallon. My room was across the house from everyone else, so when I finally got tired I would have to walk through the dark house to get to the bathroom and brush my teeth. At around 2 AM I began making this walk. As was my habit I would turn on the lights in the next room before entering, just because I was a little suspicious. The only room I could not do this in was the living room, where we had all been watching TV that night, and which the bathroom is connected to. I made it to the bathroom without incident, and brushed my teeth NP. When I turned and looked back into the living room, there was a fire roaring, literally making noise, in the fireplace. It had not been there when I walked through minutes before. I immediately went and turned on the lights and sat next to it for an hour, just to make sure Satan wasn't coming. We had tried to light a fire earlier with damp wood, and it wouldn't take. My only guess is that wind came down through the chimney and ignited it hours later. TLDR, fire spontaneously ignites in the middle of the night. Satan didn't show. This will probably get buried, but here goes. When I was around 8 years old, my parents stepped out one evening with my younger sister. They weren't going to be gone long, and so I was going to sit and play video games until they got back. After being by myself for a few minutes, I started to hear thumping upstairs in our home. I listened, scared to the bone, for a few minutes, and there was definitely loud thumping moving from one side of my house to the other above me. I mustered enough child courage to grab the corded phone and hide behind the sofa to call my parents. In a panicked whisper, I told them I can hear robbers upstairs, I think, and that there were thumping noises. They reassured me and said they were already on the way home. Me and my now fully terrified state sat behind the sofa a couple more minutes listening to the thumping before finally quietly running to a nearby window and climbing out to drop into our driveway bushes. My parents arrived to the sight of me, crying, wearing only my Rugrats boxers, waiting at the top of the driveway in the dark. After some much needed hugs, my dad went inside to investigate, while I waited outside with my mother and sister. A few tense minutes later, my dad had found something. My sister had left her pet hamster in its bowl, and it was scurrying around upstairs, running into walls. I still haven't lived this down. When I was 12, my mom and I went to visit my aunt and my 14-year-old cousin at their house in small country town. It was an old, 3-floor house on a large plot of land. I had been playing video games in the living room for about an hour, and not particularly focused on anything else. All of a sudden I heard a loud clanging sound, like a wood mallet being bashed into a wood plank. Clack, clack, clack. It lasted a few seconds. I looked around to see if anyone else had noticed. Didn't see anyone, and quickly got lost in Nintendo again. Then all of a sudden, the power on the TV and game system flickered. Clack, clack, clack. Finally the weird sound had my attention. I thought it might be my cousin messing around upstairs. Like any kid, you'll easily migrate to the next thing to hold your interest. I ran up and checked his room. No one there. I briefly checked everywhere upstairs. Nothing. Clack, clack, clack. Now I was a little startled. What was that sound? And where is everyone? I thought it must be coming from the unfinished basement. Went to check. Nothing. I'm now terrified. I bolted out the house and over to the garden. After seeing my mom and aunt, I asked if they had heard anything. They had been out in the garden catching up and hadn't heard anything. I asked about my cousin. My aunt said he left to walk to town over an hour ago. I had been in the house by myself the entire time. Creepy, and to this day I have no idea what the sound was or why the power flickered. Our house was quite long, with the master bedroom right at the front and a living room right at the back. I was around 14 at the time, and it was afternoon, full daylight. I was sitting in the living room watching TV when I noticed faint rustling noises. I turned the TV off, and it sounded like someone going through plastic bags at the end of the house. Obviously, being alone, my mind goes directly to the thought that there is a murderer in my house looking for valuables, and it's only a matter of time before they make their way to me. I started panicking. I was rocking back and forth, crying, begging whatever higher being not to let me die, bargaining, sweating. Bear in mind, the back door was right there for me to escape. I'm an idiot. After what felt like an hour, the rustling was still happening, and it finally began to occur to my tiny brain that the sound was very uniform. It was still as far as when it had started. I'd heard no other sounds. I finally got up the courage to get up and investigate. I grabbed the stick we used to prop open a door and a knife from the kitchen and really slowly made my way down the long hallway, trying to avoid all the creaky floorboards. I reached my parents' bedroom and the mystery was finally solved. The window was open and the wind was blowing the curtains inwards, making them brush over some clothes sitting in plastic bags over and over again. Taking a dump after that relief never felt so good. I was listening to music on noise cancelling headphones, drinking beer and smoking weed. All the lights were off, except my bedroom lamp, and I could see down the hall into my living room. I was preoccupied drawing when I thought I heard the door close. I looked down the hall, no lights, must be imagining things, I thought as I refocused on drawing. I then heard the bathroom door right outside my room close and the light was on. Assumed it was my room at point when I heard them flush and come out, and I still didn't visually confirm anything, except that they refused to turn on lights in the main apartment. I decided to investigate. I grabbed a flashlight, and as I rounded the corner to see into my kitchen, it was barely illuminated by iPhone light. The mysterious person opened the fridge, and I said hello. They nearly jumped out of their skin, and I turned the light on to see a guy a couple inches shorter than my already short stature, wearing a button-down shirt and a newsy cap. "Hey, I'm Dave's friend." He said I could sleep on the couch. "There's no Dave who lives here." Dave, you know, your roommate. "I don't have a roommate named Dave. Where are you trying to go?" "Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this address number for the next building over?" "No sorry, man." "Oh my god. Oh my god. You're so nice about this." "Oh my god. I'll let myself in, and I used your bathroom, and I put mine out in your fridge. Do you want some in out?" "Nah, I'm okay. You just gotta go one building over. I'm so sorry. I'm so embarrassed. You're so nice about this. You're all good." And I showed him out the door. For a minute I was actually a little nervous. I think the weed kept me calm. But when Jiminy Cricket popped out of my refrigerator, I was very confused. I sleep naked. Let's get that out of the way. Also, I just moved in 2 weeks prior and had met the neighbor briefly, but didn't know him well at all. It was 2 AM. Power went out, then came back on. After a minute or two started hearing movement on the first floor. I sleep on the second. I tell myself it's nothing, and then I hear it again. Jump out of bed and freeze to listen more, and I hear it again. Sounds like footsteps or tapping. In my house. Right at the bottom of the stairs. I grab my gun, stand at the top of the stairs, and yell, "I'm armed and will shoot. Leave immediately." I hear it again, quicker this time. Are they running out? Are they running up the stairs? I grab my phone and call 911. While I'm on the phone waiting for police to arrive at the top of the stairs, I realize I don't hear anything anymore. In hindsight this was dumb, but I threw on boxer briefs and went downstairs to investigate. Nothing. Nobody was there. No more noise. Completely empty house. Then I see the police crews pull up. I quickly put the gun in a drawer so they don't mistake me as the intruder. As I go to open the door, I realize I'm almost entirely naked, except for these tight you can tell what religion I am boxer briefs. Too late. The cop at my door is my next door neighbor. Now I know what he does for a living. His first words weren't, "Are you okay? Or is anyone else inside?" No. As soon as we make eye contact he looks down towards my underwear and incredulously says, "Dude, really?" He and his partner did a sweep of the house. Nothing. Nobody. Completely safe. They leave. I try to go back to sleep, but can't because I'm racking my brain trying to figure out what the noise was. I knew I heard something. Then boom. Power goes out again. Then comes back on. After a minute, the same exact noise begins again. At this point I know I'm safe. I'm just completely confused. I go downstairs to investigate and follow the noise. It was my printer. Power cycling after the power came back on. I'm an idiot. TLDR. My ink cannon forced my neighbor to witness the bulge of my semen cannon. We believe that our neighbor had found one of our spare keys and was sneaking into our house. He had the hots for my sister, and after stalking her social media and in person, my mom told him to never contact us again. Shortly after that we started seeing things misplaced or items on our counter that no one bought, like a large bag of flour. Around this time our neighbor also seemed to have the same exact plans as us and would always be leaving his house the same time as we were. We would talk about a trip to Yosemite, and then as I would leave the house, I didn't know he was a problem with my family. He would talk to me about how he really wants to take his kids to Yosemite, and I would think what a weird coincidence. But this started to happen so frequently that I finally asked my mom and she spilled the beans. They suspected that he was breaking into our home with a spare key that was missing and had either rigged our house with some kind of devices to listen in on us or was watching us closely by a window, which sounds really far-fetched, but I'm serious when I say whatever plans we had, he had the same exact plans made at the same exact place. We would even test it. We'd make fake plans to go somewhere, and one of us would go outside, and sure enough he would be waiting for one of us, and tell us about his plans to go to Disneyland. The following night I get home from work at 10:30, lock and latch the door, sit down and watch TV, when I hear the sound of someone quickly but quietly running down the stairs, opening the door, and locking it. I get up thinking it's my sister or maybe her boyfriend. I can still see our latch swinging back and forth. I go upstairs and everyone is asleep. I turn pale as a sheet, wake everyone up, and after we confirm that we had no visitors and everyone was asleep, we called the police. Nothing they can do. We change our locks and after that they never have a problem again. A week later the neighbor moves out of the house because his wife divorced him due to an affair, and we never see him again. The reality is there was no way to prove that it was him, but it's really hard for me to rationalize the things that were going on. What I described wasn't the only thing either. I'm just summary what had been taking place. We called the police on several other disturbances outside of our house as well. One night my parents left to go to a dinner party. I was always super scared as a kid. I was around 14 at the time, so I went through the house as they were leaving and locked all the windows and doors and turned all the lights on. I made some ramen noodles and went upstairs to my bedroom and was sitting on the floor with my back against the bed watching my TV. My big dog, 120 lbs lab/Akita mix, and my cat were sitting near me on the floor also. All of a sudden both of them shoot up and stare at my open bedroom door. They both had the hair on their back standing completely up, and my big derp of a dog started snarling and growling like I'd never heard before. He pressed the side of his body lengthwise against me protectively, pressing me against the side of the bed, guarding me from whatever he had his eyes locked on in my doorway. My cat ran off somewhere, thanks, lol. Thing is, I could see my doorway into the hallway and there wasn't a single thing there. My dog had never behaved this way in his life, but it was obvious they both saw something I couldn't and thought there was a serious threat. He persisted for about 30 seconds and then eventually let me get up. It was weird. It was like he just understood everything I said after this point. He looked at me and I told him to go look, so he went to my doorway, looked around and then looked back to tell me it was okay. So then I told him to go check Mum's room, and he did just that. Came back and reported to me that it was clear. We went through the entire house together and he searched every room, but we never found a thing. I grabbed all the knives and locked us all in my bedroom after that. Still freaks me out to this day. There was one time where I was home alone with my roommates Kitty and Doggo, and it was around midnight. I was in my room right off the living room and the dog was in her kennel. The cat was roaming like usual. All of a sudden the dog starts barking like crazy, but I figured she heard my roommates coming home, but I never hears the door open and she was still barking. I decided to go out and at least try to shut her up since we had downstairs neighbors. As soon as I reached the bedroom door, I felt an ominous feeling like I didn't want to open the door, but the dog wouldn't stop barking and growling. So I cautiously opened the door. When I opened it, I felt this blanket of dread wash over me, and something told me to not look to my right. There was just the coat closet over there, and the stairs leading down to the apartment door over there. Not looking that direction, I just looked at the dog to find she was in a very defensive position, her chest lower to the ground and her fur slightly straight along her spine, and not breaking eye contact to the corner next to that closet. I was genuinely afraid to look at. The cat was over to the left, but in a similar defensive position as the dog. Fur sticking up, tail in the air, and actually hissing. This cat never hisses. He also wasn't breaking eye contact with that corner. I couldn't calm them down. Couldn't stop the barking, but I finally realized I just had to see what they were so freaked out about. I looked at the corner, and it was just an empty corner, but I was terrified of it. I could tell there was something occupying the space, and it didn't feel friendly. I didn't know what to do, but I did the first thing that came to mind. I said, "You aren't welcome here, and you're scaring the animals here. Leave now." A few seconds later, the dog finally stopped barking, and the cat wandered off. I still don't have an explanation, but I'm pretty sure it was a spirit, and not a good one. My ex's mother bought a closed down nursing home to use for storage for her auction items. It was pretty gross, and she wanted to spruce it up a bit, so she paid me to go clean the toilets. This place has one central hub and maybe 5 or 6 hallways branching off from that. So since the toilets were pretty gross, I decided to put the cleaner in the bowl then move on to the next room, while the chemicals sat in the first toilet. Basically I was going to make a giant loop, so the chemicals would have time to work. Well, I get to this one room and the closet door is open, so I take a glance in it, and notice that the clothes bar is pretty unique. It was a wooden bar with duct tape in the middle and someone had wrote their initials on it. Whatever, not a big deal. I finish my first lap around the hallway then return to the beginning to start the actual cleaning. Well, I eventually get back to that room with the open closet and the clothes bar is out of the closet and laying on the floor in the middle of the room. I tried to logic it out but couldn't. The door frame is smaller than the inside of the closet, so the bar would have had to be turned vertically to be taken out. Not to mention I was there alone and didn't hear any strange noises or anything. I noped out of there and didn't finish cleaning. A couple of friends of mine and I stayed there a few nights and experienced strange things, but this is the only thing that happened to me while I was alone. My mom was hanging out with her friend La China. La China had a drug addict thug boyfriend who was always outside my house asking for La China, even if she wasn't at my home. I told my mom several times that La China was not trustworthy. She was involved with bad people and I wasn't feeling safe with her around the house, but she didn't listen to me. Anyways, I was asleep in my room that night and had sleep paralysis. While I was going through that nightmare, I remember looking to the slightly open door and seeing shadows moving outside. I was freaking out and I couldn't even move. I was so fucking scared and didn't know what to do. Next thing I barely remember is that I was asleep but felt a presence looking at me. I was terrified. One of my worst nights ever. I had the scary feeling all night long. In the morning, my mom was already home, and she asked with a worried tone where my guitar and PS2 were, if I had them with me in my room. But no, both things were in the living room that night. Turns out La China's boyfriend broke into my house. He was the one looking at me sleeping in my room. He stole my stuff. Worst night ever. My mom still be friends with La China faking beach. She didn't care. I moved out as soon as possible, and I don't talk to her anymore. I wasn't alone, but it was maybe like 3 AM. For context, my dad is very paranoid about making sure the side door to our house is locked, kind of to the point where I would roll my eyes when he'd ask for me to make sure it's locked, and he'd check later anyway. My brother and I sleep in the basement, our parents on the second floor, our aunt on the third, and we have tenants on the fourth. So one night I'm just reading something, and I hear the knob of the side door frantically jiggling. I paused and thought maybe it was the tenants who live upstairs. There have been a few times where the daughter would come home that late, or they would bring the grandmother home from the airport. I sit up and wait to hear the jiggling of keys and the sound of the key going into the lock. Few minimums go by, nothing. Maybe they're searching for their keys in the dark. Another few minimums, nothing. Then 30 minutes and still nothing. That's when I realized someone probably tried pressing their luck, that there would be an unlocked door in the neighborhood and would just walk into someone's house to do God knows what. I was thankful of how my dad double checks that the door is always locked, even though we live in a pretty quiet neighborhood. I told my mom and even she was surprised, but she took it seriously. Oh wow, this is so going to be taken the wrong way. Stuff that needs explaining. At the time we lived in an old 1940s duplex, with us living on the second/top floor. There was a front, neighborhood street, and back, main street. We lived close to a freeway entrance. My mom liked to keep the back entrance closed, so she could get back in. As one, she disliked keeping her truck in the front because break-ins. The back had a gate W/lock too. The lock on the top staircase door had one of those pick up and slot into place locks instead of your conventional key lock. She did this because I was unreliable when it came to answering my phone, especially while sleeping. Plus, whenever my mom would pull into the driveway, you could audibly hear her truck tires driving on the concrete and pebbles. And, when she does pull in, she usually stays outside in her car for upwards of an hour. A few years ago in 8th grade it was an off day from school for whatever reason. I like to sleep very much to the point where I can sleep like a boulder. My little sister, 3 at the time of this story, was in the house with me because before I went to sleep, however, my mom had told me that she was there and asleep and that she was taking my stepdad to the place where he worked. Fast forward maybe an hour or two and my dad burst into my room asking if I knew the baby was awake. I was unaware as he had just woken me. My little sister, who was wrapped up in a blanket, was in the backyard driveway sitting on the curb bawling her eyes out. A couple a house or two down had heard/seen/noticed her crying while I was passed out and waited down there with her until my parents got back. Stuff happened and it got resolved. They probably thought we were abusive, though, because turns out CPS got called on us when I was home alone and old enough to be. I was hanging in the kitchen on Halloween watching Harry Potter and a guy came in through the kitchen door with a gun. He was grabbing me by the shirt telling me to get on the ground. I thought it was a Halloween prank and was trying to make conversation like, hey man, what's this all about? As the guy was struggling to hold me down, a second guy came running in and kicked me in the face. The first guy grabbed a blanket and covered the back of my head. This is where I thought I was going to die. I laid down and tried my damnedest to stay quiet, like they were saying, but I was just basically begging for my damn life. They ran through the house and grabbed my roommate's electronics and weed and money he had. They targeted him and his stuff. I was just caught up in the middle. After they took off they left the front door open. I remember thinking my roommate would be pissed if his cat got out. It took me a good 10 to 15 minutes to get off the ground, move to the kitchen door, and close it and lock it. I sat down and just collapsed. I felt like I couldn't breathe and just bawled. I wanted to call someone, but they had stolen my phone. I knew I had to get somewhere to find a phone. The next part was even harder. I had to go outside and get to my car to get out of there. It was pitch black, and while I was sitting in my car I saw police lights coming down the street. I waited until they were out of view of some trees and got out of my car and sat down on the front step and waited for them. I guess a neighbor had heard commotion and called. I still get extremely panicky when I talk about it and feel a weight on my chest and just want to curl up in a ball and go away. This was in the middle of the night while I was sleeping. I wasn't alone, my roommate was with me, but it was still scary. We lived in this house my third roommate's, who wasn't there at the time, uncle bought, renovated and rented out to us. It was in the middle of farmlands a couple miles from a fairly populated city. Our house had about 3 acres. About a third of it is covered in forests that extends beyond our property. In the middle of the night I wake up to some footsteps outside near my window. I look, see nothing, decided it was probably an animal roaming around. Trying to fall back asleep, all of a sudden I hear the distinct sound of someone pumping a shotgun and the sound of running on our porch. I hear my roommate hell faking as whole. Boom, shot goes off. I grab my shotgun and head out, go out the door to the balcony, and it's just my roommate standing there with his shotgun looking outward in the dark. Turns out my roommate also heard footsteps and heard them on our porch. There was someone trying to break into our house and was most likely trying to find an unlocked entrance. He had fired a warning shot in the air. The criminal ran away into the woods. Out of context it was scary as shit, but once I knew what was happening I felt relieved to have a roommate who was vigilant. In the end I think I asked if we should call the cops. He thought we shouldn't, but we did stay up the rest of the night watching Game of Thrones. 17-year-old female here. I have 4 other siblings, 2 of which are older and 2 younger. Yes, I'm the dreaded middle child. My mom and dad work a lot, which meant I usually end up babysitting. My two older siblings are males, and as the oldest daughter it's kind of in the books that I'd play the second mom when the first mom isn't around. When I was 13, I was home watching my younger sister and brother. At the time they were 4 and 7. My older siblings were in the basement playing Xbox. I had cleaned, reheated dinner for them, played with them, and put them to bed eventually. Around this time I liked to have time for myself, which usually meant getting something to eat out of the fridge and watching Big Brother on the living room TV. I had gone into the kitchen and looked out the window by the sink because I saw a flashing light. At first thought, I assumed it was a car passing by. It wasn't until the light appeared to get closer to the house that I started to get suspicious. I walked over to the door to get a better look. At this moment I could see a man stumbling over his own feet in the middle of our yard. He had his phone flashlight on. It appeared he was looking for something. He must have seen me by the door and began to walk closer to the house. Beginning to get scared, I quickly shut the curtain which covers the glass door and hid behind it. I knew the door was locked so there was no way he could get in. I began to hear loud knocking on the door, followed by slurred speech. All he said was, "You need to let me in." I can't remember how many times this guy repeated it, but it was a lot. I held the phone in my hand, ready to call the police. His drunk adventure soon left after a good 15 minutes. I made sure he wasn't at the door before I called my parents. They then told me to stay inside and that my mom would come home. That was the last time I ever saw him. I never heard anything about him after that, nor figured out his identity. I still babysit sometimes, and I always get that eerie feeling that something is going to happen. Spooky. My mom left to take a vacation to visit family for a month from a tropical area, so we take full advantage when we scratch up the money, and I, a lonesome 22-year-old male, had to take care of everything in the winter in a very cold city. All was well. I can cook, clean, work out, go to my uni classes, take care of my dog, whatever. All was well, despite a depressive episode I got past due to some very unfortunate circumstances. Anyway, so I got shingles all throughout my left arm and left back. Everyone was very confused. I only had the chicken pox vaccine. Point doctor. Lol, no way you have this is shingles. Why do you have shingles? Old professor at school. I'm going to need a doctor's note. I can't believe you. History tar. What? How old are you? I'm going to need a note. I couldn't sleep even before the huge rash and pain set in fully. The nerve pains were tremendous, and I could only wince and flinch at every flare-up. At this point I just decided to catch up on an anime series I've been meaning to watch to forget about the pain that made me want to throw up while I did the house duties and took care of myself. I really liked Hack as a kid, so why not fully experience it? It's horrible, but I can't stop midway through what I started. So mind-numbing show plus busy schedule plus missing out on a very strict and rigorous course plus shingles plus having to take care of me and my dog plus getting blocked on everything and ghosted by my then best friend at the time. Some days I have really bad times and my depression flares bad, but compared to that time, I'm pretty sure I saw a ghost. Point I was maybe 10 years old and me and my older brother were home alone. We were on the couch watching TV when we heard footsteps upstairs. We look at each other, puzzled, and my brother asks, "Are mom and dad home?" We soon shrug it off and go on with our night. Point maybe an hour or two later, we are horsing around and chasing each other around the house. I run upstairs and my brother stays at the foot of the stairwell. Now, the upstairs consisted solely of one hallway, the master bedroom on one side, the room my brother and I shared on the other next to a bathroom, and then my sister's bedroom straight at the end. Well, as I'm standing there in the hallway with the lights off, I turn and see a white figure illuminated in my sister's doorway. I scream at the top of my lungs, and my brother flips the light switch downstairs and runs up to me. I looked away and looked back, and it was gone. We told our parents once they got home, and my dad went to investigate and came to the conclusion it was probably car headlights outside coming through the windows and reflecting off a full body mirror my sister had near her doorway. I didn't really buy that. I clearly saw a figure, not some streaks of light, but I accepted the explanation because I just knew how my dad was. Years later, after my parents divorced, my dad moved his new wife and her kids into that house. My stepsister got what used to be my sister's room. My sister was old enough to have moved out at that point. When I told my step-siblings this story, my stepsister said that she had been hearing footsteps walking back and forth outside her room at night, and I legit got chills. I was home alone one day and decided to BBQ myself a burger for lunch. Went out to the back deck, turned on the BBQ to warm up, then went back inside to grab the burger out of the freezer. Spent literally 30 seconds rummaging in the kitchen freezer, find the burgers, turn around and the whole back of the BBQ is on fire. I should also mention my parents had just recently rebuilt the back deck, and it took them a month to do. It was beautiful and the BBQ was right up against the deck wall / privacy lattice. And it's a second story deck, so I'm pretty sure the whole neighborhood could see it. So I'm standing there hyperventilating and doing that awkward trying to move in 3 directions at once bit. Fire extinguisher was in the laundry room. Didn't wanna get it too far. Should I call 911? Is there time? Where's my phone? What if the tank explodes? Is the deck on fire? Water. Grabbed a jug of water from the fridge and ran outside. I dragged the damn thing away from the wall and into the center of the deck. Smoke is pouring out of the thing, but thank God the deck hadn't caught on fire yet. Turned off the gas and dumped the jug of water on the flames. Confirmed the fire was out, went inside and burst into tears on the kitchen floor. Turns out my dad had been meaning to clean the crumb and fat buildup out of the bottom, and it had caught. When I told him about it, all he did was look at me dead serious and said, "Do not tell your mother." He cleaned out the BBQ that night. I was only about 13 years old when my parents left me home alone overnight for the first time. As to be expected from a 13-year-old who was home alone, I planned on staying up all night and nothing was gonna stop me. It's only around 2 AM that I hear some rustling in my backyard. I first jumped to worst case scenario, but then decided that it was most likely just a rabbit or something, and decided to leave it. It was a few minutes later that I heard a different sound and realized how unlikely it was that a rabbit was fiddling with the lock on my back door. I go look out my parents' bedroom window, and lo and behold there's a random dude out there down on his knees working on our lock. Now I'll give him credit, he was actually being pretty quiet. I was only able to hear him for a short while Netflix was buffering. I was absolutely terrified for a brief moment, but being a stereotypical 13-year-old boy I wasn't nearly as cautious as I should been. Anyways, I decided channel my inner Kevin McCallister and fight. Of course I wasn't that reckless though. You see, at the time we had 2 massive 90-pound German shepherds. And this guy was definitely not on the larger side. I guesstimate about 5 feet 7-ish, and not very beefy. Not to mention these shepherds were trained, and when I told them to be quiet they became super stealth. After waiting on this guy for a good 20 minutes, yeah, I was as disappointed as you are. The door finally creaks open. Never seen anyone sprint so fast in my life, and I would pay good cash to have a video of that guy running for his life with the 2 beasts in hot pursuit. In hindsight, there were probably a million better ways to deal with that situation. But I'm also happy I didn't choose any of those, because I had never laughed so hard in my entire life. And I guarantee that guy was never gonna set foot on our property again. No regrets. Sunday, November 17th, 1991. Approximately 11:30 p.m. PST. Living alone in San Bernardino, California, 24 years old. First year as secondary math teacher in San Bernardino. About 3.5 months into living on my own in my first apartment. I'm returning to my apartment from a weekend trip back east to visit my college friends. I have just returned to my apartment complex from the airport. I back my car into the assigned parking space underneath the community carport, upon which I begin to unload the contents of the car into my second floor apartment. I grab as much as I can from the car and make my way up the stairs, unlock the door and drop the items just inside the apartment. In my haste to unload the car, I leave the rear door open on the driver's side. I run back down the stairs to the car, lean in and grab a small gift my friend's parents had given me. As I back out of the rear of the car, I turn around and there is a young male standing directly in front of me. I jump, proclaiming to him, "Jesus Christ dude, you scared the shit out of me." He looks at me and says, "Give me all of your money." I look at him for a few seconds, seemed like minutes, glance down and see a handgun in his right hand, which he has along the side of his body, resting against his upper calf. I remember letting out a sound, but don't remember whether it was words or just a gasp. He says to me again, "Give me all your motherfucking money." I stand there frozen, unable to move. He reaches with his left hand across to my front left hand pocket, which was empty, then into my front right side pocket and takes out a money clip, given to me by my oldest brother at his wedding to his first wife. He looks at me and says, "Get the fuck out of here and don't turn around or I'll shoot your ass." I run from the car and the mugger up the stairs, which seemed like an eternity in retrospect, because though he was going to shoot me in the back as I was running away into my apartment. I ran inside, locked the door, ran into the kitchen, and cowered on the floor between the refrigerator and the opposing cabinet. I found the phone, called the police and waited. The little I remember after that was what seemed like the entire San Bernardino Police Department out in full force, helicopter included, looking for the mugger. I also remember calling my sister back east at approximately 4 AM for her, scared shitless they never did find the guy. I was so traumatized, I was unable to leave my apartment after dark for nearly 6 months. It took me almost a year to again feel comfortable leaving my apartment at any time of the day. Each time I walked to my car, my head was on a swivel, and I was like a scared rabbit darting my eyes every which way looking for danger. The kicker to the story, because every great story has to have a kicker. I had approximately $12,000 in betting slips from Las Vegas casinos, which I flew to before I made my way back east that weekend, located in my wallet, which was in my back left pocket fortunately, for me and the friends for whom I placed their sports wagers. He never bothered to check my back left pocket. In all, he probably got away with about $80-100 in cash, and my brother's inexpensive money clip gift point TLDR. I was mugged 3.5 months in front the first apartment I lived in alone. I'm Hispanic and my dad was in real estate before the crash of '08, so we were living in a large house in a nice neighborhood. One day when I was 14, I came home and nobody was there. I went to the computer room to play some Warcraft 3, and I saw someone passing through the window out of the corner of my eye. I went to the living room and I could see someone passing by the screen door. I was freaking out when I heard a knock at the door. It was a police officer. Apparently I had forgotten to turn off the alarm when I came in. However, it didn't end there. The officer apparently wasn't convinced that I lived in a house. He asked me if I lived there. I said yes, and he said, "Wow, it's a very nice house." He was looking through the door frame and asked if he could come in. As a child I didn't know I could say no, so I said sure. I basically gave him a tour of the house, while remarking how clean it was, how nice it was, and asking if I lived there. I guess he wanted to see I wasn't ransacked it. At the end, he asked me how I entered the house. I told him with my key and he asked me to prove it. Once I opened the front door with the key, he left and told me he came 'cause the alarm went off. I didn't think it strange then, but as an adult now I see that he couldn't believe a Hispanic person lived there. If I had been white he'd probably never have done 75% of those things. So this is something that is much scarier to me now thinking back on it than when it actually occurred. I'm female and was home alone one day in my early 20s, on the phone making an appointment with my physician. Heard my dogs bark and walked toward the front of the house just in time to see a man letting himself in the front door. I froze, then said, "What are you doing here?" He gently closed the door behind himself and said back quote, "It's okay, I'm with the cable company apostrophe." It took my brain a split second to register that he was not wearing any clothing / hat / badge with a cable company's logo. Also, I hadn't called the cable company. I yelled into the phone, back quote, "There's a stranger in my house. Call 911. Give them my address." The man started walking towards me saying, back quote, "The maid said to just let myself in." I didn't have a maid. Fight or flight kicked in. I took off running out the back door of the house, down the street a few houses to a neighbor's porch, and started banging on the door while still yelling at the receptionist on the phone. to call 911. From a distance, I saw the man leave my house, get in his truck, also, no company logo visible, and cruise slowly by me. He rolled down his window and said something about having the wrong address and drove away. It took forever for a police officer to show up, and she was completely unimpressed by what had happened. She told me that the #1 crime prevention strategy is lock your doors. I felt like an idiot. Also, like I had narrowly escaped becoming a true crime rap story on Lifetime. My parents built a house on the lake when I was in high school and we moved in. I was never home alone as my parents sleep on the opposite side of the house downstairs. One night I had a nightmare and woke up. Someone was standing in my doorway and I couldn't move. They walked away down the hall after a few minutes, and I was up for at least another hour scared out of my mind. I knew what sleep paralysis was, and played it off as that. Then we got a dog who loved to sleep with me. When she was a little under a year old, I had the same dream again, and woke up to someone standing in the doorway, but this time she was growling at this person, which then turned into a full-on barking, and the person left immediately. That episode freaked me out, since I realize it's not just in my head, but having the dog there made me feel safe. Same thing happens a few months later, same outcome. Then we got another dog, and the two of them slept with me. Same nightmare happens. I wake up, figure in the doorway. The older dog is growling, and I sit up. The new dog is also growling, but the figure takes a step closer and the new dog darts behind me scared, while the older one jumps off the bed to attack. The person leaves and that was it. That's the last time that ever happened, and I went off to college shortly after. After the second incident, I told my parents, and they told me they built a house on the land of an old Girl Scout camp. We found out one of the girls drowned under mysterious circumstances long ago, and one of our neighbors who built their house across the street after us has had even more intense paranormal experiences. I don't really believe in ghosts, but it's difficult to deny anything that's happened at either house, when my dogs confirmed it wasn't in my head. Not your typical terrifying story, but to me, it was when I lived with my parents, about 17, 18 years old. Christian family. We weren't super Bible humping people, but I always grew up respecting my parents, the rules and so forth. No alcohol, end of discussion. In a hoe they went out of town for a couple days. Me being curious wanted to try alcohol. I ended up getting a older friend to buy me a bottle of Bacardi. I drank a bunch of that on an empty stomach. I didn't know any better. I passed out at some point. I remember waking up on the couch feeling like shit. I knew my parents would be home soonish. I grabbed the bottle and tried to make my way upstairs to my bedroom. Passed out for a short time at the bottom of the stairs. Woke back up, made it to the top of the stairs, and collapsed there for a short while. Pulled myself together and made it down the hallway. At this point I was going to throw up, get into the bathroom and dry heave into the toilet. At some point nothing but blood was coming out of my mouth. I thought I was going to die. It felt like every heave some of the lining of my stomach was coming out. Honestly, I wasn't worried about dying so much. I was just worried about my parents finding their A+ on a roll, never in trouble in his life, dead drunken teenager in the bathroom. I lay on the bathroom floor for a while, no energy to move. I eventually get some energy and get up just enough to turn on the faucet and suck some water down. I then jet up and clean up the mess, the world still spinning. Just as I get done I hear our garage opening downstairs. Oh my god. Oh dear god. I can't let them find me like this. My dad is going to kill me. So I do the only thing I can possibly think of, pretend I'm asleep. I hear my dad at the bottom of the stairs call for me to help them get their bags. Silently I hope he just assumes I'm asleep and lets me off the hook. I then hear my mom. Oh, he probably stayed up all night playing video games. Let him sleep. I love you, mom. You saved my life. It was a Saturday night at home. My partner had just left to go out for a drink with some girlfriends. I'd just smoked a joint and settled in to watch John Wick 2. About 30 minutes into the film I heard some noises above our apartment on the neighbor's balcony. It was raining pretty heavily, and these noises were closer than usual. I popped my head outside, looked up, and saw a man trying to scale across from balcony to balcony, left to right. He'd been drinking all day, so I asked if he was all good. He said he had this I stepped back inside, sat down, and then he fell about 5 meters into my enclosed backyard. His head missed the corner of my concrete garden bed by about 20 centimeters. He landed with one of his knees taking the initial impact, followed by his head smashing into the ground. He was unconscious for about 5 minutes. When he came to, he rolled over. His top row of teeth had been pushed back into his head and his knee had been twisted 180 degrees with his leg facing the other way. After he screamed for a while, his mate jumped over the fence and we carried him through my apartment out to our apartment lobby. He left a pool of blood in my backyard and a trail all through my house. His drunk mates all told me to leave them alone as they called an ambulance. For the next hour all I could hear were screams from him refusing to go with the ambulance and his mates and girlfriend yelling at him. Point was not what I was expecting. At least John Wick had me prepared to seagull that night. I woke up one morning to my dog Honey putting her paw on me and looking around strangely, as if she was confused. It's like when you get up and have that hazy fog for a bit and don't really know what's happening. It was definitely like that for me and probably her too. I remember asking Honey what was wrong, but as I did that I heard loud noises coming from downstairs and immediately thought it was cats. They like to knock over things like all cats do, jerks. But I quickly realized they were all accounted for also. After the sounds repeated a few times, I started to get really nervous as I realized it was probably another person and not something innocent. Point basically, 3 guys broke into the house around 9 to 10 AM in the morning. I'm a writer and did PC repair stuff on the side, so I'm usually here at that time, and since my husband had left for work already, they thought that no one was home. They went and took my collection of old iPhone boxes, collectibles, basically anything of value, and were even in my refrigerator, and took a can of Pepsi from it. I guess they were thirsty, but like I said before, they thought no one was home, so it was safe to rob the place. When they heard me get up out of bed upstairs, they immediately dropped what they were doing and decided to book it out the back door and into the little forested area that existed there at the time. Turns out they had broken into several homes. Each one they did research on to find out the schedules of who lived there, and after the police sent out a helicopter to find them, they found TVs, collectibles, phones, loot, basically everywhere throughout the forest. I have no idea what their plan was, but they just dropped everything and started running. Point I guess the truth is, it was so scary to have 3 guys break into my house like that. You are already hazy and don't know what's going on if you are sleeping in, and to wake up to that, it's horrible. I have been attacked in the past over nothing and gotten over it, but this was a big time reminder that if those people had wanted to kill me or something, there was literally nothing I could have done about it. Since then I have installed security cams and gone through that entire gamut of ideas to stay safe, but I still do get nightmares from time to time about things like this. Waking up to multiple people in your home, not recommended. When I was a kid, I had a next door neighbor that would spy on me and my family. He would record our conversations and take photographs of my mom when she wasn't looking. Point the reason we know this now is because his wife and family got a restraining order on him, and during that process, all of the recordings and pictures were found on his computer one night, about a half a year after his family won the case. I was home alone with just my dog. I woke up that night to some barking, and not your run-of-the-mill late-night dog chats, like bloody murder call the cops kind of barking. Point my dog was acting like a freak. She was running through hallways, up and down stairs, and to every door in the house. Point I checked all the locks, every room, hell I even checked the pantry just to be safe, but I didn't find anything. I was pretty tired, so I just chalked it up to her being weird, and went back to bed. Turns out that night the estranged husband broke into my neighbor's house and stole a slew of items, including the computer that stored the pictures and recordings of my family. Point this guy had constantly challenged my dad to fights when he still lived next to us and would flaunt how many guns he owned and how he wasn't scared to use them. Point it's hard to imagine what he would have done had I not locked up that night, but I know for a fact that none of it would have been good. Oh, I actually have one for this. This was about 7 years ago. I was a new mother, sleep deprived and left home alone with a baby, while my significant other worked nights. I spend most of my nights catching cat naps between feedings/diaper changes, but I'm not one to fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow, so more often than not I'd fall asleep 30 minutes or so before the baby woke up to be fed. On this particular night I had just laid my sleeping baby back down in her bassinet, and I was so exhausted that I cut off all the lights except for the one above the kitchen stove and literally fell into bed. Didn't even check my phone to see how so was doing like I normally would. I remember being in that weird half asleep/half awake state where you're aware of what's going on but it still seems like a dream, kind of. Anyway, there was this weird scraping noise coming from just outside my bedroom door. It started off quiet, but it got louder, and once I realized the noise wasn't coming from a dream, I sat up in bed and looked toward the door, which was cracked open a couple of inches, and I saw this figure. It was a dark shadowy figure and I couldn't make out hardly any details because it was backlit by the light coming from over the stove. All I could see was that it was tall and its face was dark, but my brain could almost fill in the features, even though I couldn't quite make them out. The most disturbing part was that the figure wasn't standing still. It was doing this weird dance, kind of jerky and random, and it was steadily rubbing/scraping the door. I couldn't move from where I sat in the middle of my bed. I'm so upset and ashamed to say that I'm not a fighter or a flighter. I'm a freezer. I've got my baby in the bassinet next to me, but here I'm staring at this figure, completely powerless because I'm so terrified I can't even move. So I'm having this stare down with this shadowy motherfucker outside my door, who looks a bit like he's doing the Harlem Shake. It seemed like it lasted forever, but realistically it was probably just a few seconds. What snapped me out of my freeze was the shadow started moving away from my door and down the hall. I figured this was my big chance to sneak up behind whatever it was and bash its brains in and redeem myself as the badass mama bear I always knew I'd be. So I grabbed the heavy flashlight out of my nightstand and walked as quietly as I could towards the door. I was sweating like a hoe in church, but I was ready to take a motherfucker down. I threw open the door, turned towards the figure down the hall and immediately sank to the floor in shame and defeat. My shadowy, dancing intruder was no more than a partially deflated "it's a girl" helium balloon that had come untied from the hospital bags and made its way through the house thanks to our central air conditioning. I've never told anyone this out of shame and embarrassment. Also, fuck balloons. When I was home from college for Thanksgiving break, I was sleeping when I woke up to the sound of my bedroom door opening. I was super groggy and my eyes were all blurry, and I peered at my door because there was a woman I didn't recognize looking at me. She was a blonde white lady from why I could tell. I blinked trying to make sense and clear my sleepiness when she quietly closed the door. I laid there for a few seconds wondering if I'd dreamt that. Was that my aunt? A family friend? I got up, put some pants on, and went to check the house. I wasn't really that scared at this point, and when I went into our living room there was a laptop on the table and nothing looked disturbed. I called my mom at work asking if she had anyone coming by. She convinced me I had dreamt it. On the back porch were some serving bowls that a family member had dropped off for Thanksgiving, though everyone told me no one came into the house. On Thanksgiving, everyone laughed at me as my mom told the story thinking I was being dramatic. Well, the day after Thanksgiving my uncle calls asking my mom if she had seen our local section of the newspaper. A woman had been arrested in our neighborhood for breaking into homes to look for drug money. She had been in homes on our block. She would knock, and if no one answered, find a way in and rummage through the house. She was a petite white blonde lady. My parents always left the back door unlocked, and she just walked right in, past our new puppy in her crate, and I guess was checking the house. I immediately started crying. When I calmed down we had to call the local police and they interviewed me for a bit. I'm so lucky it was a woman and she left immediately. As a small but scrappy woman myself, I feel like I probably could have held my own against her if needed, but I was awoken from a deep sleep by her and not in the right frame of mind. I have never felt truly safe while home alone again after that day. So I wasn't technically alone, but my fiancé didn't experience it, so I might as well have been. My fiancé and I moved into our first apartment together in the sketchy area of our neighborhood. cheapest around type of deal. I was in the kitchen around 11 PM making something to eat, and it was during July so all our windows were open. I'm facing towards the back door, and our kitchen window is off to my left. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a man's face against the screen of the window staring me down. I've always lived in the sketchier areas, and so I knew it was better to just go about your business. I wiped the utensil off and slowly walked to the living room, where my fiancé was sitting. As soon as I'm out of sight of the window, I'm losing my shit. Babe. There was just a guy outside the window staring at me. I urgently whispered. He rushes into the bedroom to grab his .45 handgun. He comes speed walking back out, and while he was away I heard the man run behind the house due to the screen door being open. He stands in front of the door, turning the outside light on. Waiting a minute or two, with nothing happening, he makes a comment about him being gone. He walks away from the door, and I shit you not, the dude runs back the opposite way, crackhead sprinting style. Creepiest shit ever. I also had someone do that rhythmic 4-finger tapping thing on the bathroom window when I got out of the shower and was drying off 3 times in a row. This may make me sound like a crazy redneck, but I swear I'm not. I live on a big farm in the middle of nowhere. Can't see the road from house. Pitch black as there are no lights or street lamps. One night I get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and I see flashlights in the field where my house is. My house was basically in the middle of a hayfield. I freaked. My dad was the sheriff, and I called him. He also lived on the property past my house. I got my handgun out and just waited because the lights were getting closer, but my dad was coming. The lights basically got into the yard and my dad still hasn't gotten there. I'm surrounded by woods on 2 sides and they were right there. I walked out on the porch and fired a warning shot into the air hoping to keep them away. Male voices started flipping out yelling at me to not shoot. My dad came up maybe 30 seconds later on the 4-wheeler flipping out because he didn't know if I shot someone or if someone shot me. Turns out it was wildlife services tracking some kind of animal or bat or something that had migrated to our area. My dad had told them they could but to just let him know when. They didn't say when. I was pissed. My dad was pissed. Their boss was pissed when he got a call in the middle of the night. It was scary because my closest neighbor is my parents and I can't even see their house from mine. If something happened no one would know until they came looking for me who knows when. Not me, but my dad. For some background, he grew up in Hudson, Ohio. This story takes place in the somewhere around the 80s, in the summertime point. While he was in college, he lived in a small house in the woods with a roommate. The house was very isolated, with miles of forest in nearly every direction. The house even had the classic long straight driveway surrounded by trees. One evening my dad comes home from work and goes into the house. Everything is normal, but soon he notices that the back door was wide open. This was pretty unusual. He and his roommate are pretty careful about closing the doors to prevent animals from coming in. He doesn't think much of it at the time point, but the unusual thing happens when he sits down to watch TV. The TV room had one wall with massive flat glass panels, letting you see everything behind the TV including the dark forest. This isn't actually significant, just really creepy. So he's sitting watching TV when the phone rings. A cop tells him to be warned. A convict in a local prison or jail or that sort has escaped in his area and still has not been found. My dad is immediately freaked out. The first thing he does is he calls his roommate to ask him if he closed the back door. The roommate replies with yes. He had closed that door. A door that was not prone to opening itself by way of wind or anything other than the turning of the doorknob point. So there's my dad, sitting in a literal cabin in the woods, and he hasn't even been anywhere except the TV room. He decides to call the police and let them know about his situation. He doesn't leave the room. The time between him sitting next to the phone and the moment the police arrived was short, but felt like eternity. Nearing the middle of the night, he hears the alarms and walked outside to see about 10 cop cars rushing down the driveway. He immediately felt relief as they rushed into the house to check every nook and cranny. The police find no sign of the escaped convict. His roommate came home shortly after the cops left, and the convict was found not very far from the house a couple hours later. It is very possible he went into the house that night and left without leaving a trace point, so that's my father's story. I promise it's not fake, or at least I don't think it is. It's just my recollection of my dad's story. I was 19 and attending a local junior college. I got out of school early one day and went straight home. We lived so far out in the sticks that we never locked the front door. I parked my vehicle and was going to go grab a few things before heading to my girlfriend's house. I opened the sliding glass door and immediately heard a sound from the rear of the house. I turned to look in that direction and a big man wearing a ski mask standing maybe 6 feet 2 was barreling toward me. The first thought that ran through my head was, I wonder why dad is wearing a ski mask. He then shoulder blocked me and hauled us out the still open glass door. I picked myself up off the floor and, being thoroughly pissed off at this point, grabbed my Model 1894 Molin lever action from the rack on the wall and followed him out. He was lumbering toward the tree line behind the house when I announced, "Hey buddy, you might want to stop or I'm going to shoot." He must have thought I was only kidding because he didn't stop. That was when the tree slightly in front of him exploded into so many toothpicks. Frankly, that's what happens when a 240 grain .44 Magnum slug hits a small tree. He absolutely believed me after that display as he went from a slow trot to full on sprint into the woods. I knew where he was heading because there is an old logging road that goes right down our property line. I figured, correctly, that he had hidden his vehicle down there and would emerge up on the small county road that we lived on. So instead of following him, I sprinted out to the county road and was standing at the end of the logging road, rifle at my shoulder, sighting down my scope. A short time later, I saw him appear on the road, huffing and puffing, completely out of breath. He still had the mask on, so I couldn't see anything but his eyes. That was when he looked up and saw me drawn down on him. The look of absolute terror in his eyes as they opened as wide as humanly possible still brings a satisfied smile to my face, because turnabout is fair play. Motherfaker. Without hesitation, he dove headfirst into a thicker of briars and brambles that grew alongside the old road and disappeared from view. About a minute later, I heard a truck engine start and see it flying up the road toward me. At that point I considered that he, too, may have a weapon in his vehicle and jumped over into the ditch on the opposite side of the county road from where the logging road emerged. I threw back over the top of the ditch like a World War I trench soldier and thought about putting 2 or 3 of those slugs through his engine block, but I didn't. He tore out of the old road with his foot firmly and heavily on the accelerator, slinging dirt, grass, and loose gravel everywhere. And then like that, it was over. I walked back home and called my folks. They called the sheriff's office and a deputy came and took my statement. I conveniently forgot the toothpick making exercise in my official report, but I think word got around. Several years later, my grandfather, who lived next door to us at the time of the incident, was talking to the sheriff and mentioned that we didn't see any law enforcement out in our neck of the woods that often. The sheriff looked him in the eye and said, "We've gotten reports that you'll take care of yourselves out here." He wasn't wrong. Well, this occurred over 20 years ago, but I was at home alone with my then 15-month-old son. Dad was at work. It was a hot Southern California morning, and as always we had the door that leads from the house to the backyard open so that we could get some of the cool air before we had to close up the house. My backyard had a pool that was safely fenced to protect a little guy from falling in. Now he had just mastered walking that month, so he was allowed to roam in our child-proof backyard. He had done it many times before, so on this terrifying morning I'm calling to my son and he's not answering me, so I start with the backyard. He's not out there. I check the entire house, behind doors, under beds, couches, and under his crib. I had all of our doors locked. He was nowhere to be found. I then call my neighbors. The husband was a paramedic at the time. He collected some of the other neighbors from our street, and then I called my husband who said he'd be right home. Now when I said I checked my home, I checked both sides of the house, all over the yard, the entire house inside and out. By the time my husband got home I was hysterical, thinking that I must have been the worst mom ever. My husband made me sit down and try to calm down. "What? The neighbors were outside out front looking for my precious child. Everyone was at a loss when all of a sudden I hear my husband talking soft and sweet like he always did to our son. After what felt like hours and hours, I was inconsolable when my husband walks in from the backyard with our son, whom I might add, had just been awakened by his father, who quietly said, "I found him." Do you know where he was? You know, on the side of your house, where they put the air conditioning unit, you know, big square white box. My son thought that we were playing hide and go seek and sat down on the other side of that unit, where you can't be seen unless you are physically standing there and looking over it, and fell asleep. Now, because he was so tiny and it never dawned on me that he would sit there and wait for me to find him, I was never so scared, worried, and happy at the same time that when my husband handed him to me, I cried for like the next 3 hours straight, and I wouldn't put my baby or let him out of my sight for many more. I thank my husband and hero for never letting me feel bad for that incident, and who chalked it up to being a very brand new mom. I was dog sitting for some family friends, and I was sitting on a couch with a large 2-paned window right behind me, and the dog on the rug right in front of me. Out of nowhere, the dog whips its head toward the window and starts barking and running around while staring out the window. I was a bit nervous about it, but after a few minutes the dog settled down. Right after the dog calmed down, I heard a bang come from outside, and the dog started freaking out again. Now the next part is where I really started to panic. For context, they had security alarms on all their doors, but they were disabled because I was going to be going in and out of the house all weekend, but the alarms would still beep for a few seconds when the doors opened. So about a minute after the bang, the beep of the alarm goes off and the dog sprints to the door leading out to the garage. I'm panicking because I felt for sure my life was over, and being the smart high school student I was, I looked around the kitchen for a weapon. Instead of picking up a knife or something, my dumbass picks up a spaghettio can and creep over to the door and just listen. A few minutes of silence, and then I hear the beeping again, and the dog freaks out again. This keeps on for like 10 minutes and finally it stops. After waiting for another 10 minutes with no noise, I peek out the door and the back door is open and nothing seems different. I called my mom and went home and didn't calm down until like 5 a.m. My wife and I once lived in an older ranch house built in the 40s. One winter evening, my dog was on the back patio digging at something he shouldn't have been. I knocked on the glass to get his attention. The cold made the glass brittle, and it broke, slicing my hand wide open down the length of my thumb. I rushed to the kitchen with blood pouring out. I ran my hand underwater until I could find a towel to try to tie a tourniquet. Do you know how hard it is to tie a tourniquet onto one hand with only your other hand? By the time I was finished, I had gone through a stack of towels. I then tried to call my wife, who was on her way home from work. But the last thing she had told me before we had hung up 10 minutes previous was that her phone was dead. At this point I was dizzy from the loss of blood. The tourniquet was failing, and my wife's phone was going straight to VM. I was terrified of passing out, so stumbled to the garage thinking if I did lose consciousness, I would at least be the first thing she'd see as she pulled up. All I could do was apply as much pressure on my hand as the towels had become too blood-soaked to retie into an effective tourniquet. And as I sat down on the cold garage floor and felt my eyelids become heavy, I remember being startled as the garage door started to open. The last thing I remember before waking up in the hospital was the blurry image of my wife jumping out of the car. Some backstory. Our neighborhood has a yard sale every year, and a few years ago I had a friend of mine bring some stuff over that she wanted to sell too. We were sitting out front with our 2 young sons. Both were under a year at that point, and a very old and beat up station wagon comes to a stop in front of my house. This station wagon is packed with stuff. I didn't get the impression it was yard sale stuff that he had just bought. It looked more like he lived in his car. An older gentleman gets out and starts looking at the stuff we have for sale. To paint a picture, this guy looks like he's seen some shit. His appearance is just rough, to put it simply. He asks us a bunch of questions about different things we have out, and after he's looked everything over quite a few times, he just sort of hangs around for a few minutes asking us what we do, if we grew up around here, how old our kids are, etc. I'm trying my best to be as polite as can be, but I'm very uncomfortable at this point and my friend and I are both just nervously laughing at his attempt at awkward chit chat. He buys this random metal fish statue for $1 and leaves the next evening. Our doorbell rings. I'm home alone with my son as my husband is at work. I look through the peephole and it's the man from the yard sale and another man. The second man is holding my screen door open, while the gentleman from the day before is standing square with my front door. If I had opened the front door without checking, nothing would have been separating us. I loudly asked if I can help him, and he says that his friend liked the fish statue and they were wondering if we had another one. I said it was my husband's statue, and he was in the shower, but I would go ask. I ran upstairs, put my son in his crib, and grabbed our handgun from our safe. I came back down and yelled to them that my husband said no. They both left and never bothered again, but that was definitely the scariest thing that ever happened to me while home alone. I get chills when I think what could have happened if I had opened the front door, or maybe they really did just want another metal fish statue. I was in a roommate situation with my ex-husband. He would go out every night and do his own thing while I stayed home with the children. There would be strangers in the house during the day. He didn't work while I was at work. I would occasionally see them if I came home during my lunch break. He would be gone by the time I got out of work and picked up kids from daycare. We rarely saw each other. He would yell at me when I would lock the door at night. It was hard for him to unlock the door when he was drunk. I would of course lock the door. One night I woke up about 12:30 am. I don't know why, I just did. I was messaging an old friend of mine who was working the late shift when I heard the doorknob turn. My first thought was, oh wow, this guy's back early. He usually stayed out until 4 or 5 am. He would only come back early to shower and then go back out. I figured that's what he was doing, so I pretended I was asleep so he wouldn't mess with me. But the door never opened. I figured he'd call me and yell at me to open the door, but he didn't. Then I heard the same noise at the side door. He never went over there. I waited some time and then called him. He was still at the bar and it wasn't him. I told him what I heard and he didn't care at all and hung up on me. I've always wondered if it was him telling one of his friends to come over and use me. He would always joke that his friends could do whatever they wanted with me. He never cared. Oh, I have many more abusive husband stories I've never told anyone. But I figured with 3.6k replies on this thread, this reply will never be seen anyway, so might as well share. This one still gets the goosebumps going despite having been almost 20 years ago now. It was the summer of 01 and I was working a summer job for the government. This included housing at the place I worked, which was about an hour drive down a Forest Service road in the Sierra Nevadas of California to the nearest gas station and the nearest actual phone. Landlines didn't exist in this area yet, and likely still don't. The only communication was through a fire radio that would hopefully reach one of the fire towers in the region. The facility was fenced with a tall chain link fence sheltering what was basically a small 3-bedroom house with a detached garage and a shed that housed the generator. This generator was the only source of electricity during the day. 4 to 6 of us worked out of this building, but I was the only one who stayed full time. The others commuted from the larger ranger station about an hour away, near the same gas station mentioned previously. Once they left for the day, I was alone until they returned the next day. One evening I had decided that I was going to skip my usual hike to the creek to fish and fire up the generator to watch a movie. I waited until after the sun went down because horror movie in the woods seemed like a great idea. Yeah, not my greatest decision, and that's saying something because I've done some stupid shit. To this day I don't remember what the movie was, but when the credits hit I reached out to the wall that had the switch for the generator shut off and hit it. Just as I was flipping the switch I thought I heard a strange sound. The last thing I remember seeing as the generator died and the lights faded was a face looking at me through the window from over the TV. The silence of the generator shutting off let me hear the sound of breathing through the screen of the otherwise open windows, the sound of boots running across the deck, through the gravel, and finally the sound of the chain link fence rattling in the night. I spent the rest of the night with my knuckles of both hands white from the pressure of my grip on my old D-cell maglite flashlight and the single steak knife from the kitchen. The generator got a workout that night, keeping every single light on outside. To this day, I have no idea who that was or what they were doing, but I don't try to dwell on it either. I was 13 at the time, and as almost all teens did, I stayed up on a nice cool summer night. I was chillin' in bed with my phone when I heard some steps, a hiss from my cat, and a pained yowl. I shot bolt upright and grabbed the sharpest thing I could find, a pair of scissors, from my desk and crept downstairs. As I sneaked down the stairs, I saw light bobbing up and down as well as the faintest jingling from a drawer in the kitchen. So when I get to the bottom and peek my eyes over the corner and see a person in grey black clothing looking through our drawers, I had to suppress a gasp and the reaction of my shaking and ragged breath as I snuck up behind them, and as I enter the doorway I see a little bit of a blood pool behind the bar. I ignored it with a lot of effort and crept forward with a white knuckled grip on the scissors in my hand and crept forward a little bit faster. When I was within striking range, I brought the scissors down with all my might onto their exposed back. They plunged in better than I was expecting, and I ripped them out. The person dropped to the ground screaming and writhing on the ground. I ran over to the blood pool and saw my poor cat on the floor bleeding out. I picked him up and started crying and comforting him as he slowly bled away in my arms. When I knew he was dead, I stood up, tear-stained and bloody, with a new and hardened resolve. I picked up my scissors, roared a primal and enraged war cry, and then stabbed the intruder over and over while my parents, who were asleep, that's why I considered it Home Alone, ran down the stairs. They were mortified to see their son dripping blood, standing over a man who was leaking blood and pleading with the last of their effort. I replied with a bitter tone, "I will not let you walk out of this house alive after the audacity you had to kill my cat and try and take our stuff." I then smashed my foot into their gut and sat down exhausted as my mom called 911 and dad shook me. I then cried for half an hour straight, then fell asleep on the floor as cops and paramedics scrambled around me. I was taken into questioning and then was sent to court, where a open and shuts off defense case ensued. I was shaken and was sent to therapy. 10 years later it still haunts me. TLDR, robber killed my cat, so I killed him. One day, when I was young, my mom and my grandma went to the church, and I was alone at home. I was in my bedroom, just playing The Sims in my computer, and listening to music in my headphones, when I heard my dogs barking very loudly. I thought nothing of this and just continued playing until I felt thirsty and decided to take a glass of water in the kitchen point. As I went to the kitchen, I saw through the window a shadow of something moving very quickly, and then a loud noise and my dogs barking even more loudly. I thought that the shadow was just a rat or something like this, and I drank my water and went to my bedroom point. I continued playing until, not much time after this incident, my mom and grandma came back. I heard them in the kitchen and went to see what was happening. I was very surprised to discover that when I was alone someone had tried to break into my house. Now, the thing is, that house had a huge wall in the backyard, and behind that wall there was a huge empty lot. My kitchen had a door and a window that went directly to that part of the backyard. So, because of that huge wall, I never thought someone would try to break into my house, at least not from that side point. We could see that someone had tried to break in because the stair that we kept outside was close to the wall, and it wasn't there before. The lock of the door was almost broke. The security of the glass of the door was broken. It was a door with a glass that could be opened, but had kind of a protection of metal and a thing to lock. I don't know how to explain. And there was a lot of bleach on the floor close to my dogs. We could smell it. Someone had tried to poison my dogs. Fortunately, they didn't drink the bleach, so they were fine. I was very shocked to discover that the thing that I thought was a rat was in fact a person. As the days went by, we discovered that the person that tried to break into my house was a very dangerous neighbor that also threatened my other neighbor and broke into her house and was involved with a lot of dangerous stuff. Fortunately, he went to jail and we never heard from him again. The thing I learned from this was to always listen to my dogs and never think that a shadow is a rat. Oh, and also that I had to stop putting the songs so loud. Obs. Sorry for any typo. English is not my first language. I know this will get buried lol. but I'll still comment. Point mind you, I'm in middle school, and in about 5th grade I met this girl named Maddie who was hyper obsessed with me. Once in middle school, we lost contact with each other, and maybe a year later we text again. And I think she is not mentally stable. She sent me videos of her drinking, and FaceTimed me with a loaded revolver. I know this, because she flipped the chamber open. My parents found these, because they routinely open my phone up, which tells me no to delete unwanted messages. They had to report it, and she got pissed. Told me she was dead to me, etc. etc. When looking back at our messages, she asked me where I lived. Now I live on a busy street, and maybe once every month or so a friend will send a picture of my driveway or something. I'm like a block away from the elementary school and a private K-12 school I work at during the summer for a day camp. And across from me is a fucking retirement home. Now mistake. I told this girl my address, and once we lost contact, I would hear footsteps and random doors open. I heard something in the backyard, and ran back, when I saw a blur of a person. So yeah, I'm 110% positive I'm being stalked. Whilst I was at university, and living in dorms, and we often had handymen come in and out of our flats. I had the flat to myself as my flatmates were visiting home. I was at home for most of the day with my door wide open. A maintenance man I'd never seen before was doing work on my flatmate's room next door. I didn't think too much of it as he had master key that obviously someone on the security team had given him. I spoke to him briefly to offer him a drink whilst he worked and mentioned that I was my flatmates were away when he asked about access to the other rooms, but that was about it. Cut to 3 AM, and I'm still awake trying to cram read for a book due in the next day. I hear very quiet footsteps in the hallway and assume it was a flatmate maybe coming home, but then I hear the sound of my door unlocking. I jumped out of bed, and as I got to the door the maintenance man from earlier opened up, and he looked shocked to see me awake. I asked what he was doing, and he said he thought he'd left his hammer in my room earlier. I said no, because he'd been working on my flatmate's room next door. I didn't want to ask why he'd thought he'd come to collect it at 3 AM. It was dark behind me, and he'd not switched on any lights in the hall, so I was pretty weirded out, and began talking very loudly, asking him to show some ID. He said he didn't have any on him, and tried to shush me. I blocked the door, but he told me he was just going to come in and have a look. This freaked me out, so I started shouting "This is unacceptable" over and over at him really loudly, and stomping my feet. He actually recoiled a bit, and luckily my downstairs neighbors called security for a noise complaint. He left pretty quickly after I started making noise, and security ended up calling the police because they couldn't find him. I don't know what the end result was, because nobody ever had any answers for me, but I refuse to believe he was tiptoeing into my room at 3 AM for a hammer. TLDR, maintenance man broke into my room at 3 AM to retrieve his hammer. This one happened only a few days ago. The night prior to the incident I drank too much cheap sheet rum and coke, and in my blasted state thought I should hydrate, and proceeded to chug a full Nalgene bottle of water. Puking ensued. Wake up next morning and feel like garbage. I can't eat solid food without getting queasy, and I complained to one of my friends over text, who is at work, that I wish I could eat mint ice cream. About 2 hours later someone is on my porch beating my door, like it's their dick at the end of November. I think it's weird that my friend got off work early and came to a different entrance than usual. Peek out the window. It is not my friend. I only get a glimpse of their legs, since the shade was 3/4 of the way down on the window I looked out of. I stay dead silent hoping they'll just leave, and they walk off the porch, but to the other door, and start assaulting that one too. Loud as banging with a monkey fist. There was no knuckle tapping formality. Normally parents and brother are home, but of course they conveniently stepped out 10 minutes ago. I get my phone ready to call emergency services and approach the door. There's a dude with a black duffel bag standing there asking, "Are you Kitty Wicks?" How this MF know my name? I tentatively answer, "Yeah, who are you?" While 100% looking terrified and confused. He asks, "Do you know friend's name? Mother of pearl, fire on the pup deck, this man stalking. I eat crayons and lead paint, so I say, "Yeah, I know him." Stalker reaches into duffel bag, and I'm about to get peeled or something, when he pulls out a container of mint ice cream from Ben & Jerry's that my friend thought he'd surprise me with by having it delivered, since he was at work. Thanked Stalker turned ice cream angel, and sucked the poo back in. Simultaneously one of the most thoughtful and terrifying things I've experienced. Ooh, I have one for this. When Stranger Things first came out on Netflix, I was an 18-year-old who didn't like horror movies home alone for the weekend. So naturally, I started watching it. The bits right at the start, where the Demogorgon appears, and the lights start flickering everywhere. Yeah, the moment that started, the actual light in the living room started flickering as well. I went, yep, okay, that's cool. It stopped after a bit though, so I kept watching and got completely drawn in with how intense the show was. A couple hours passed. Not long after I stopped watching it, the light bulb in the living room blew out. Nice big bang. Also tripped the power, so none of the other lights in the house worked anymore either. Now I had to go reset the fuse box. Outside, alone, in the middle of the night, after getting super caught up in a horror show with no lights. To make it more fun, my mum's car was parked right up next to the fuse box, and naturally, when she left for the weekend she took her car keys. Because who doesn't take their car keys when they're leaving their car at home with their very trustworthy adult son? So I had to shimmy between the wall and car up to the fuse box, alone, in the middle of the night, with no lights, while trying to hold onto a torch. Then trying to open the fuse box. You'd probably be expecting it by now, but did it swing to the side so I could have easy access? Nope. It swung up. So here I am, alone, outside, in the middle of the night, with one hand holding the fuse box up, which I also had to lean to the side to even open, since I had so little room between the car and the wall. One hand holding a torch, so I can actually see inside the box. And I guess, if I had another hand, it would have been the one to actually flip the switch to turn the power back on. But I don't have 3 hands unfortunately, so I just had to make it work. And of course the dog just spent the whole time sitting there watching me, not so much as one offer to help. Like you could at least show a little gratitude for taking you for a walk that afternoon. Anyway, eventually got it done. Lights are back on. Dog, Jai got some pats. Good night. Now I'm back inside. Hey, I know what I should do. Keep watching Stranger Things, alone, in the middle of the night, in the dark, because the living room light don't work no more. I wasn't home alone when this happened, but I still find it absolutely horrifying and hysterical to this day. When I was younger I used to develop rashes from mosquito bites. I would scratch them until they would bleed and eventually blister up so badly that I would have to take Benadryl to immobilize me for the night. My parents used to joke and say that, because I'm half Brazilian and half Italian, that my blood is like fruit punch to mosquitoes, and that might just be accurate. Anyway, one summer I had somewhere around 75 to 80 mosquito bites on my legs alone, and I had just come down with a severe summer cold that only exacerbated any pain I was already feeling. I decided that a Benadryl would do the job and put me out enough to get some sleep. I took the Benadryl at around 7 PM and, being the ad deluxe that I'm known to be, completely forgot that I even took it. About an hour later, I took a double dose of NyQuil for the cold to help with the congestion. That night, while I was sleeping, I heard what sounded like multiple heated conversations in my room, as if separate groups of people were arguing right in front of my bed. I apparently kept shushing them, as my parents who were downstairs could hear me every couple of seconds or so shushing somebody. At one point the conversations in my room became so goddamn loud that it caused me to sit up in my bed like the Undertaker. When I opened my eyes, to the left of my bed on the floor was a little boy and a little girl dressed in clothing from the 1800s playing with jacks. I thought in my very stoned mind that my parents must have just let these inconsiderate little assholes into my room as a joke, and as that thought bounced around in my head the little boy looked right up at me and started mouthing something to me, and I almost shit myself. The little girl, who was facing away from me, turned her head 180 degrees to stare at me with empty black eyes and also started mouthing something. Horrified, I got out of my bed, jumped over the in-laws children, and ran downstairs to my parents. I allegedly looked at my dad and said, "Get these faking douchebags out of my room now." He looked at my mother and back at me as if I were insane. He followed me upstairs to my room, and when he got into my room he said, "What are you even talking about?" He told me that I pointed to the corner of my room and said, "They want to tell me." And I swan dove into my bed, mouthed something back to my dad, just as the kids did to me, and immediately fell asleep. I woke up the next morning to my little sister sitting next to my bed mumbling something, and my dad laughing his ass off outside of my room. When I woke up in a panic, he thought it was funny. I, however, will suffer with being sick before I even look at Benadryl. TLDR. I accidentally nightmare flipped after taking too much medicine and had the most viscerally terrifying hallucination I've ever experienced. I was about 14 to 15 and home alone in my upstairs bedroom in the afternoon. I heard the front door open. We left it unlocked in a nicer area and assumed someone in my family came home, but didn't hear the usual sounds of movement or people bustling upstairs, etc. I didn't think too much of it. Maybe they were reading mail or something. Then a few minutes later, I hear one of the steps on the staircase creak. That immediately got my attention. They don't creak on their own, and if someone's coming up it's just a confident stride. This was only one creak and then stopped. I didn't hear anything for about 20 seconds, and then another creak, and another slow creak. This freaked me out, because anyone that was supposed to be there wouldn't be creeping up the stairs. I immediately knew I needed to find a weapon. I got off my bed slowly, and my floor creaked under my weight. The creaking on the stairs stopped as soon as I had made noise. My heart did as well. My element of surprise was gone, so I grabbed my electric guitar and waited by my door, ready to swing. I was like this for a while, hearing nothing. I finally decided to leave the room and check, in case my family came home, so they wouldn't get attacked. But I wasn't gonna go slowly and give an intruder the edge/element of surprise, so I burst through my door yelling and running with a guitar in my hands. I found nobody there. I grabbed all the knives from the kitchen and waited for my family to come home. I never saw anything, so this could be nothing, but I know my staircase. It never creaks without weight on it. I have a revolving Rolodex of terrifying things, some while home alone, some not. I moved into a new house 3 years ago in a tiny sleepy little quaint town. It's decently remote, so the neighborhood people are all friendly. Some of those people were at my house and heard the stuff 2. On the second day of moving in, so nothing really unpacked, still getting utilities set up, etc. I'm standing outside my house messing with the neighbor. The house's bottom story windows are open. I'm clearly hearing a phone in my new house ringing, and so can the neighbor and my kids. Now I'm standing there making no move to answer the phone, because as I can hear it ringing, I recognize that it's my super old phone ringing from when I was at college. A phone that is several models older than the phone I currently have in my pocket and use every day. The phone ringing in the house is 8 years old, hasn't been charged or plugged in 6 years, nor does it have service or any kind of plan. And honestly, my husband has been using it to study a table for the last 4 years. I'd be shocked if it could function at all. The neighbor just looks at me for a blank few seconds. "Well, aren't you gonna answer that?" Me, "Well, I want to, but I just can't imagine who it could possibly be. That phone hasn't had service or a charge in literally years. In fact, there is no phone service to this house in any way at all, so all landline." One day I was home alone. All my kids went out with their dad to the park. I heard a baby crying in the next room. Run in there, saw/heard nothing. My cell phone, that I do actually use daily, started getting random phone calls, but only when plugged into the wall to charge, with no one on the line. The call ID always said unknown. Several months later in October, the same neighbor from phone ring day was over at my house hanging out with me and my kids, when my very old music box, that I have moved around my whole adult life, but haven't wound to play in 10 years, just randomly started playing on its high up shelf. While her and I are chit-chatting over coffee, she heard it too, and the hair on the back of her neck stood up like mine. The song the music box plays is called Death March of the Marionettes. It's more commonly known as the Alfred Hitchcock theme song. We have beautiful stained glass doors, windows, and detailing around the house. Often out of the corner of my eye, I will notice something suddenly moving, wherever that stained glass is. I haven't said that to anyone else, but people when they visit will say to me that they could swore they saw something move out of the corner of their eye when we are standing/sitting by those windows. One day while idly having junk television on, playing in the background of various little activities I was doing, wasn't really watching it, suddenly Sinead O'Connor's music video comes on the TV. Nothing Compares to You, interrupting the actual show that was on. I sit there and listen to it, and my phone rings. It's my family back home telling me that a family friend had died. I was getting really freaked sitting in my chair in my living room 8 hours away from them. I've lived in this house 3 years now. Everything I just described was the first 6 months. I'm still not sure if this actually happened or not, but at the time, and for a while thereafter, I swore that it did. My husband, boyfriend at the time, and I had just moved in together into a 2-bedroom apartment that we still live in 10 years later. We both worked in food service. He was a general manager, and I was a shift leader, different stores of the same type. One night, he had to close, and so when I got home and went to bed, I was by myself. I'd been asleep for an hour or so, and I was woken out of a dead sleep by my blankets being ripped off the bed. I was always told that if I ever felt scared or in danger from something evil, that I should say, "Devil begone," or "Get thee behind me, Satan." I was raised in a very religious family, so that's what I did. I'm not sure what the neighbors thought was going on with me shouting at the devil, lol. I grabbed my sheet and had it pulled over my head, and it felt like the whole bed was shaking. So I yelled until it stopped, and then I hopped up and turned on every light in the apartment down to the empty bedroom. I ended up at my husband's restaurant sitting on the back table with him, trying not to laugh at me while also trying to comfort me cause I was freaked the fuck out. I really feel like it did happen, but it only happened that once. Years later he tells me he had an episode of sleep paralysis shortly after and felt that there was something in the room, but he didn't tell me because he didn't want to scare me more. I had a friend that was sensitive to things of that nature, and she said she didn't feel anything. I'm just glad it never happened again. Let me start off by saying I don't believe in ghosts. Even if I can't explain what happened here, I know there must be a reasonable explanation. When I was young, about 9 years old, our house had an entrance to our basement from the outside. You could access the basement from the outside door at the bottom of the house, or from the kitchen, which had a door with stairs leading down to the basement. The light switch was located at the top of the stairs by the kitchen, and the outside door was usually locked, so most of us just entered through the kitchen. One day my father and I arrive home, and he had just bought some exercise equipment, so he asks me to go in through the kitchen and open the outside door so he could bring the equipment. I enter the basement from the door in the kitchen, and it's really dark because our basement doesn't have windows. Before I head down the stairs, I reach my hand to brush the light switch up with the back of my hand, and something was covering it. I reach for the switch again, this time with my palm, and I felt a hand. I can very clearly feel the back of someone's hand and the fingers, and then it quickly pulled away. I teared up instantly and felt all the hair on my body stand up. I flicked the switch and ran down the stairs to quickly let my father in. I'm pretty sure I was yelling. My father wasn't at the door yet, but I hurried and got out of the basement. I never went into the basement alone again after that. Edit. Changed teamed up to teared up. I wasn't alone, but I may as well have been. When I was 4, I lived in this 3-floor house with my mother and stepfather. Their bedroom was on the main floor and mine was on the top floor. The layout that's important is the small hallway at the bottom of the stairs leading to the top floor. Facing down the stairs into the hallway has a wall right in front of you, a bedroom to the left, parents' room, bedroom to the right, and the bathroom further right at a 90-degree angle to the right bedroom. Behind that wall was the living room. You could not see the living room from the hallway or the bathroom. I'd have to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, as is normal. I'd walk down the stairs and swear I heard the TV on and football, American football, blaring from it. I'd use the bathroom and go back to bed. I'd ask my stepdad about it and he'd be confused. He was sleeping and doesn't like football. I was also confused at this point, but being 4 years old I forgot about it for a while. Until the next time I had to use the bathroom at night. I came down the stairs and heard the sounds of football again. I used the bathroom and came out to hear the sounds still. Crowd cheering, whistle blows, the snap of the football. I slowly stuck my head around the corner and nothing. Just an empty living room with the TV turned off. When I went back around the corner the sounds would start up again and stop the moment I looked back. This happened every single time I went downstairs at night for the next 6 years. It went from being scary and confusing to just the norm. I have no idea why, and it's never happened in any other home. My mom and stepdad sold the house when I was 10 years old and moved to a tiny mountain town. I still think about that house 30 years later. This took place last summer. My entire family decided to go to Virginia Beach. I stayed behind with the dog because well she was abused and she doesn't do well with strangers, so having the neighbors or putting her in a kennel for a week is not an option. She's also my dog. I paid for her, so she's my responsibility. No big deal. I have the house to my house for the week. The first couple of nights were pretty normal, but the third night is when things started happening. I went to bed, shut and locked my bedroom door before I went to bed, and I made sure I had my dog with me. I drifted off to sleep, but I woke up in the middle of the night to the Alexa in the kitchen saying sorry I can't understand that. Then classical piano music started to play. My dog ran to the door and started to growl, but I shushed her because I was pretty sure that someone broke into the house. I stayed up the rest of the night, and I was so glad when daylight broke. I cautiously opened my door, looked in every nook and cranny. I even checked the outside of the house, but there was no sign of forced entry. I decided to unplug the Alexa until my parents got home. I put it out of my head until the next night I wake up to the sound of the Alexa saying sorry I can't understand that, and classical piano music playing. I was scared to death. I didn't sleep much the rest of the time we were gone. I was so relieved when they came back. My mom asked me so how was it when we were gone. I said fine. Later in private I told her my experience and she turned a pale white and said you too? Apparently our house was previously owned by a husband and wife. Sadly the wife died in the house. I was really young when we moved in, so I don't remember it, but when we moved in our house was completely empty except for a piano. My parents called the previous owner about this and he said that he didn't want it. It brought back too many memories. We decided to keep it, and we just never got rid of it. Apparently his wife loved playing the piano. She would play it every night. I'm pretty sure that was her playing the piano in the middle of the night. Last May I was still living in a student house whilst I was doing my master's degree. I was the only person in the house as a few had moved out recently, and the others were away. I was already on edge about this as the area I lived in was well known for burglaries, as student tenants are likely to have expensive belongings, but lacking in security. Anyway, it was about 2 AM, and I was struggling to sleep. My bedroom window directly overlooked the backyard, but it was absolutely pitch black as there were no street lights behind the house. About 2 AM I start hearing rustling noises outside. Probably a cat, I thought, and turned over in bed. But I kept hearing it, and at one point I thought I heard a footstep, as though somebody had vaulted the gate. It would have been impossible to open it without making a lot of noise. I was terrified and convinced the house was about to be robbed. The worst part was that when I snuck over to the window and tried to look out, I couldn't see anything, even though I could still hear noises. Whilst looking outside I did, at one point, think that I'd seen the outline of a figure moving in the yard, but it was hard to tell. I don't know what possessed me to do it, but I grabbed my phone and turned the flashlight on and shone it through the window to see if I could spot whatever was out there. Still couldn't see anything, but the noises stopped, and I got bored of looking and went back to bed. Couple of minutes later I hear one final noise and that was it. It may have just been a rodent or something, or maybe I inadvertently spooked a potential burglar when I shone the light out of the window. Regardless, I'm glad I don't live there anymore. My response will sound wimpy compared to some on here, but here goes. I actually have 2 times I was horribly scared. When I was 13 I was babysitting for my neighbor, as I did all the time. I heard this noise and thought my brother snuck over to scare me, and when I flipped on the outside light there was a big black bear looking in at me. In the wisdom of only a teenager can have, I quickly shut off the light and locked the door before I called my dad. By the time he got there with the rifle, bear was gone. He sat and played rummy with me until neighbor got home. The second time was after my son's wedding. I was going to stay at their house and grandpuppy sit while they went on their honeymoon. I was in a city that I didn't care for. I was watching a movie when grandpuppies go ballistic, which they don't normally do, and so I walked to the back door. Their apt was on the ground floor. When I got to the back door something hit it really loud. The door was locked, so I went into bedroom, where son had told me his .357 revolver was hanging, and walked back through the kitchen to back door. I had heard that same thud about 3 times more as I was getting the gun, and just as I get to door I hear it again. I had left the porch light on earlier, so I moved the shade on the window of the door, and saw it was a dog who had already broke the porch door, and was working on the kitchen one. He was as big as a Shetland pony, and looked crazy as hell, drooling and growling. I grabbed my cell, called 911 and a police officer showed up, but by then the dog took off. He took pictures of the damage and knew whose dog it was, and I asked him if he would mind staying while I put the dogs out one more time. So there I'm holding on to the 2 leashes of the dogs and making small talk with police officer when crazy Cujo comes out if nowhere and goes after me instead of dogs. The officer had to shoot it. He did save me, but I hate for any animal to be shot. But apparently the guy had been told to keep his dogs locked up, and I heard a few weeks later that he was running a dog fighting ring. Kinda wish the cop had shot him too. This is a bit different from what I've read here so far, but here it is. Only my 2 best friends know about this. When I was 19 my parents faked off to Vegas and left me at the house by myself. I started work at 4:30 am and got home around 2. When I got home I realized the car was gone and I was left to my own devices for as long as my funds would allow. At this time in my life I was very into drugs and mixing sheet, popping whatever pills I could find, hoping they'd lead to a good time. I knew where my mom kept her painkillers and sleeping meds, which I'd taken before, so I knew how they'd feel. But what I didn't know was if those pills would be amplified or altered by alcohol. That night I took 2 oxycodone and 1 Ambien, and then began to pound a 5th of Brazilian rum I'd found in the garage. The rest of this story is filled in by my 2 best friends. I called one of them speaking Spanish mixed with intoxicated gibberish. They heard me and knew something was wrong, so they come over and found I'd left the front door unlocked. They walk in to find me sprawled out naked in the middle of the dining room, an absolute mess of what might have been an attempt to make dinner all around me. They put me into my bed and stayed the night to ensure I survived, because they don't know what I'd taken. I wake up the next day with no memory whatsoever, or what happened the previous day, like I can't remember if I went to work or anything. That's what scares me the most, is they cold told I'd done anything, and I'd have not known if it was a lie. I later learned that if I'd done this on a greater scale I might have died. That was what made me realize I needed to fix myself. Now I'm in the army, so it's debatable whether or not I'm doing better lol, but I'm definitely not that far gone anymore. I just wanted to say that it's not too interesting or unique, but it happened, and more than once. That's all. Thanks for listening. I wasn't home alone, but this was probably the most traumatic thing to happen to me, at least top 10. I was about 16 years old, and I was taking a shower before bed. I had the window open to let the steam out. I lived in a good neighborhood. I looked up out the window while washing my hair out to see the ring of a camera in the window. I flipped out, covered myself, and ran to my mum's room, screaming and crying that someone was taking pictures of me in the shower through the window. She was so shocked and delayed we went to my stepfather's office where he worked from home, and he was on a call. We told him what happened. He went to go look in the backyard and found the gate still locked. We called the cops. I told them what had happened and that it was a camera that looked like my stepfather's without even realizing what I was saying, and the cops told me it's someone I knew because they wanted a trophy, the photo, but I wasn't a kid who had people over. I normally would go to their homes. The next day I had a strong feeling. All I can say, it was extremely spiritual. Someone telling me it was my stepfather. It was weird because I was very close to him. He was supposed to even adopt me. I had my boyfriend at the time hop the fence to see if I would be able to hear it. I could clear as day. I realized we had the screen door open for our two chihuahuas that night. They never barked once. I tried to find his camera. Learned shortly after that he had sold it. I had learned at an early age, if you didn't have proof no one would believe you. I stayed silent until I was about maybe 24 years old, and it came up because at this point I had been out on my own since I was 19 years old, and he was literally a pose. It came out what I thought. So my mom hacked his computer and found those pictures and pictures of me with my head cut off and photoshopped on Bornsters. My mother confronted him. He attended to being obsessed with me for years. He thought if he kicked me out of the house it would go away, and he didn't. They divorced, but sadly they have my beautiful baby sister and brother together. I overanalyze everything if I'll let my mind take over. Nights I would wake up to him coming into my room saying he was looking for the cat. When I would wake up, creepy AF, living with your own stalker. When I was 17 years old, my parents were out of town for a long weekend and a girlfriend of mine was staying with me. While we were driving home from work on Friday evening, we passed this beat up truck with two really creepy, prob late 30s early 40s men. They immediately started making sexual gestures, etc. We just sped up to pass them, and they sped up faster and eventually almost ran us off the road. They ended up following us most of the way home, but I pulled off a few streets away from my house. Lived in a somewhat rural area, so only a few houses were near. 0.5-1 mile away by my house. We lost them, we thought, and headed home to get ready to go out that night. My parents were redoing their second story of the house, and so the windows and walls were literally newly put up with a new roof. So the windows were just covered with thick construction tarp stuff. It was summer. Well, I get out of the shower and my friend gets in, and I go outside and happen to notice the truck parked on the side of the road about 150 yards from our house. I go inside to tell her and start seeing flashlights being shined in the windows. I literally hit the floor and crawled to her in the bathroom. Told her what was going on, and almost immediately we heard footsteps and snickering coming from the upstairs construction area. We grabbed two big kitchen knives and ran to the back door nearest to where the car was parked. We literally waited till we heard the steps coming down the stairs, and we ran out the door and got in my car and sped away. This was before cell phones and we only had pagers. We went a couple miles down the road and stopped at a neighbor's house and told him what was going on. He called the cops. They went to the house, and it did appear someone had broken in / cut in through some of the upstairs tarp covered windows, and the lock to the downstairs door was busted. We gave a description of the car and men. They called my parents, but they were hours away. So we stayed with my neighbor. Like 5 hours later the cops pulled them over and found property from my parents housed in their car. They were arrested and charged. Had crazy rap sheets and previous rap charges. We didn't go back to the house until the construction was complete and an alarm system and floodlights were installed. Because of their previous crimes they were sentenced to many years in jail. Edit. Spelling. And I know I wasn't really alone, but pretty damn close when it is just two teenage girls by themselves. I will forever swear that the house I grew up in was haunted. It was in a smaller town in rural Michigan and was over 100 years old when I was living there. When I was a kid I had an imaginary friend named Bobby. When I got to the age where you start moving on from the whole imaginary friend phase, really weird things started happening around my house. I'd see shadows really frequently and hated going in the basement alone because of how off it always felt. One time I was showering when I was home alone and I started hearing really loud thumps from the kitchen, which was right next to the bathroom. I quickly got out of the shower and went looking for what I assumed was an axe murderer in my house. When I walked out into the kitchen all of the cabinets and drawers were open at varying angles. My dad wondered why I was sitting outside when he got home, but it's because I wasn't messing with that nonsense. Over the years I definitely saw an older man and a young boy in that house. My dad says that ghosts don't exist, but can't explain the time where a TV turned on by itself while not being anywhere near a plug when he was home alone. A few years later I started learning about the paranormal and would try to be polite and communicative with whoever was there. After that I never really had a frightening experience, though I would still see shadows around. Later on I started dating a guy who ended up being absolutely horrible for me, and we left him at my house for a few minutes to grab breakfast from a drive-thru one day. When we got back he looked terrified and swore something had slapped him. I think it was whoever was my imaginary friend as a child looking out for me. I thought I found my dead neighbor. I was in college and I lived in a janky fourplex. We had a little driveway and parking behind the apartments. My neighbor lived in one of the upstairs apartments with an entrance in the back. I roll up one night and almost run over what I thought was a duffel bag. I quickly realize it's a person. I'm freaking out. It's the dead of winter. There's a body at the bottom of the stairs. And I'm thinking this person is either dead or they're going to murder me as soon as I get out of my car. I don't really know why I thought a dead person would murder me, but yeah, no point. I call my sister and drag my balls of steel out of the car so I can check on the dead guy. I realize it's my creepy neighbor who would seemingly always be on the back patio whenever I got home and would ask me to come up to his apartment. I'm yelling at him, hey, wake up. I'm convinced the dude is dead. The frat guys next door are having a party, so I enlist one of them to help me. Brad is screaming in the guy's face, patting his chest. Hey buddy, you good, bro? You good, man? Dude is still dead. At this point, I'm on the phone with 911. Brad ditches me because he's underage. Cops and ambulance show up. The guy isn't dead, but he's wasted. They get him awake and on his feet. He tries to take his pizza box and walk up the stairs, but can't make it. Paramedics want to check him out, and the cops want to talk to him. He's pissed and incoherent. I give the police my story and go hide inside. I'm scared he's going to confront me later about calling the cops, but I thought the dude was dead. Thankfully, I never really had another interaction with him, but I hope he got his shit together. Maybe it's something that many other people have already talked about, but there were these 3 dudes trying to break in. For the time being, we already knew that the neighborhood I lived in was turning more dangerous. My mom, aware of this, had secured the house with bars even above the backyard. At first I thought it was some overreacting by her, but oh man, I was wrong. She has one of those jobs that require her presence in different places around the country every now and then. One of those, she took my sister with her, and I was all alone at home. It was great the first 2 days. Junk food, movies and video games, only using really necessary kitchen utensils, because everyone hates washing the dishes. The teenager dream. However, in the middle of the 3rd day I was watching Meet the Robinsons when I started to hear like someone was scratching the garage door. From the window beside the door I sneak a peek, just one eye, because I wasn't expecting any visitors and the neighbors didn't have any pets. Even if it was one of my next door friends, they would have to ring the bell or yell at me. Something weird was happening. There was this man checking the locks in the door, trying to figure how to open it, but my mom is more clever than anyone and has a very complex trick with the locks and even a chainsaw. If you don't open that in the correct order, it won't work. I turned off the TV and tried to make the less sounds possible. The man with the locks was starting to get anxious when he looked over the window I was, but then I hid behind the main door. I thought he has just spotted me, but actually no, he kept trying to do that thing. But after that things get worse. I heard steps in the roof. They were probably looking for other entrance, and I ran to check the back door. The backyard was totally secured. It was protected, but even so, I could see the shadows of other 2 people walking around my house roof. I was panicking. Then I asked myself, what could a boy do? Being home alone. My godfather has always looked after me. In the absence of a father, he has been a very supportive figure. He works as a train machinist, and he gives me some interesting gadgets he gets from his work. I also have New Year fireworks leftovers, so I planned a way To protect my house from a window I threw smoke bombs in the garden, so I make sure they got distracted. With that I ignite a handheld flare and grab a train air horn. I ran outside screaming, shaking the flare, and honking alerting all my neighborhood. Maybe it was a bit childish, but that was all I could imagine to save my house. After all that shit, my friends' fathers ran out of their houses and tried to catch the burglars, with no luck. Then I called my mom and explained everything, but she didn't believe me until my neighbors talked to her since that. And now that I moved to live on my own, I tried to replicate the complex lock shenanigans and always have some booby traps to answer any weird situation. Oh, I have one. Please bear with me. I'm gonna explain what might seem impossible at first. I was 10, maybe 11 at the time. I used to be alone at home for a few hours after school, since both my parents worked at that time. One particular day, I was home, watching TV and waiting for Teen Titans to come on while I ate my lunch. Suddenly, the screen went blank, and face popped up on the screen. The face: "Now your TV is in my control. You're going to watch what I want you to." These might not be the actual words. I'm paraphrasing. I was confused and a bit scared at this point. I stopped eating my lunch and rushed towards the remote and tried changing the channel. It did not work. The face: "This stupid remote will not work. Now everything is in my control." Again, paraphrasing. The face keeps on saying some stuff, but I'm shit scared at this point. I sprint to the door, didn't look back. I turned off the main switch for the electricity in the house on my way out and ran away in 40 faking degrees Celsius, 104 degrees Fahrenheit for my North Americans friends. After an hour or so of roaming around in the sun, hungry and thirsty, I decided to go back in. Turned on the main switch, tiptoed to the TV, and switched it on. Everything worked fine, and I spent another hour watching TV from the main door until my mother came back from work. Now for the explanation. I found out in the rerun of the episode later that evening that it was actually a Teen Titans episode where a villain takes over all the TVs in the world, and they start episode like this. The confidence was that I tried changing the channel at the perfect moment for the face to say that the remote won't work. It was an old TV and the remote malfunctioned a lot. It happened to not work at that point, but the 10-year-old me just took off without thinking anything. Edit: grammar and some typos. When I was around 10, my parents moved me from the rooms me and my younger sister shared on the top floor of our house down to my new room on the bottom floor. This room was about 15 feet from our back door. Our neighborhood has an elementary school in it and is considered fairly safe. One night I just couldn't fall asleep, so I decide to go make myself a sandwich and get something to drink. At this point it's around 2:30 in the morning when suddenly I hear a knock at the door. Me being the absolute dumb as I'm, decided to answer the door. When I open the door, there is this pretty overweight woman, whom I now know was severely intoxicated, was standing talking about how our next door neighbors were getting arrested and she needed my help. I then let her in and lead her deeper into the house, into the kitchen, where my parents have a very fine set of knives and an assortment of other various sharp objects. I suddenly realize I have made a mistake and decide to go wake my parents. My dad wakes up and comes downstairs to see her just chilling in the kitchen drunk as fuck, and he starts to figure out what's going on. Turns out she was just super drunk and needed a ride home because both my neighbors had been arrested for drunk and disorderly conduct. My dad gets her into his car and tries to take her home. On the way to her house he gets pulled over because his tail light is out. When the cop gets to his car window he recognizes the woman as a local drunk. TLDR, I let the local drunk in at 2:30 am and probably should be dead. Edit: typos. Pretty sure I've told this story before on a similar question, and I know no one is going to see this. There are nearly 13k comments right now, but I'll tell it anyways. When I was like 22, I was renting my cousin's summer house, which happened to be my grandparents' old house. When they passed away, he took it over but rarely used it. My grandma actually passed away in the house, so I used to joke about if there was a ghost, it was her. That was funny and all until strange shit started happening. I lived alone and the neighborhood I was in was mostly empty. It was the winter and most houses were beach houses. My closest neighbor was like 4 houses down, and he was a very elderly man. Anyways, I had a motion light by my back door. I purposely angled it so that it would only go off if you were right in front of the door. That faking light used to go off like clockwork in the middle of the night, usually right around midnight. The first couple times I assumed it was an animal or maybe someone trying to break in, but it happened so often that I would literally sprint towards the window when it happened. Never once did I see anything. If I had friends over, they also started getting freaked out and would help me look. One night we sat right by the window for hours to try to catch whatever it was. We got up for maybe 10 seconds to get beers from the fridge, and when we got back, the light was on. Again, we saw nothing. I also came home several times to the attic light being on. You could see the light from the driveway. I used to get home around 8 p.m. and the light had to be turned on from inside the attic. Literally the only time I went up there was to turn the light off. So back to the original question. The single most terrifying moment happened to me at this house one random night. By this point I felt pretty uncomfortable being alone in the house at night, but this was like a Tuesday, so all my friends were asleep or whatever. I had a super uneasy feeling from the moment I got home to the moment I went to bed. I tried to ignore it and watched The Office on Netflix to try and take my mind off it and get in a good spot mentally. It didn't work. I started drinking so that I would sleep easier. Also didn't work. Finally I felt so uncomfortable that I forced myself to go to bed. I went upstairs, locked the bedroom door, and started reading a book on my Kindle to help me sleep. Sure enough, like 30 seconds after I shut the light off, the motion light turned on. I freaked out, looked out the window, nothing. I chugged the rest of my drink and tried to fall asleep. For the next 20 to 30 minutes, I kept hearing what sounded like someone walking up and down the stairs. It got to the point where I was holding a knife and one hand in my phone with 911 ready in the other. For a while, I was laying on the floor, looking under the crack of the door to confirm someone was in the house before I called the police. I never saw anything, but the sounds continued. This wasn't creaking floorboards or old pipes. It sounded like someone was shuffling around the house and going up and down the steps. Eventually, it stopped. I was relieved but still terrified. I got back into bed, knife on the bedside table and phone in hand. I started to doze off but then heard what I can only describe as a gunshot. It sounded like it came from the kitchen and scared the absolute shit out of me. I spent the rest of the night sitting up in bed with 911 on speed dial. When the sun came up and I hadn't heard anything for several hours, I reluctantly made my way downstairs. I had both my knife and my phone in hand and was checking every corner as I made my down. Behind doors, under beds, the closets, etc. Faking terrifying. When I got to the kitchen, I looked absolutely everywhere for what could possibly have made that loud bang I heard earlier. Nothing was out of place. Nothing exploded, fell off the counter, etc. I then checked all the windows and doors and sure enough, they were all locked from the inside. I even did a perimeter search of the yard and found nothing. So yeah, if someone did manage to break in, they didn't take anything and somehow managed to lock the deadbolt/chain on the door behind them. It baffles me to this day and I have no idea what the fuck happened. TLDR. Pretty sure the house I was staying at was / is haunted. So, not my story, but someone close to me. He was a firefighter and worked on an ambulance. TLDR at the bottom. He saw all kinds of things no one should, but the last one pushed it over the edge and he went to call suicide by gun, where the guy had shot himself twice few minutes earlier. Obviously dead. They have to wait for the police to get there and clear the scene. He said police got there about 40 minutes later, went in, and instantly started screaming to them. The person was still alive and conscious. The guy died just minutes out from my state's major hospital. It's like 40 minutes from his town. This left him with horrible PTSD. It's 2 years later, and I was in town, a few streets away, when my relative, who lives alone, calls me almost hysterical. Get here. I got there in about a minute, but he was curled up into a ball in a corner and bawling his eyes out. He kept repeating he's following me, and I just saw him. I noticed he had let his 2 dogs out and was looking for some physical threat. After a few seconds, it clicked. My relative just saw the guy. In a few more minutes, but I realized that my relative was seeing the guy at work, at home, driving at night for the last 2 years. He said he would feel someone watching him, look around, and would see the guy there, staring at him. I spent the night taking care of my relative, but he lives alone, and who knows how many times he's seen the guy. Not sure if this really answers Op's question, but some of the scariest stuff I can imagine. TLDR, a relative worked on an ambulance, went to a call where someone shot themselves twice. The guy was alive and conscious until they were mentions outside a major hospital. Relative has been seeing the guy since whenever alone. I was 17 and dating a guy who slapped me once during an argument. I was horrified, yet he cried, begged, and pleaded. He didn't know what had come over him, couldn't believe he had done it. Please forgive him, on and on. I was foolish enough to do so. But the violence escalated to the point where he actually threatened to kill me and my beloved parents. He knew how to get into our house, located in a lovely neighborhood, even if it was locked. Neighbors at his apartment complex called the police many times when they heard me screaming, yet they did nothing. I had nowhere to turn and said nothing to anyone for one reason: to protect my parents. By this point, I knew the man was a monster. There was no reason to doubt his threats, and every reason to take them seriously. Which brings me to answer the question at last. I was home alone one night taking a bath upstairs with everything locked up tight when I heard sounds on the stairs. It was him. He came into the bathroom, pushed my head under the water, and tried to drown me. I remember very little other than fighting with all my might. Decades later, I'm still certain he had every intention of killing me. It's interesting how your brain protects you. Beyond those first few seconds as I was fighting for my life, I remember nothing. Don't recall how I managed to survive, and have no idea how I got him to leave the house. It's entirely gone. The aftermath. Thank God he eventually left me alone, after I did tell him I would call the police. Tragically, I was told he moved on to repeat the pattern and terrorize many other women. I didn't tell anyone about the experience for many years and only tell it now, because if could possibly save a life. If you ever experience even a hint of violence while you're in a relationship, do not walk, run to the exit. Don't believe his or her apology or excuse. Don't be moved by tears. It will happen again. It will get worse. Tell a trusted adult, family member or friend. Reach out to an organization that deals with domestic violence. Call the police. Laws have changed since that time. Remember, you did nothing to cause his or her behavior. I was so young, and for many years, was ashamed this had happened to me. Somehow, I thought it must have been my fault. Eventually, I discovered how wrong I was. I was an innocent victim of one sick individual. Period. Join a support group. Talk to others who've been there. Realize there is nothing you could ever do, or have done to give anyone license to hurt you, verbally or physically, ever. Always remember there is no one in the world who has the unique beauty and talent that is yours alone. Heal, surround yourself with people who will give you the kind of love you richly deserve, and above all, love yourself. Thank you so much for reading this. Sending love to you all. Nothing to do with potential kidnappers or anything, but one day I was sitting on the living room floor, folding laundry, while my 4-year-old was sitting on the couch, watching cartoons. For reference, the couch is up against the wall, and you can see straight down the hallway, to your right. Out of the corner of my eye, I see my son's head jerk toward the hallway, like something caught his eye, and continues to look that way for 2 or 3 seconds. I asked him what he was looking at, and without saying a word, he goes to jump off the couch and bolt down the hall. I yelled hey, and he stops, so I ask him again. He says, that boy, can I play with him? Pretty confused, I asked him what boy, and he goes, that boy, with the green backpack. He went into my room, before trying to run back there again. We were home alone. So I tried to stay calm, chalk it up to his imagination, and told him that there was no boy, and to stay with me in the living room. He looked quite confused, but sat back down, and got lost in his cartoons again. About 2 hours later, I go to take a nap, and said he could lay with me in my bed. As we're walking past his room, he stops and looks in, and gets this sad look on his face. I asked him what was wrong, and he says he's not here. I didn't see him leave. Where did he go? Nope. I believe he really saw something. Another time, as we were sleeping, he whispered, "Do you see him? There's a man outside your door." I jolted up and saw no one, but to amuse my son, I yelled out, "Go away." The freaking power went out at that very second. My cousin, M17, who lived with us M10, 8, 5 growing up, bought mushrooms for the first time after school for the weekend. This weekend he was babysitting us for Friday night to Sunday morning. His plan was to take them and trip on Friday night after we were in bed. On night. I remember watching The Nutty Professor and Big Trouble in Little China with all the best candy and popcorn, playing games and drinking pop. Around our bedtime a thunderstorm came up and started to shake the house. It was still a couple kms away but really loud. It was scary not having my mom, but then the power went out. My brothers and I ended up staying awake in the living room scared. The reason we were scared was my cousin started getting frantic looking for water for us, getting our bedding, the phone and all other necessities we could need before telling us he has to go outside. We asked why we had each other, but the thing is he never returned till the morning. We were freaking out but eventually we all passed out. My cousin's night, which he told me years later, my cousin decided that, since the kids were doing so good, he might as well prep for the experience he was destined to have this said evening. He gathered his water bottle, his munches, and was prepared for his evening. He was excited because there was a storm approaching, so in anticipation he went to the kitchen away from prying eyes and decided to start chewing his mushrooms. He said he thought that we heard everything and were going to mark on him, but we were all ignorant to his misdeeds. He swallows the mushrooms and starts to get us into our respective rooms when the power went off. He is worried because the kids now need more attention, so we have a camp in the living room. Soon after calming us down he starts racing around the house trying to get everything the kids would need to be safe on their own until he came back down. During this race the effects of his mushrooms kick in. He tells us he has to leave and runs out the door. He had a trip in the thunder and lightning, completely naked, screaming his guys out. It scarred him that he never did hallucinatory drugs ever again. In 1994 at 4:34 am, I heard the door to our bedroom open. I thought it was my husband, but I could hear him lightly snoring next to me. There was a street light that cast a slightly dim light into the window in our bedroom and I could make out a short man with balding hair, and he absolutely reeked of stale cigarette smoke. He was going through the items on my husband's chest of drawers. My husband moved slightly, and the man just crouched down at the foot of our bed. He then walked up beside me, and I was afraid he could hear my heart beating loud and fast. I was terrified more than I had ever been afraid of in my life. I was afraid he was going to hurt or kill us. He started feeling around on my nightstand as I watched through slightly opened eyes. He then went out of our bedroom and shut the bedroom door behind him. I rolled over towards my husband and put my hand on his mouth to wake him. If he was awakened before his normal time he would cuss at me, so I knew I couldn't have that. I told him a man came into our bedroom and just walked out. My husband was a reserve police officer, but his gun was in our office locked in his gun cabinet. I had always placed my handbag on the post of our stairs. He took that. I had left less than a half pack of cigarettes and lighter on our kitchen island, and he took those. My husband looked for something he could hit the man with and found the tripod for our camera, while I called 911. Our living room had a large window overlooking the street, and apparently the man saw the police car pull up with their lights flashing and went out the back patio door that he previously pried open into the dark. The officers looked around the house before coming in the house to talk to us. That same man had broken into another house before ours and walked past the owner in the hallway where the owner was going to the restroom and casually walked out of the house. Here's the real scary part. On the outskirts of our town was a state prison. When the inmates were released they stayed at a small motel a few blocks from us until their rides could come to town to pick them up the next day. The officers were telling us the motel had a contract with the prison system to give them a safe place to stay before leaving town. They felt confident this man was a recent release from the prison. He didn't offer to hurt us, but he could have if we had got up out of bed while he was in the bedroom. The police never found him, but I don't think they really tried either. If he had bothered to turn the light on in the kitchen, he would have seen 2 full cartons of cigarettes on the same island that my husband had purchased the evening before. My purse only had a penny in it, and I didn't have any credit cards in it. Our insurance company paid for our new patio door with a better lock, so it wouldn't be so easy to open. I lived in an apartment on the 2nd story of a 2-story apartment building near my college campus. I lived there for 7 years without any other incidents, but one night I awoke in the wee hours of the morning to someone beating on my door. It sounded like several people or one very angry person. They were beating so hard it sounded like they wanted to break it down. I tried to sneak up to the peephole, but they heard me, and the pounding stopped. When I tried to look out, I couldn't see anything, because whoever it was had their hand over the peephole. I waited a minute and looked again and didn't see anyone. Nothing else happened that night. A few years later I got married, and my wife and I lived in a small townhouse apartment just across the street from where I used to live. The worst night was when our door was repeatedly beaten upon, not unlike the first story, throughout the night. We also heard shouts and fighting in the streets outside. At some point a crying woman started banging on the door demanding to be let inside. I felt bad not looking, but I've heard it's a favorite tactic to lure people out. Had it just been me, I might risked it, but I had my wife and infant son inside with me, so no go. My wife and I just huddled in our bedroom with our son and prayed whatever was going on outside would go away, and eventually it did. We saw other crazy stuff and fights over drugs outside too on other nights. That place got worse and worse until we decided to move, whatever the cost, for the sake of our little onezo. And if you're wondering why we didn't call the police, we did many times, and they just never really came by, or came by hours later when it had calmed down. I talked to a police sergeant at church about it, and he told me that entire area was full of crime and drugs and the police are swamped with calls for that place. He says they do the best they can, but his advice was just to move out. So we did. One day, while my family's house was for sale, I glanced down into the backyard and saw a guy walking through it. This wasn't immediately alarming, because we lived near a golf course and our backyard wasn't fenced, so we often had golfers walking or driving through our yard. Something about it made me a bit uneasy, though, so I checked to see if there was a car parked outside / down the street. Nothing. I didn't see him for several minutes, so I went back to business as usual and went to the kitchen to make a coffee. As I left the kitchen, I saw him out of the corner of my eye standing next to my garage, and this time it was enough to really scare me. As I mentioned, the house was for sale, and our lockbox was on a door that entered into our garage, which was exactly where he was standing, fiddling with something I couldn't see. So obviously, my mind jumps to he's trying to break in. House for sale, middle of the day, lockbox on a door. It seemed plausible. I ended up running back upstairs, because pretty much everywhere downstairs and all of the house exit points were within view of where he was standing, so it seemed dumb to try and run or stay downstairs. I called my mom, who informed me that it was probably the guy there to check some meter, which was placed right next to that door. I guess he couldn't find it at first, which is why he was walking through the backyard. I monitored him for the next 10 minutes as he finished his job, walked back down our cul-de-sac, and was eventually picked back up by this industrial truck that had apparently just dropped him off. Thankfully, he was just there doing his job, but he thoroughly freaked me out in the process. I wouldn't count this as immediately terrifying, more of a holy shit when it all came together. So me and my brother woke up like a normal day and realized we were home alone. I casually went over to my parents' window to look out the front, and there was police tape covering our driveway. Confused, I immediately called my parents and explained what we saw. They were just as confused and said they left around 2 hours ago to go shopping. They immediately drove home and spoke to the policeman outside to ask why our house was taped up when their 2 kids were indoors. He said that he banged on our door multiple times but no one answered. What can I say? I'm a deep sleeper. As it turns out, it was all to do with our neighbor whose house was joined to ours. At around 7 AM a car had pulled up, and about 5 men with weapons of some kind, like bats, crowbars etc., went into our neighbor's home. Around 5 minutes later he ran out of their back door and over our fence, then through our back gate. There was a blood trail all through our garden, which was why it was taped up. We had forensic people round to take samples, but it was a really strange thing to see as a kid. Like our back gate was just stained with blood all over. As far as I know he suffered a bad head injury, but made a full recovery. Never found out the exact reason he was beaten up, but my dad said it had something to do with drugs. I was young, so he never told me the full story. They moved out about a year later after the wife accidentally flooded the whole place, which really pissed off my dad as some of the damage made its way to our house. It was obvious she had done this intentionally for many reasons, but I'm just glad they got the fuck out when they did. Terrifying. Also quite funny. For context, I had a live-in boyfriend, but he wasn't home. Come home from a long day at the hospital and noticed my pet rabbit was out of his pen and a bunch of stuff had been thrown around. Exhausted after a 14-hour shift, I was like whatever, got naked, put on a robe, and went to take a shower and get the hospital off me. As I headed for the bathroom, I looked around at the mess a little perplexed. There was even an overturned chair and there were papers all over the living room floor. I figured the rabbit must have just gotten out somehow and somehow knocked stuff around. I'll clean it up when I get out of the shower. Head to the shower. Once I got in the bathroom, I was further confused by the fact that there was mud and crumpled up electrical tape everywhere, but my boyfriend was in construction and really fix. Maybe he was doing something earlier and had to leave real fast or something, though it seemed unlike him to leave a mess. Sleepily reaching into the shower to turn on the hot water, my hand knocked something heavy and soft that was hanging from the shower head. I look up to see what the fuck it is, and it's a dismembered body part, like a thigh or something, hanging from the shower head. I immediately screamed and ran outside to the yard. Randomly, my brother and our cousin, who are both MMA cage fighters, just happened to be not just down the street heading my way on the way to a beach party, but they had a car full of MMA dudes. I call my brother frantically saying someone broke into my house. I'm in the yard in nothing but a robe, terrified. There's a body part hanging in my shower. Help. My brother, cousin, and a car full of jacked dudes wielding baseball bats and crowbars gets out and rushes into my apartment. I'm serious, this all happened in less than 5 minutes. A few minutes later they come out and say, it's a pocket bussy hanging in your shower. OMG. I did not know my boyfriend had one of those, nor did I know what one looked like, and that they looked like creepy dismembered body parts. Moreover, it didn't explain the mess. However, I did succeed in showing my brother, cousin, and their entire MMA group my boyfriend's pocket bussy, so I had that going for me. This happened a long time ago, but I have vivid memories about it. Everyone in the family, except me, went to visit family members for a Sunday family gathering. I was home alone as I was ill. All of a sudden the sky roared with the sound of numerous airplanes flying overhead. Then I heard explosions. I went outside to see what was going on. It was December 7th, 1941, and Honolulu was being attacked by Japanese aircraft. People in the neighborhood got into panic mode, and grown women were screaming and in tears, and men were gathering valuables from home, placing them into their autos, rushed family members into the cars, and started driving off to who knows where. Shells from a gun somewhere struck the neighborhood movie theater, a school building, and a business establishment in loud explosions. I was a little kid, home alone and frightened out of my mind as I had no idea what was going on. A neighbor woman came into my home as she knew that I was home alone, as my parents asked her to drop in on me in their absence. She was also in tears and panicky, but got me dressed and took me to her home, and we all hid in their basement. My parents rushed home, packed essentials, got us all in the family car to head towards the mountains that were a backdrop for the city of Honolulu. My dad complained about our escape the whole time, because as he put it, this is a small island, and where could we possibly hide from an invading army? Fortunately, the invasion never came. When I was like 4 years old, I think, I was with my young sister, 2 or 3 at the time, and the cleaning lady, who also took care of us when my parents were at work in the afternoon. She put us to watch TV and eat so she could have some privacy, and went to the bathroom to try abort her baby in my house. The bigger problem was, the abortion went wrong and she died. This was in the middle of the afternoon. My parents would only arrive home later, and my house only had one bathroom available at the time. The door was locked when we ended eating and called her cause my sister wanted to use the bathroom. Nobody responded. We didn't understand what was going on. My sister started crying a lot, and I remember she throwing up in front of the bathroom. I don't remember a lot of things cause I was really young. I also remember my parents arriving, and I wasn't able to open the door cause it was locked. They had to call a guy to open it, and to open the bathroom's door, that was also locked. I didn't see anything cause my mom took us to the neighbor, but I remember someone like the police taking something under a white blanket, her body, out of my house. After the investigation, the police told my mom that the aborted baby's dad was a evangelical pastor who was married with another woman, had other kids, and asked the lady to abort cause nobody could found out that he had a baby outside his marriage. PS. Forgive the grammar mistakes, if there is some, cause English is not my mother language, and I'm not practicing a lot. Lived in this house in Howard City, Michigan, just off the freeway on Tamarack Creek, back when I was anywhere from 12 to 14 years old. I had previously woken up in the middle of the night to see 3 kids in my bedroom, one kneeling on the floor next to my bed. That wasn't the terrifying thing though, just adding some previous experience for context. No, what happened that terrified me happened after coming home from school one day when both of my parents were still working. This happened often, and I would come home and start my homework until one of them got out of work. I came in the house, set my bag on the kitchen table, took out my homework, and sat on the couch to work on it. I'm supposed to sit at the table, but I was a kid, and halfway through a worksheet, one of the heavier textbooks that I left on the table flew off of it and landed in the living room straight in front of me, like someone threw it at me. The kitchen/dining room looked straight into the living room towards the cough. So I could see everything that happened clearly, and nothing interacted with the book before it moved. Shortly after this, I could hear something in the kitchen that sounded like a scratching/tapping noise, so I got up to check it out, and the large kitchen knife from our knife block fell off the counter onto the floor when it had been in the knife block. I promptly turned on afternoon cartoons and sat there waiting for my parents in case anyone reads this and is curious about the house. I wasn't home alone exactly, but I was the only adult in the house. My older sister and her partner went on a date. I stayed home to babysit her 4 children, ranging from 5 to 10 years old. The kids were already in bed, and I was in my room playing Minecraft. I'd only need to get up to lock the house up before bed or to cuddle one of the kids if they had a nightmare or something. Easy peasy. My sister popped her head in my bedroom door to let me know they were heading out. We said our goodbyes, then they left. As I sat in bed I listened to my sister's boots on the deck outside our front door, then her partner's heavy boots as the front door slid shut behind them. I heard from my bedroom that they hadn't locked the door behind them. The house was very quiet, and I had lived there long enough to know I would have heard it from my bedroom. Then I heard her partner's truck rev up, back out onto the road, and drive away. I briefly thought about locking the door in case I fell asleep or something, but I knew I'd likely be up late playing video games and my sister would probably get home before I went to bed, so I decided nap. Fuck it. 10 minutes after my sister and her partner left, I heard heavy footsteps on the deck again. Then the sliding door opened. I thought to myself, oh, that sounds like sister's partner. He must have forgotten something. I listened curiously as the footsteps walked directly to the kitchen, and I heard the sounds of various kitchen drawers opening, being rummaged through, and closing again. Then the footsteps went back the way they came, back through the sliding door, onto the deck, and off into the night. I decided then that I should actually lock the door, just in case I did fall asleep. Wouldn't want some nutter breaking in, right? So I walked out, locked up the whole house, and went back to my room. It was only after my sister and her partner drive back into the driveway that I realized I never heard the truck. I double checked with my sister, hey, did you guys come back to the house like 10 minutes after leaving? I heard your partner come home. She said no. Someone saw 2 adults leave. Someone walked into the house, knowing damn well that other people were inside, lights on and door unlocked. Then they went into the kitchen, rummaged for God knows what, and left again. A total faking stranger broke into the house and simply left. I have no idea if they walked around the property or if they had plans to come back. They didn't even steal anything. They had to have walked past some valuable electronics when they walked in, and they didn't even care. I'm so fucking glad whoever it was never went exploring through the house. If they had found any of the children or hurt them, I don't know what I'd do. Point it occurred to me years later to ask my sister if she remembered my telling her about the guy who broke into our house, and she said yes. I asked her again if it was her or her partner who came home. I figured if it was some kind of prank she would give up the ghost after all these years. I also figured if he'd come home for something embarrassing like a condom she would admit it. Now that I was an adult, we are pretty close. Instead of a teenager. Nope. She maintains it wasn't them. Point to this day I have no fucking clue who the mystery intruder was. They now have security cameras installed on the property. I was babysitting my 3 younger siblings, 8, 6, and 10 months, at 15 years old, one of which was a cancer patient at the time, and connected to this pump thing that administered meds and such. I had just put my baby sister down and suddenly heard a loud scrape on the deck. We live in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Like nowhere, and I knew my parents wouldn't be back yet. There was another scrape and this time a loud guttural noise that I took as someone trying to shove on the door hard. Point I panicked like crazy and just ran up to the door and started screaming, "I have a gun. I have a gun. Get the fuck out of here, I have a gun. There's a cancer kid in here." And heard this weird flop noise and more scraping. Then this awful scream / deep throated gagging. Shaking and almost peeing myself, I quick flipped on the deck light and peered outside the door. Turns out my dad had put out some food scraps with poison mixed in to kill some raccoons that had been faking with his garbages. Only it didn't kill the raccoons. The biggest possum I still have ever seen had gotten into it instead. And by the looks of him, he had been eating our trash for some time. I'm not kidding when I say the thing had to be almost 30 pounds. It was ginormous. Point, and it was dying a very agonizing death right on our deck, I think out of spite. So this faker is shooting foam out of its mouth, shooting bloody sheet out of its ass, and clawing so hard at the wood deck that the scrapes are still there 17 years later. All while making these glug glug ga noises. I called my dad and told him he needed to come home, and I'll never ever forget listening to that possum just melt from the inside out, and my dad and mom getting home to the scene. Point some say my mom shouting Jesus fucking Christ Michael. Can still be heard on still nights. I'll bite. This was probably mid to late 2016, and my parents went to either Arizona or Tennessee for 4 days. They did both that year and I don't remember which trip this was. But I had the entire house to myself, and naturally the first thing I did was buy a whole bunch of weed and resolve myself to spend the entire time being a self-indulgent degenerate like I used to be fond of doing back then. It was probably about 2-3 AM and I was sitting in my room high as hell watching Supernatural. I had been talking to a couple friends over Discord or Skype before that, and they had just gone to sleep. I settled down expecting to have a relaxing night watching an episode or two, then getting a snack and falling asleep. Point. But then I heard something. It was some shuffling and banging right outside the house in the front yard. I ignored it and went back to my show, but then I hear it again. This time even closer and much louder. I paused my show and just sat there in silence as the noises kept going on, and I slowly grew terrified as I looked out the window and saw no one outside. The only place they could be was directly in front of the house, within arm's reach of the front door or any of the windows, which is a blind spot from my bedroom window. So I go downstairs, and I'm a little nervous to look out the window, so I turned around and ran to grab a Michael Myers type knife from the kitchen and slowly started creeping to the window in the downstairs bedroom. I looked out and there was nothing there. I thought to myself how I hadn't heard anything since I walked downstairs, and told myself that whoever it was now gone. But right as I'm about to turn around I hear it again, this time much louder, and to my left with a grunting sound added in. I run over to the front door and look out the window directly next to it. All I hear and see is a loud banging and some speedy movement jetting to the right back towards the window in the downstairs bedroom I was just looking out of. Whoever was there is now out of my view. I thought that they had seen me walking up to the window and took off to where I couldn't see them point. So what is my genius move? I don't go to the other window to see if they're there. I don't go grab my phone and call anyone. I quietly open the door, take a long slow step out. Then the second my foot is on the ground I turn to the right and sprint over. What I saw next scared the living shit out of me. There was nothing at first until I heard scuffling behind the trash cans, and the second I looked over, a massive Rottweiler runs at me. So it wasn't a burglar or a serial killer like I feared. It was my neighbor's faking dog who had just broken through the shaky wooden fence which keeps him in the backyard. He didn't run up to attack me or anything. He just sat down in front of me waiting to be petted. His whole point, he's still alive and apparently still gets out all the time, but never leaves the radius of mine and my neighbor's yard. He's a very friendly and playful pup. Was in the basement cleaning the kitty litter. Doors were unlocked, so I could carry the dirty litter outside, but they were securely shut, so our cat couldn't get outside. I was alone, since I work from home, was on my lunch break, but expected my husband to come home for his lunch break soon. As I'm doing the litter, I hear the very clear sound of the door opening and then closing. I call up to my husband that I'm doing the litter and will be up in a secretary. I finish and go up, see the bathroom door shut, visible from the kitchen, and figure my husband is chilling in there on his phone, as he is known to do. I prattle away about plans for the evening, stuff happening at work, etc. I glance at the time before I go back to work and stop dead in my tracks. I accidentally went on lunch an hour early. My husband wouldn't even be getting off work for another 15 minutes. I grabbed a knife and had 911 dialed on my phone and looked in the bathroom. No one there. Checked each closet. Checked the basement crawl space. Attic. No one there. Left me 100% rattled by the time my husband got home. I work with the doors locked from then on. Best I can guess is maybe it was the bathroom door getting bumped shut by the cats. I could have sworn it was the sound of the front door and footsteps though. It still gives me goosebumps. I was 13, and I wasn't alone, but my parents and 10-year-old sister were fast asleep. My neighbor and best friend was leaving for a cottage, and I told her I didn't care what time it was. I wanted her to knock on my door so I could see her off. She warned me that her parents were planning on leaving at 6:30 a.m. and I said I didn't care. Next morning, Good Friday before Easter, I was awakened by knock at the door. I sleepily looked at my alarm clock which read 6:30 a.m. so I figured it must be her. I sluggishly walked down the stairs. When I looked through our peephole I saw what looked like a very short person dressed in all black. I thought it must be my grandma, who was very short in stature and traditionally wore all black because she was widowed. I opened the door, eyes still half closed, and no one was there. A second later I heard a noise, looked down and there was a little person darting towards the door to come in. I screamed and slammed the door. I knew this knocked him back because I heard a loud thump. My parents came running. I was so startled I started crying. There is a little man at the door. They dismissed me saying I must have dreamt it and told me to go back to bed. I hid under my covers and heard my dad open the door to investigate. When he came back in and declared in his Portuguese accent, "Oh shit, there is a guy outside." He was speaking to my father in Spanish, but was very intoxicated. My father offered to give him a ride home. First he covered the passenger seat with an old blanket as he was smelling of urine. His directions led them back in front of our house. My dad offered to drop him off at the closest busy intersection. During the ride he told my dad, "My friend, she hurt me," assuming he was referring to me. My dad told him, "She is not your friend. You stay away from her." My dad saw him at a bar recently before covered lol. I wasn't alone, but I was a kid, maybe 12 or so, and was home with my sister, maybe 16. It was early evening, maybe 6 p.m. or so, and as it was summer, still daylight outside. About halfway down the street lived a couple that were going through a bitter divorce. My dad, as one of the religious leaders for our congregation, had been involved in a counseling capacity and had finally recommended that the wife leave her abusive husband. Well, the wife apparently told the husband about this, and he came down to our house in a drunken rage. I still remember him getting out of his truck, and literally a beer bottle fell out behind him. He had a baseball bat, and was yelling and screaming. He didn't even knock, he just tried the front door. Luckily my sister had locked the door long before he got to it. He stood on our doorstep yelling and cursing and slurring his words and waving the bat around like a lunatic. My sister was trying to stay quiet and called my brother, a pretty big dude, who was at work a few miles away. My brother got there in literally less than 5 minutes, at which point the neighbor had already driven off. He never hit the door with the bat, but did a few times with his fists. The divorce proceeded a few days later, and the neighbor, wife, kicked him out. So nothing ever really came of it, but 12-year-old me was terrified. Just a wooden door between me and someone who very much intended to hurt me. To this day I've never been a fan of drinking, and don't drink myself. Oh boy, here we go. First let me set the stage. I'm in 6th grade, so however old you are lol. I happened to stay home sick for the day because I was not feeling well. In all actuality I just stayed home because I wanted to play Altered Beast on Sega Genesis. I just so happened to hear a odd tapping on the window in the dining room, which was about 15 feet from me. Sounded like a bird had run into it honestly. Walked out to find nothing, so I didn't really pay much attention to it. So I grab a ice cold Dr. Pepper from my fridge and continue playing games. About 30 minutes later I hear the doorbell ring and went to check it out. Turns out it's my neighbor who lives a few houses away and his friend whom I didn't know. My neighbor who was 4 to 5 years older, so it was odd he should have been in school as well. Not wanting to deal with any drama or BS, I simply didn't respond. I watched them for about 3 minutes and they left. They didn't say or do anything. We had a glass door and then a solid wood front door. They had no idea I was there. I should have answered, and that will turn out to be a mistake point, so I don't really think much of it and go back to gaming. About 10 minutes later I hear a crashing sound and then a louder crashing sound as the glass in the back dining room, where I thought the bird hit earlier, shattered on the floor. I could see from my angle that it was 2 people, but couldn't really tell much else. Now I had to make a decision. Either I run out the front door and they would clearly see me as they would have a clear line of sight, or I could hide. I was terrified at this moment. I feared if I ran and they caught me, who knows what they would have done. So I hid in my mom's room under her bed. I just so happened to have my pump BB gun right next to me. Faking loved that thing by the way. So I crawled under my mom's bed and then I climbed up into the box spring. So I was hidden. I stayed there for about 10 minutes. Then I heard them. They were in fact robbing our house. They went room to room and finally came into my mom's bedroom. They rummaged for a while and I could see their shoes just barely, but that's about it. Finally one of them lifted the skirt around the bottom of the bed, got on his knees and looked under the bed. If he would have just stayed standing and leaned to check, he probably would not have seen me. Well, he sees me and I see some of him. He immediately stands up and mouth signals the partner. Around the same time I hear a knife open. I legit begin to fear for my life, so I clutch my BB gun ready to go out fighting. I then hear one of them say "fuck no," and they immediately bolt out of the house. Now here comes the good part. When they first entered the room, I told you I could barely see their shoes. Well, as they were changing direction deciding the fastest way out, I happened to see the other guy's shoes more closely for about 2 seconds. It was at this moment I realized I recognized those shoes. Turns out we gave those same shoes to my neighbor. You see, my mother had a habit of buying my shoes to sizes bigger for most of my teenage life because I would grow into them. Well, they were a bit too big for me, so we gave them to him. Welp, sister came home, confirmed I was okay. Shortly after all this went down, she arrived from school about 10 minutes after they left. We called our mother and the police. Well, they showed up and I told them what I knew. The neighbor's mother comes down because my mom and her were close, and that's where shit got real. They find the guy and his friend an hour later with the shoes on. Lol. They also happen to have some jewelry and random other things. My mom and his mom just go off on the guy, punching and kicking him, while the cops just hold him, hahaha, and I have zero sympathy obviously, since fuck this kid. He gets some jail time as he was 18 at the time. They search his house and come to find out he was the same one who robbed our house about 6 months earlier. He still had some of my mom's jewelry. My mom treated that boy like a son, as his mom treated me like one as well. She would make homemade tortillas with butter for us every morning before we all walked to school. It was a shame he turned that direction in his life, and last I heard he had not really changed much. I was around 9 or 10. Home alone at night. Playing Phantasy Star Online on my Gamma Cube in the living room. Bad storm outside. I'm scared but keep playing to distract me. Loud thunderclaps and I stand up just out of weird fear reaction. I remember thinking I'd be safer in the kitchen. Like, center of the house. Tornadoes. I don't know. I was young. I scurry to the kitchen and another boomer hits. Shakes the house a bit. Power goes out. Out of pure fear I drop to the floor and lay on my stomach. Again. I was young. A few seconds later the power comes back on. I'm laying on my chest near the kitchen table and I see on the other end of table are somebody's legs, in socks and shoes standing there facing me. I get startled and a little embarrassed, cause I didn't know my mom or sister was there the whole time. I stand up as quick as I can, and there is nobody there. Nobody. I'm still alone. Look, I get this sounds like some cheesy copy/pasta, and I wouldn't believe it if I read it either sheet. I wouldn't believe if a friend was telling me. I don't even believe fully. It had to be some kind of weird fear-induced hallucination or maybe an optical illusion of the chair's legs, and it was a quick glance and my eyes were adjusting from the sudden flood of light but fuck. I can replay everything about that night in my head. I was there. I saw it. I can't explain it, but I'm smart enough to know it most likely wasn't some kind of supernatural thing, just a kid scared alone. Damn that feeling I had though. I get the smallest hit of it right now revisiting it all in my head, and it's nothing I've ever experienced before or since then, and I've been in some god-awful situations. It's just pure, full body encompassing dread. My apartment complex was a pretty nice place. It was gated. Beautiful grounds. Everyone was nice to each other. But that didn't change the fact that across the street was a sleazy motel. Rent by the week or by the hour kind of place. There were regular drug busts and such worker rates there. One night I was home alone. I was 14 and my mom was newly single, so her and her work friends went bar hopping. Let me specify that she never did anything like this ever and never did it again. Because she wasn't home I stayed up on the computer reading fan fiction or something. It was probably like 2 AM at that point. I heard a tapping at my window and looked up and saw the freakiest looking face looking into my room straight at me. He kinda looked like the giant guy from the remake of The Hills Have Eyes, but I hadn't seen that movie at that point. I thought it was a psycho killer. Freaked out. Called my mom, but her phone was out of minutes or she wasn't in a place with service, so I ended up booking it across the hall to my friend's apartment. Mom got home at 4 and flipped out, but found me quickly. I told her about the guy. She told me it was probably just my imagination. The next day we woke up to the news that a man had hung himself at the seedy motel. He had been dead for a few days. They showed a picture of the guy, and what would you know? It was the strange grizzled face that looked in my window just hours ago. For background, my family has 2 mini dachshunds, a boy and a girl. They both love us, but the female is a bit of an airhead, whereas the male is very attached to me and is quite protective of the family. One night when I was in high school, home alone with the dogs, I was sitting at the kitchen table doing my homework. We have an open floor plan, so the kitchen is a large room that faces a smaller hallway which wraps around to the front of the house and our stairs. I was sitting in a seat facing the hallway, while the pups were snoozing on the living room sofa. My family was all out at practice or running errands, and it was winter, so it was dark, and especially quiet outside. Anyway, I'm hanging out and doing my thing when I hear this really soft thud come from somewhere in the house. Gunnar heard it too, and he popped his head up and looked around worriedly. I figured it was just the house creaking and reassured him, but got a bit nervous when he didn't settle back down right away. A few minutes pass, and there's another soft thump. This time, Gunnar hops down off the sofa and starts sniffing around. I'm a pretty paranoid person, so I was already thinking the worst, but the fact that he seemed to be on alert wasn't helping. He started down the hallway to the bottom of the stairs, and I followed behind him, with Sophie, our girl, in my arms. After a few more moments of looking around, he sat down at the bottom of the stairs, looking straight up at the second floor, and snarled. I'm talking the lips pulled back, whites of the eyes showing, hackles raised, fur bristled, teeth bared, I will rip your throat out kind of snarl. I've never heard him make that kind of sound before or since, but I'll never forget it. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I figured whatever was upstairs was about to make its way down. As much as I appreciated his devotion, there wasn't much a 14-pound dog was going to do against an intruder. I grabbed him still growling, threw 2 leashes on them, and hightailed it over to our neighbors to get out of the cold and safely call my parents. It turns out another neighbor was working in his garage and the sound was just right to make it seem like someone was upstairs, but it was absolutely terrifying. That said, Gunner got many treats and praise for his bravery, and I'm confident my sweet dog would have protected me against whatever he thought would hurt me. Circa 2007, I lived for a year in a country in Central America, still too scared to say which. I witnessed a cold-blooded murder. Everyone had gone on a little weekend trip and I stayed home to study for finals. Friday night after studying, I was about to relax and play some games when I heard shouts and people arguing. I took a peek from the high bathroom window, which had a direct view of the whole scene. Lights were off. I was in complete darkness. Everything was happening about 100 meters away. There was someone in a car in the middle of the street, and some people in another vehicle having an argument. After some minutes of discussion and shouting, I saw someone from the car with multiple people take out a gun and fire several shots. They drove away, the other car with lights on and a dead occupant in the middle of the street. I could not believe what I was seeing, but I rushed to call 911 and describe as much as I could. A few minutes later, the police and the mother of the victim arrived, and I heard the most soul-crushing screech/cry I've ever heard. She dropped to the floor crying and lamenting. I was in shock. The next day in the local papers there was a report of the event. It was related to drug dealing, and the authorities had been alerted by a 911 call. I couldn't sleep for days, and it was one of the reasons I left that country for good. This February I was dog sitting for a friend of mine for a week while she went on vacation. Her house is in the suburbs in a relatively good area. For a little background, my friend does not shut her curtains at night and her back door is on a wall of windows sans curtains. I've always told her people could be outside watching her, which happened to me as a child, and that it seems unsafe to leave them open like that at night. So, when I was dog sitting for her, I made the joke that it would be my luck that someone who has been stalking you by looking in the windows at night would come and murder me when you're gone. We laughed that off, and for the first 2 days everything was fine. It was just me and her big hound dog. Then, one night the dog just kept staring at the back door windows and growling. He would do that for hours, laying down for a little, then sitting next to me, but turned to stare out the door and growl. This continues for 2 nights, and it was starting to get to me. I'd go out and look in the yard, and I wouldn't find anything, but when the dog went out he would fixate on the fence and even try to get over it. I asked my friend if he ever did that, and she said that he has never behaved that way before. Then on the 3rd night, it's 2 AM, and I'm woken up by her dog snarling loudly from downstairs. He was growling and barking in a way I had never heard before. I'm sitting up in bed hearing the dog snarl downstairs, and I'm remembering his funny behavior from the nights before, and assume that I may have prophesied my own murder. I decide that either way, I have to go downstairs and face whatever is down there. I creep to the top of the stairs where I see the dog snarling at the front door with his head down, like he is trying to look around the edge of the door. I go downstairs, and I don't hear or see anything, but the dog was convinced something was outside the front door. I peeked out several windows and checked the locks and saw nothing. I ended up going back to bed, though I thought about asking friends to do a drive-by, but I didn't. The next morning I checked the doors for any signs of force and found nothing, nor did I see footprints in the snow. However, I did find deer tracks in the edge of the yard. So, no murderer, just interloping city deer TLDR. I thought I foreshadowed my own murder when dog sitting, but the murderer was just a deer. A phantom argument between 2 entities in another part of my house. I was homesick from school one day. I was probably 15 or 16. My family and I lived in one of those very 1970s rancher style houses. My bedroom was on the furthest side east, while our family room was on the furthest side west. If 2 people were having a loud conversation in the family room, the conversation would carry down the hallway in a loud echo. The morning I heard the voices, it sounded like two people arguing in the family room. I heard the rhythm of speech carry the conversation down the hallway, echoing just enough that I could not make out what was said. I laid in my bed and listened for a few minutes. No one else was home. I wanted to make sure I wasn't in some subconscious state. Realizing I was alert, I got out of bed and slowly approached my doorway. The echoing argument continued. I thought maybe, if I got up from bed then the sound would dissipate. Likely the sound was the result of murmurs coming from outside. I started to slowly walk down the hallway. The sounds continued. At this point, I wondered if I would walk upon something otherworldly. Freaking a bit, I slowed down. When I turned the corner in the hallway and entered my kitchen, the sound stopped immediately. No fade out. Just a complete drop. I walked through my kitchen, through a breakfast room, and into our family room. I found nothing. The room was quiet. No one was there. I never heard the voices again, but I'm convinced I heard someone, in my house that morning. I was about 15 over 16 years old and my parents were at work on a Wednesday night, so I was home alone. I was in my room playing PlayStation when my phone rang, and it was a private number. I didn't answer it, but they just kept ringing. Eventually, I got up to go to the bathroom and heard a loud knock at my front door and I instantly thought about the private number phone calls. I knew it wouldn't be smart to answer the door, so I ignored it and still didn't answer the phone calls. The phone had rang again once I was back in my room, so I picked it up and put it on mute. The people on the other end of the line were telling me to answer my front door, so I unmuted it and told them to fuck off. I was feeling quite scared at this point as they continued to ring, so I rang an older family friend who was about 10 minutes away to come round and check it out. The lounge room window looked out to the street, but you couldn't see the front door from it because of the angle, so I decided to get down on the floor and slowly open the curtain so I could view the street. I see 3 people walking from the end of my driveway and up the street. By the time my family friend got there, I was a mess and my parents came home from work not long after my family friend got there. I filled them in and we got in the car to drive around the area to see if I could spot the figures I saw, and sure enough, there they were, walking along a path a few streets over from my house. It was 3 guys from the year above me at school who I shared mutual friends with, playing a prank on me. One of them was dressed in a ghillie suit and said he was dressed like that because he thought it'd be funny. After my parents told them off, I told them I was home alone and I was scared and that I never wanted to see or speak to them again. Haven't heard from them to this day, and I'm 25 now. I have 2 things. First is what I'm convinced was a UFO. Now, I'm not one for paranormal stuff, ghosts and aliens and shit, but I refuse to believe that in this entire universe we are the only ones. Anyway, one night I'm standing on my front steps having a smoke when I see a strange light in the sky. Imagine a T and a Y connected end to end and positioned horizontally. What the fuck is this? Whatever, it's just some weird reflection that my brain is misinterpreting from the whiskey I had been drinking. So, I move off of the steps to watch the reflection change or disappear as I expected. It didn't change or move, and then just as I was really starting to wonder what it was, it moved a few degrees to my right, then straight up, then back down, flipped over 180 degrees, and then disappeared in a blink. Any buzz I had was gone in a heartbeat. You know that feeling you get when something unknown is watching you? I had that feeling the entire time. And when it moved, it felt like it was in response to me focusing on it. Second one was same scenario. Standing on front steps having a smoke one night. No whiskey this time. Just minding my own business when I hear cracking and popping. I realize that the neighbor's 200-year-old, 100-foot tall oak tree has given up and is falling. This thing fell against the power lines 20 feet from my head and is yanking the service and trans cable from my house. I flatten myself against the door to my house and hope to sweet baby Jesus that the little 2-foot overhang of roof will protect me. The telephone poles are snapping, the wires are snapping and arcing, debris is flying everywhere. The service cable spangs from my house feeling like it just missed my head, ripping siding off my house. There's little fires in the grass. It was like a bomb went off. for 2 seconds. After it happened there was complete silence, then I ran as fast as I could into the house to check on my 1-month-old and my wife, both of which were fine. The baby slept right through it. And we packed a couple bags and left for her sisters. Both were some mighty fine what the fuck moments. I came home one evening after a long day of studying. No one was home, as the lights were off, and I didn't see any cars in the garage. This wasn't a surprise, as my parents had told me earlier that they would be out, and my brother had night classes. I ate dinner and watched some YouTube for a couple hours before deciding to call it a night and head to bed. I trudged up the stairs towards my bedroom in the dark. Our light switches for illuminating the staircase didn't work at the time. Old house. And as I rounded the corner I felt a presence in front of me. Keep in mind it's pitch black. It's evening in the winter in Canada, but every single nerve in my body suddenly stood on edge, and I suddenly went from sleepy zombie mode to full on adrenaline rushing up my pants red alert mode. For some reason, I could tell someone, or something, was not even 2 meters in front of me. I froze in place, putting up my hands defensively and quaked out. Who's there? It was the first time in my life I had felt such fear. My whole body was literally shaking. To make matters worse, the thing in front of me responded with a soul-wrenching guttural noise. The kind of noise a ring girl or the Grudge makes before killing their victims. I'll be honest, I actually whimpered. I felt my knees buckle. My whole body froze, and I broke out in a cold sweat. 1 second felt like an eternity. However, before I actually passed out onto the ground, the thing in front of me took a step towards me and croaked, "Hey leather-eyed, I'm really sick." Turns out my brother had stayed home all day and was very sick. I guess he had woken up and decided to get some water. As the relief rushed over me, I hugged my brother really tightly inside. Oh, thank God. I've lived in a very large old house all my life. Never experienced anything too freaky beyond the occasional odd noise or object out of place. But I had one experience in high school that gives me the creeps to this day. For some background, our dining room contains a big central table surrounded by 6 antique wooden chairs. When I got home from school on this particular day I noticed nobody was home, so I made my way upstairs to my room to do homework. At about 4 o'clock, I heard someone come in the back door followed by 2 female voices having a conversation downstairs. Assuming it was my mom and sister, I headed downstairs to see them, passing through the dining room to get to the back of the house. When I got there I was shocked to see nobody was in the room. The back door was still locked, as I had left it, and there were no cars in the driveway. I called my mom and she informed me that she was at my sister's track meet and had not been home since noon that day. A little freaked out but still convinced my imagination had just gotten the best of me. I headed back to my room, passing back through the dining room, and that is when I saw something that made my heart stop. The 6 chairs surrounding the dining room table were all laying flat on their backs, as if they'd all been carefully tipped over all at the same time. Keep in mind I had just walked through this room no more than 5 minutes before and had not heard a single noise from the dining room. You'd think that if 6 large wooden chairs tipped over spontaneously and all at once it would make quite a loud noise, but I heard absolutely nothing. I immediately ran straight upstairs, shut myself in my room, and put a chair under the doorknob. It took my mom about 20 minutes of negotiating to get me out of my room when she got home. And to make it worse, when I finally came back downstairs, the chairs were all upright again, and both my mom and sister claimed they hadn't touched them. Nothing was taken in this story, but I'm still paranoid and anxious AF about home security now. When my wife and I entered our home late one night we opened the front door and I distinctly heard another door close somewhere in the house. I froze and looked at my wife. She heard it too. Did I forget to set the alarm, or did someone disable it? As we'd practiced we backed out of the house keeping an eye on the door. I grabbed my handgun out of the truck. She began recording on her phone. I shouted a warning into the house saying they had 15 seconds to make themselves known, or else I would shoot on sight. After 20 seconds, we entered. She stayed behind me in the zone's already determined safe, while I checked every single room in the house. Couldn't find anything. I checked everything again. I swear to God I opened every door and checked every crevice. I know I did because I'm paranoid. We don't have a lot of stuff, so there wasn't anywhere for anyone to hide. I checked the cabinets, the closets, everything. The footage clearly shows us checking everywhere. I checked everything and everywhere. It was late, so I set the alarm. We locked our bedroom door and went to bed. Now our front door is near the master bedroom and is actually 2 doors, an outside metal security door and a wooden interior door. The difference in sound could not be more distinguishable. Anyways, about 2 hours later I woke up during the night. I heard the inner door open, the alarm go off, then the outer door open. A few years back in a Boston neighborhood called JP, I lived in a giant 3-family that some would call an Irish battleship. My 4 roommates were all away. To add to the rareness of having the crib to myself, it was also thunder snowing out. I hopped into my bed and let the beauty of the snow and low rumbling thunder guide me to sleep. Half asleep, I heard a scratching noise to my left. I looked over to see a naked red-headed woman crouching near a wall looking like she was digging at the floor. I expected the shock of what I was seeing to fully wake me up, thinking that she was a dream and that she would disappear. She didn't. In fact, she noticed me noticing her. She stopped digging at the floor, stood up and came over to me. As she walked over, I turned my head to the ceiling, no longer brave enough to look at her directly. Then I got the worst case of sleep paralysis I've ever had. A super loud static noise filled my head, the whooshing feeling of wind and the feeling that my body weighted a ton. I could also feel her presence right next to me. I've had sleep paralysis a bunch of times before, but again, this episode very heavy. I began to fight to free myself. Something told me to really fight it and not give up, so that's what I did. I used more willpower than I realized I had to break free and regain control of my body. Once I did, the static and the feeling of wind stopped. I was still too scared to look back to my left, even though I could no longer feel her presence. I just stared up at the ceiling, realizing that I would never forget what just happened to me, and wondered how much we really know about the nature of reality. I fainted. It doesn't sound too scary, but when it happens to you, you realize how helpless and vulnerable you are. My husband was out of town for work for a few weeks and I hadn't been feeling well for a while. I was just about to get dressed after showering and got a feeling like I was about to puke. So I ran back to the bathroom. As I stood over the sink waiting to puke, I heard a ringing sound. The room went white and I felt a sudden pain on my left cheek. I'm pretty sure I hit my cheek on mine going down. A minute or two later I come to half sitting, half slumped over on the ground. I tried to get up, but was too weak. I was literally shaking. All I could do was lay down on the ground. I was still naked and cold. I probably spent a good 5 to 10 minutes laying there before I was strong enough to crawl to the bedroom. I laid down on the bed and was reaching for my phone on the bedside table so I could call for help. I ended up losing consciousness again. I slept for about an hour before waking up and calling my mom for help. Turns out I have a heart condition called POTS that can cause fainting. It's inconvenient, but I'm glad the fainting helped me get diagnosed, because knowing I have POTS has explained quite a few of my weird little health issues. But it was so scary realizing it could have been something more serious, and I would have been helpless to do anything. I had just dumped my boyfriend and moved into a new apartment with my sister. 3 weeks after moving in, I started to get the feeling I was being watched, but I could never see anyone. Then I catch this guy sitting on a bike just watching my house, and a few days later he rings the doorbell. We don't answer, and the next day I bought a shotgun for the house. That night I felt sick to my stomach, like something bad was going to happen. So I told my sister to lock her bedroom when she went to sleep. Turns out her room didn't have one, so she slept in my room. I woke up at 12 to a scratching noise and woke up my sister. We just laid there for an hour trying to figure out if anyone was trying to get in. We would hear really quiet noises, but then nothing for long periods of time. Then I hear a noise right outside the bedroom, and I was sure someone was there. I woke my sister up again, and we sat bolt upright straining to hear anything. Then all of a sudden someone tries to open my door. Then they bang on it and start jiggling the handle. I grabbed the shotgun and started screaming while my sister called 911. Then we hear thumping like someone is running down the stairs. The worst thing about the situation was that when the police came all of our doors were locked and they didn't believe us. Even though stuff had been moved around and our heater had been shut off. The next morning my mom asked me about all the locks and I told her the back door just had a latch. She told me to take a metal hanger and try to open it from the outside. I got the door unlocked in about a minute and was able to lock it again from the outside. There is a bar in front of it now so no one can open it. I had issues with suspicious things on the house. I was roommates with my sister. Her underwear went missing. Our door got kicked in. I had friends over and someone was on the roof, listening through the chimney. Someone called my name through the window when I was playing a game with a female friend. One night my boyfriend was coming over and I was home alone. He's 10 minutes late, then 20. It's late, after midnight. I call and leave a message about how I hope he's okay. I'll see him soon. There is a knock at the door. She's been crazy and I don't have a peephole, so it's been a deep habit to call through the door, even in the middle of the day, or I'm expecting someone. I put my hand on the lock. Boyfriend? Is that you? No. Answer. Knocks again. Hey, who is it? Knocks. Again. Seriously. Who is it? Knocks and the phone starts ringing in my other hand. Caller ID says it's boyfriend. Huge wave of relief. I still have my hand on the lock and start turning it. Hey, just wanted to let you know I can't make it. Got a flat tire. Sorry. Okay. So who the fuck is outside? Triple lock it. Checked all the windows again. Went to bed with a knife. So one night after a long day at work I came home to find my cat missing, which of course prompted a deep search. He wasn't in any of his usual spots, so after a clean sweep of every room he normally had access to, I decided to check the garage. It was otherwise off limits to him, but maybe he had slipped past me on my way to work. Seemed plausible. On my hands and knees, I peek through the dimly lit piles of stacked cardboard boxes and old furniture, and then I see him. He's motionless, but I recognize his smoky gray coat. He had positioned himself deep into this labyrinth of crap we had accumulated, so the rest of him was kind of hard to make out. He was just out of reach, so I had to get on my stomach and sort of army crawl underneath some chairs to get him, but as soon as he was within reach, I quickly placed both hands on either side of him and simultaneously pulled him closely toward me. I very quickly realized however that this was not my cat, but an angry, hissing opossum. I have never in my life experienced such sudden, intense terror. I essentially jumped out of my skin, crashing through the piles of junk above me, like they weighed nothing. I opened the garage, went inside and found my cat sitting in the middle of the kitchen staring at me. No idea where he was hiding. I was visiting my mom at my childhood home when quarantine started, and she lived in a, then, hotspot. We are catching up and having a few glasses/bottles of wine and she goes to bed around 10 p.m. I was still a bit jet lagged from my current city, so I stayed up a bit after her due to the time difference. At around 12:30 a.m. there was a knock on the door. We're deep in the suburbs, my dad is out of the picture, and my brother lives far enough away that he wouldn't drop by without notice, especially in the middle of the night. The front door was Forkswood/fiberglass with glass inserts that gave you an idea of who was outside, but you couldn't get a good look without the person at the door seeing you as well. So here I'm drunk, disoriented by being in a different place, my marathon of the nanny interrupted, trying to figure out what the hell to do with this large mass at the door that I can only see by hiding behind a corner. I finally give up and wake up my mom, and that saint of a woman got up and answered the door. Turns out it was the police looking for my post ad, as that was his last known address, to serve him with a warrant. That woman taught me my whole life to never trust the police, and wasn't even upset that I woke her up, because she wouldn't have wanted me to speak to them on my own, even at nearly 30. She is the greatest. Not alone, but living outside of my home country with my girlfriend. One day she read a news about the city we were living in, that the cops found a place outside town where they found a torture chamber and also lots of fake police equipment and uniforms, meaning that people were acting like police and tortured people. This made us a little bit scared because we both never heard of anything like that. The next day we hear the apartment storing, but totally unexpected. I asked who is it and heard it's the police. My heart stopped. The first thing I thought to myself was this is them fuck we're screwed. I asked what happened and they answered open the door please. We need to do something inside. They wanted to go inside the apartment building. But then I thought I can't let them in. If they get to our apartment door, they'll have both me and my girlfriend. So I just told my girlfriend keep your phone on. They said they are the police. And alone left the apartment to open the door of the building manually because I thought that this way they would only get me and my girlfriend would be safe. They went inside looking for someone's apartment. Said goodbye to me and I went back to my apartment. Nothing happened. At least not to us. Probably they were real cops, but that doesn't let me think about how faking coincidence was this happening for the first time in my life. But yeah, I thought I was done, so the trip to the building door had me passing a movie on my head. TLDR, one day I read a news about fake police probably torturing people. Next day there was cops on my door, and I thought they were the fake ones and thought I was going to die. It was the summer after my senior year of high school. It was around 2 PM on a sunny hot day, and, naturally, I had just woken up about an hour before after a long night of gaming with friends. It is important to note that I come from a sizable family, and while my older siblings had already moved out by that time, I still lived with my parents and 3 younger siblings. What I did not know was that they had all recently left, one after the other, and that I was actually home alone. The story begins in earnest with myself back gaming again, World of Warcraft I believe, with music blaring in the background. I was in the middle of a lengthy quest when suddenly, I hear a loud bang from somewhere in the house. I paused my music, but only to listen closely. It was the middle of the day, and, with such a big family, it was not uncommon for there to be all sorts of noise. I was suspicious, but I did not hear anything else. So I continued to play, albeit without music this time. My room was at the end of the hall on the 2nd floor, and as such would have been one of the last stops in a figurative tour of our home. Privacy can be lacking at times when you have a large family, so once I finally had my own room, it was not uncommon for me to lock my door so no one could come barging in. That day had not started out much different than many others before it, and so my door was locked. The next thing I heard was someone who was still wearing shoes moving around outside my door. They fiddled with my doorknob for a second and then let go, presumably because it was locked. I had gotten up at this point and began to move towards my door, thinking it was one of my siblings who wanted in. That was when I heard a voice I had never heard before. Turns out it was not a family member waiting outside my door, but instead 2 unknown men who were in the midst of robbing our home. Apparently that loud bang I had heard before was actually them breaking in. Until this point they had been quickly moving from room to room looting what they could before arriving at my locked door, and thus, their conundrum point. I suppose the voice was them discussing what to do next, but who can say? All I know is that I did not have much time to react before the burglars had kicked in the door. They were dressed in black and wearing masks. I had no time to call the police or even to arm myself before they were upon me. The burglars moved through my broken door and we engaged in a short fist fight right there in the entrance to my room. Thankfully there was a tight corridor right when you entered the room that formed an L shape. This would prove pivotal in allowing me to fight off these 2 men as they were unable to surround me. I threw a few punches and took multiple hits to the face and upper torso, but never went down. I'm not sure what triggered it exactly, but they eventually turned from the fight and ran down the hallway and out the back door. My worst injuries were a split ear and a mild case of PTSD. Lucky, I say, considering other ways the event could have unfolded. They were never apprehended. Background: I was 12 and had untreated anxiety and depression. This was the first major delusion I ever had. Sorry for grammar. Okay, so I was home alone, and it was probably 9 and really dark out and all the lights in the house were off. My mom was still at work and my dad was on a business trip out of state. I was in my room, 2-story house with basement. My room was on the 2nd story, probably watching YouTube. I heard the front door open downstairs, so I assumed my mom was home. I walked over to the steps and leaned over the railing and yelled "Mom" down. No response and I saw all the lights were still off. After a few seconds I heard a voice in my ear saying here. I ran to my room and jumped onto my bed, crawling to the corner closest to the wall. I started to have a panic attack and cry. I started spamming my best friends a message. As I was doing that, I started hearing footsteps really loud from downstairs and everything started getting really dark. My friend didn't know what to do, so I started texting my mom. I was too scared to call because I thought someone was listening. She started freaking out, said not to move, to lock my door, and that she was on her way. I was crying and rocking back and forth. After like 15 to 20 minutes of this, I heard the door open again and my mom yelling my name. I unlocked the door and walked over to the top of the steps. I saw mom and ran down and hugged her. She kept saying no one's here. Nothing looked different and all the lights were still off. None of it was real. My brain made it up. I thought it was a ghost at the time, lol. This happened about 10 years ago, and I don't really tell people this story because I don't want them to think I'm crazy. I was house sitting my parents' house in LA while they were on vacation in Houston. It's around 6 p.m. It was around October, so the sun was setting early. I was in the kitchen washing dishes and walked away from the sink to turn the kitchen light on. That's when I heard something underneath the kitchen sink. I thought it was probably a mouse. My parents had mice in their house at the time, and so I turned the faucet off and opened the drawer underneath the sink as quickly as I could. I saw nothing and thought maybe I just spooked the mouse. I continued washing dishes and I heard something underneath the sink again. This time it was the distinct sound of a bottle tipping over. I quickly opened the drawer and I shit you not, I saw a little man/humanoid run insanely quickly out of the drawer and out of the kitchen. I was petrified for a few seconds and ran out of the house and did not want to go back inside. I was faking terrified and decided to go back in and turn all the lights on. I left the dishes in the sink and went to my old room and locked the door. I called my brother that evening and he asked me that what I saw was a rat or possum that might have made its way into the house somehow. I'm of sound mind. I mean, my doc says I'm sane at least, and I remember I saw its little face and eyes stare at me as it bolted out of the kitchen drawer. It even had little clothes on. It was probably 6 inches tall. I can't explain what I saw, and to this day I still wonder about what it is I saw. I'm convinced there's a gnome/dwarf city/village underneath my parents' house. Edit. A word. Honestly, I've got a number, and not all of them I was alone. I'll leave one I was, and one I wasn't, if that's alright. I'll leave a TLDR for both after first. We had just moved into a house on Charleston AFB, SC. It was a Navy base in WWII. Didn't see much action, but it did have a lot of old stuff. Like, antique old. Anyhow, we had been there for about a month, and noticed small strange things. Forks moving, a counterweighted wall clock rewinding itself, etc. Anyhow, one day, mom is out shopping, stepdad is at work. I woke up from a nap with a triangle-shaped scratches, still bleeding, on my arm. The following day, I woke up with 2 lines under it. Secondly, it was a few months later, in full. Ack and heater were off. Both cats, my mom, and I, all living beings were in the living room, no wind or breeze. We hear a thumping in the back of the house. I go look, and my basketball, which was on the floor of my closet, is bouncing. I peek around the corner and it bounces like someone is dribbling it softly. I step into the room, and it trailed off 3 times, then rolled. Both of these were, after we bought authenticated, antique German vases. We believe these may have had someone with them. TLDR, first I woke up with bloody scratches and second my basketball dribbled itself. We had just bought old German flower vases. So this might not be a Home Alone experience, but I believe that this is worth sharing. My mom once bought an antique doll and my mom was well known for buying stuff from shady people claiming it was good luck, and then she brought it in my room because I was fond of having new decorations in my room. It didn't really matter if it was girly or manly. I just wanted something to be placed in my room so that it wouldn't look so empty. So back to that doll. I felt a weird aura coming from that doll. It was made of cement, and it was a painted doll. The first couple days were nothing to be eerie of, but when the next week came, strange things started to happen. If I placed some stuff on the altar, it would suddenly be moved on the bed. Of course, I doubted that this happened cause I had foggy memory at some times. But the worst thing was that her pupils would sometimes dart in the direction on where I was sitting. In a Filipino household, any object that came from the shady parts of the city was suspected to have witchcraft added in their mix. But as usual, my mom and dad were both skeptics and they believed that I was just hungry. I believed them, and I took note of the direction the doll was facing. It was darting towards the left corner of the room, but when I came back, it was dead straight staring at the center of the room from where I was standing. I felt a chill in my spine, and I decided that it would be nice to sleep it off, since it was my bedtime. I had a nanny and she would pat my back gently, also known as pick pick here in Cebu, until I fell asleep. My nanny would stop patting my back when she was tired, so she patted the bed instead, so that I'd gently fall asleep. I awoke at some time, and I heard the gentle patting at the bed, but something was off. My nanny usually leaves at 8 p.m., and it was strange. Who could have been patting the bed? Why didn't she turn off the lights when she left? Then I laid my eyes on the doll and there she was, staring intently at me, and without a second thought, I threw the doll from the second floor of the house, and I had to stay in my mum's room for the rest of the night. I'm 18 now, but that doll, it still unnerves me to this day. I refuse to ask about it, since I'm still a scaredy cat up till today. Hope you enjoyed reading, and please do not take stuff from shady people. I grew up in a very small mountain town, roughly 300 people. Usually would take an hour to get to the city. Fishing, hunting, and farming were what I grew up with. I was never afraid of the woods, and would routinely do nighttime hunts with my dogs. I went out to feed our hens around the back of our house. We lived in almost a valley, surrounded by mountains with only our driveway going out. On nights with no moon, you can't see your hand. When I went out, my dogs, a retarded Australian Shepherd, loved that little sheet, and a border collie were freaking out. These dogs have faced hogs and have treed bears. They were scared. My family was visiting relatives a few states over, and I was 18 and had done this before. In my teens, the dogs and I were walking to get the feed, and we heard a loud running. I'm getting goosebumps as I'm typing this out. It was loud. It was coming from the left part of our land on a ridge. I couldn't tell if it was 2 legs or 4, only that it was fast. Dogs bolted, I bolted, and we got in the house. I went back out, had a 12 gauge with buckshot. It was too damn dark to be precise with a rifle. I heard a scream. It was like a woman dying. I've heard mountain lion before, but this had a vibration to it that went through me and ran my blood cold. I don't know what the hell it was, but it scared me. We didn't have AC, and I heard it again a few hours later, and it was a lot closer. I shut all the windows, turned on all my outside lights, and went to the attic. We had a little area that had windows on all sides, and I was terrified. Luckily nothing happened. I fell asleep after the sun came up. A year later, Nikki, the border collie, was ripped apart. I don't know if it was a bear, a lion, or what, but we finally moved. That place was faking scary. I remember a friend of mine who stayed over one night said he heard a horse trotting up the driveway, and he said it sounded like it was laughing. I hated that place. There was some legit evil there, and I don't go back. A couple of years ago, I lived in a 2-bedroom / 2-story condo where the guest bedroom had one of those sliding glass doors where you can put some sort of bar or stick as an extra lock. It was a usual weeknight. Got ready for bed and ready to unwind by cruising the internet when I hear a knock. I didn't think anything of it, even though my neighborhood at the time was pretty quiet. Few seconds later, the knocking sound becomes more apparent and frequent. I completely freak out and run into the closet to call the police, and I'm barely able to catch my breath. I stay in the closet until I literally see the lights from the patrol car and the cop's flashlight. I think he was checking around. Cops come to my door. Usual questions. Take my DCT and obviously want to check the house. They go upstairs, and he tugs on the sliding screen door a few times to make sure it's locked, and it makes this knocking sound, in which I react and say that's the noise I heard. He goes outside and obviously no one is on the small balcony. We go back downstairs so he can check my IDECT, and as he's doing that, we hear a knock that came from the kitchen. We both kinda give each other a look and he says nothing of it. The cops leave. Another knocking sound from the kitchen behind me, and it turns out it's the fridge. I opened the door and water everywhere. I guess the frequent knocking sound I heard was the freezer going out. I was so embarrassed, but at the same time so relieved, because I swore it was someone trying to get in. TLDR, I called the cops on my freezer, because I thought it was breaking into my condo. This will get lost in all of the comments, but when I was 11 or 12 my family lived in the middle of nowhere. To put it into perspective, our closest neighbor was a little over 2 miles away. Back then I would get home first, then my brother on his bus, and finally my parents at around 6 or 7. Whenever their work day was finished, this particular day I had gotten home around 4, a little earlier than normal. I got off the bus and went inside the house and straight to the kitchen to get a snack. Right next to our fridge was a big panoramic window where you could clearly see our entire backyard. Again, this was the middle of nowhere, so there was about 1 whole acre of a field of grass surrounded by trees. When I looked out I saw what I swear was my neighbor in the middle of my backyard, holding my dog by his neck, and stabbed him. He took my dog and carried him over to his truck just at the tree line in the back of our property and took off. Apparently my dog had gotten out of the pen one night and ran just over 2 miles both ways, just to kill a couple of my neighbor's chickens. He told my parents it was done humanly, and that he had the right to do it. My mom was so heartbroken over the news that I didn't have the heart to tell them what I saw that day. It was better to let them think that he had a better death. I'm not sure about if this is even terrifying, but I've never recovered. I was 13. Never liked Halloween or big on candy. Dad always worked late, so my mom would take my sister and brother out, and I would stay home and play video games. Well, I loved cantaloupe, and I'd eat it like a greedy teenager and take huge bites from the banana shaped cuts my mom would prepare. Well, this last bite got away from me and slipped straight down my throat. First I felt like I had 50% breathing capacity, so I tried to fish it out with a fork I was eating with. FML, I was stupid. Now my breathing is down to 10%, so I start thinking I'm gonna die on fruit with my PS1. I could still breath, just not very well at all. I still don't know what to do. I try to stand up and immediately lose my forward balance and crash into the giant wooden coffee table in front of the couch. I hit it with enough force it literally gave me the little hemorrhage I needed, and the cantaloupe came shooting out. I freeze for a second and try to process what happened. Then I do a quick victory fist pump into the air and start swearing at the cantaloupe. I pick it up, cut it up into as many pieces I can, then throw it away with the rest of my plate. I was so embarrassed I didn't tell anyone in my family about it. It's been 22 years. And yeah, I still don't eat cantaloupe. I wasn't alone, but in a moment of panic, I thought I was for backstory. As a child, I was terrified of being kidnapped by aliens. When other kids were having their parents check the closet and under the bed for monsters, I was laying awake afraid of UFOs and medical experiments. By 15, I was over it. Mostly. So I'm in my bedroom playing video games. Normal night. Quite suddenly, I hear an unfamiliar noise, distinctly an engine, but not one I recognized, descend on my house from the sky. And whatever it is, it's hovering over the street outside my house. I'm not prone to panic by this age, so I go cautiously approach the window to investigate. And as I get to the window, bright white light floods my bedroom. Just like goddamn aliens. So now I do panic. I flee my room. I don't even grab shoes. I get to the living room, and everyone in my family is gone. Nothing is turned on, no lights, no TV. There's a flying machine hovering over my house. White light flooding in through the windows. Missing family, no electricity. Just like the goddamned aliens. I fled the house. I make it to the front porch and down to the street before I notice my family and a lot of neighbors all gathered outside. And my mom is there and she says, "Look, it's your uncle." I look up. City police helicopter. My uncle used to fly the helicopter for my city's police department back then. He had decided to buzz our house for fun, and I had panicked, thinking the aliens had finally come for me. I played it off in the moment and didn't tell my family the truth for over 20 years. They thought it was hilarious. When I was 16, my parents left town for a couple weeks, leaving the house to my 18-year-old brother and myself. The timing was perfect, because their trip coincided with the import of some goodies into a country where goodies were highly restricted. Needless to say, it was quite the treat. Our house became pretty popular that first week, and the plan was we would clean everything up the night before they got back. About a week in, I wake up to an empty house. Make my way downstairs and the phone rings. I pick up and hear, "Good morning, sir. This is Officer Jones. We have been hearing complaints about your residence. Claims from excessive noise to underage drinking and drug use. I want to advise that a team is currently en route and will need to perform a thorough search of the premises. Do you have any questions?" Me, UHM, "No, Officer Jones. Thank you, and we'll see you shortly. Goodbye. I look around at the bottles and trash everywhere. Oh fuck, the goodies. I immediately imagine 20 K9 units storming through my front door, tearing through my house, and barking loudly when they found what they were looking for. Through the wave of fear and anxiety that is crashing against me, I grab a trash bag and start tossing everything in it. I fill 3 bags up and throw them into this shed in the back. I know, I fully get how not good of an idea that is now. I run back inside and look around at a decently clean house. The goodies. I run upstairs and grab the bag and start freaking out about the onslaught of dogs that are on the way. I'm freaking out about smell. Should I flush it? That sounds like such a bad idea. I run downstairs and grab a jar of peanut butter. I open it and shove the bag in. I cover it up and put in the far back corner of the pantry. And then I wait 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minimum. What the fuck? An hour after the call, I hear a key in the front door. My brother and his whole friends come running in, yelling and laughing about how Officer Jones is finally there. Fucking beaches. It was a tiring day as I had a project presentation in my college. I arrived home around 10 PM, had my dinner on the way at McDonald's. My family was away in a different city for vacations, and I was to join them 2 days later, so around 11 PM I fell asleep. Woke up around 2 or 3 AM as my throat was dry, and I needed water. I got up the bed, went out of the room into the corridor/gallery, into the dining/living room, and into the kitchen. It was summer, so I needed cold water, hence I opened the refrigerator, but there were no bottles. I didn't fill any of them. So I filled all of them, drank normal water, and kept all the bottles in the refrigerator. When I closed the refrigerator, the light inside turned off. Then I heard a cricket making noise. I was curious as how did a cricket came into my house. Tried to find it, but wasn't able to. Gave up and hurried back to bed. I entered my room. The AC was on with a really soothing temperature of 22 C. As soon as I climbed up the bed, I heard knocking from the window. I almost shat myself and got on the bed, took a blanket, covered myself all from it. Because I live on the 21st floor. Not terrifying, but definitely jarring as a young woman. I was in college living off campus. My room was basically a converted living room, complete with a door that exited to the street. Our place also had a second door through the back of the kitchen. Think of a townhouse setup. I'm lying in bed one night trying to fall asleep when I hear an insistent knocking at the door in my bedroom. I ignore it. There's no way I'm gonna answer the door at night when I'm not expecting anyone. Then the person on the other side of the door starts begging to be let in, saying he needs help. My window is right by the door and I think they're looking in, so I just freeze in my spot in bed. At this point I'm not sure what to do when I hear him speak again in a much softer voice. I think he was on a cell phone, and he says something like, "They're not answering, try the other side." And he sounds calm, not panicking, not like he needs help at all. So now I'm hearing a second set of knocking from the kitchen door. I'm now quietly freaking out because there are at least 2 people trying to get into my apartment through different entrances. And all my dumbass can think to do is pretend I'm asleep and not move. Eventually they moved on to my neighbor's place. They also didn't answer the door, and I stopped hearing them after that. I still regret not calling the cops. I used to live in a townhome, just me and my mom growing up. The common stuff like pots banging, doors opening and closing, cabinets too, all of that would happen frequently. Mom would hear me call for her. I would hear her call for me point. But the scariest thing had to be, I think I was around 6 and there was always a constant feeling of fear in me when I fell asleep in my bedroom. At the age of 8 the feeling still didn't go away, but I got better at ignoring it. I also nearly drowned in a wave pool, so the frequent feeling of not being able to breathe kind of masked that fear for a bit too. But I want to say I was 9 to 10. Shortly after my grandfather died, I was finally able to place the constant fear with something. I started to hear scratching, banging coming from the attic. The entrance to it was in the ceiling of my room. I could hear a man yelling, red eyes following me wherever I went. I like to call the guy Shadow Man, but whatever it was clearly attached to the house, attached to me in a way, and the eyes and the yelling never stopped until I was 12 and we had to move a couple states away. I think that thing is still at the townhome, but when I was telling my boyfriend this story on a road trip he swore he saw the shadow figure I was describing in the middle of the road. It's been a long 8 years, who's to say if that thing is looking for me or not. A few years ago I was still living back home. My dad died about 6 months prior, and my mom went out of state for the weekend to visit my sister, which was her first vacation and my first time truly alone in the house since he passed away. My sleep schedule was pretty bad at the time, and on my first night alone I went to bed at about 4 AM. Nothing out of the ordinary. The next morning I woke up, went to the bathroom next to my bedroom, and when I came out I immediately noticed that across the hall my brother's bedroom lamp was on. It sits on a nightstand right next to the door. It stopped me dead in my tracks and really freaked me out. It's a lamp that you need to click the knob twice to turn on/off, so some dexterity is required. I turned it off, unplugged it, then unplugged the lamps in the other rooms. Then I started to try and rationalize it. First of all, I'm not now, nor have I ever been a sleepwalker. In fact, I sleep like a rock. Severe thunderstorms don't even wake me up. Secondly, my brother's room is kind of a junk room now which I rarely ever go in, and I definitely didn't go in there that night before bed. Thirdly, even if I was in that room, my parents were always pretty strict about turning unnecessary lights off and locking doors/windows, so it's pretty ingrained in me to make sure all of the lights are off. Fourthly, it was a clear night, no thunderstorms or evidence of a possible power outage or surge that could have tripped the lamp on. And finally, we are out in a rural area, and there was no sign of any break-in. The next night I had a pretty hard time falling asleep, especially because I lay on my back with nothing over my face. I'm pretty skeptical these days, and don't believe in ghosts or anything, but it actually had a profound effect on me. To this day I have no logical rationalization for why that lamp went on. It has never happened before or since. As a matter of fact, it was just a couple weeks ago. Up until that point, I had this really shady psychiatrist, a dry feel-good type, who would just prescribe whatever I asked for, which I thought was great since I know enough about psychopharmacology to make my own decisions on what I should be taking. The catch was that, since he didn't give a fuck about my well-being, he didn't give a fuck about my well-being. Also, I guess I should mention at this point that I live alone in a studio apartment, so home alone is really just home. One of the drugs I've been on the longest is lorazepam, acarativin. It's a benzo, and I use it mostly for insomnia, and I started running low, so I asked him to send in a refill. A couple days later, he responded, asking some nonsense question that he should have already known the answer to. I answered his question and reiterated that I really needed that refill. A few days went by with no response. Once I ran out of the pills, I started texting and emailing him with increasing urgency, reminding him that going cold turkey off benzos is notoriously dangerous and that I couldn't go another night without them. By the time he finally responded saying he'd sent in the prescription, it was too late for me to make it to the pharmacy before it closed, so I just decided to get drunk. Gotta put something in those GABA receptors, right? No? Whatever, I was not thinking straight. The next day, I woke up extremely hungover and tried to rally myself to go to the pharmacy to pick up the prescription, but by the time I was ready, it was already closed because it was the 4th of July and they were on holiday hours. I started panicking, and so I started drinking again. The day after that, I woke up even more hungover and just feeling insane, like every neuron in my head was trying to burrow out through my skull and escape. I was dizzy and nauseous and drenched in sweat. I tried to just eat and drink water to level myself out, but it only got worse. Then there's a gap in my memory for a few hours. Then I'm sitting on my floor clutching my arm with a blinding pain in my shoulder. I tried to just get through it, but it was way too much for me to handle, so eventually, I called my girlfriend and asked her to take me to the ER. Turned out I'd had a grand mal seizure, and in the process, somehow dislocated my shoulder, and also gave myself a big nasty bump on my forehead. I'm now gradually healing, but that part, where I was sitting on my floor with my head spinning, and my shoulder in agonizing pain, was probably the scariest thing I've ever experienced while home alone. I was close to home alone. My parents had gone to bed early that night. I was 11 at the time and my parents let me stay up late to watch Star Trek: The Next Generation when it aired at 10:30 p.m. One night I was watching the episode Frame of Mind. Riker is performing in a play for the crew, where his character is in a mental asylum, questioning his own sanity. His character's situation and reality start blending together, and at the moments when he realized he was hallucinating, the scene would freeze and end with an effect where the frame shatters into pieces. This happened a few times throughout the episode, if I recall correctly. I was sitting in front of the TV close to a window with a large thick curtain. Towards the end of the episode, someone threw a rock through that window and shards of glass fell to the floor, collecting at the bottom of the curtain. I immediately jumped up and ran to the other room. I thought for a moment that maybe I dozed off and woke from a bad dream. I went back into the room to see if I had imagined it all. Nothing seemed disturbed, and for a moment I felt relief. Then all of a sudden, a gust of wind blew through the busted window and the curtain started to blow around. The wind against the thick curtain made the shape of a person trying to climb through the window. I don't remember much after that other than frantically calling for my dad. It turned out it was some shat from my class that lived in my neighborhood who was going around vandalizing houses. I'll never forget that moment of sheer panic. Randomly one night heard doorbell ring around 1 a.m. Laid there for a second to see if I was tripping while trying to figure out who'd be at my house at this time and for what point. Doorbell rang again. Okay, someone is actually here. I quickly jumped out of my bed, but slowly creeped around the corner to peek at the door. My front light is on a pole near the sidewalk, so the light shines inwards behind anyone standing at the doorway. I couldn't tell who was at the door, but I could see a small shadow moving on the left corner of my porch and away from the center of the door. It was pretty clear that they were trying to be out of view. I could tell it was a female, since the shadow looked like it had long hair. The shadow was petite and small, skinny, and looks roughly 5 feet 2. My first thought was maybe it was a friend or a neighborhood friend and their family got robbed or something bad happened. I ran downstairs and turned on the porch floodlight so that the whole porch is completely lit. It was a tired looking woman, about 5 feet 2, with back length brown hair that was wavy and greasy looking. She was very slim, maybe 90 to 100 pounds, if I had to guess. Hello, I asked. She looked nervous. Can I help you? I said. She said, let me in, please. What's wrong? I asked. She grabbed the door handle and tried to open the door, but it's locked. Please let me in. At this point I'm thinking, what the fuck, this is weird and something is extremely off. I replied, sorry, I cannot let you into my home. She continues, give me back my baby. What? I want my baby back. Give me back my baby. Sorry, but what are you talking about? I don't have any babies. I dropped off my baby here earlier. I'm here to pick up my baby. Please open the door. This whole time she's looking extremely nervous and anxious. I said again, I don't know what you're talking about. There is no baby here. You've got the wrong house. Sorry. Out of nowhere 4 police cars pull up in front of my house. I believe the bright lights on my porch caught their attention. Police cuffed her and sat her down on the sidewalk for maybe 30 minutes. I just watched from inside my house, but didn't come out. I couldn't hear what they were saying. I was ready to answer any questions if the cops came to the door, but they never did. I don't know what happened or what she did. They took her away, and that was that point. It's kinda of scary. Things that ran through my head. What if I had opened the door for her? Who is she? And what the heck did she do? Was she on drugs? Or what the heck was that? What if she has some grudge against me? My sister was also there and watched the whole interaction from upstairs. Okay, so this happened around 10 to 15 years ago. Backstory. My family, just moved to new home at a gated community. This was the same time when my city was dangerous with drug lords going nuts. So my parents went on a trip for the weekend and left my little brother and me back home feeling safe inside the gated community. We've been living here for a couple of weeks now, so I had a friend come over and we started drinking pretty much everything on my dad's bar. We were around 13 years old. I remember talking to my parents around 8 p.m. We were drunk by then, so we decided to go and walk the alcohol off. It might have been a minute walk or an hour walk inside the community. Honestly, I have no idea. First flashback. This guy comes running towards us screaming they wanna kill me or something like that. This guy was really scared. I remember that. I have no idea what I said, but I remember running back home and closing all windows doors, so it felt like a bunker to me. Next thing, I wake up hearing a waterfall or a super heavy rain. It was summer and it's not rain season in this area. So I look out the window, not a single cloud. I feel a hammer inside my head. I go back to bed and still hear the water. My mind was telling me, dude, you are highly intoxicated, probably imagining the sound, just sleep it off. Time goes by. It's day now. My little brother enters my room screaming, what the hell did you do? Who did you invite last night? I was confused. I only had one friend over. He goes, look right there. Pointing to the balcony. There's this stranger wearing nothing but a black jacket. We freaked out. I went from drunk to sober in a split second. We called the gate security, the cops and my parents, just to let them know what happened, but that the situation is under control. It was around 7 a.m. Cops arrive, enter my house. They open the balcony so they can take the guy out. The guy sees the cops, jumps off the balcony, and they grab him in the patio, who was completely flooded. Water was running to the street now and flooded too. Turns out this guy took the ladder. House was on finishing grouches after construction. Climbed to the balcony, pushed the ladder and hit the water pump installation and broke it. This was a waterfall. We heard water pressure. Was insane. Next thing, a phone call from my parents. They're flying back home. I needed to pick them up at the airport around 11 a.m. I can barely move now. 2 weeks later, the drunk guy was at the gate. He came to apologize. I was 18 and barely knew my cokehead neighbor across the door from me in my apt building. He was in his 40s. He had a tendency to have much younger folk over in their 20s, likely for the drinking and coke use. I had just adopted my dog, so she still slept in a crate at the end of my bed. I woke up at around 6 a.m. Sunday morning to my new to me dog just losing her sheet in the crate. I'm talking growling, snarling, and attacking the crate door. I turn over, and there's this guy, early 20s, standing next to my bed. Another guy is nervously standing in my bedroom doorway saying shit like, man, we should go. Let's just leave. Dude turned out to be an acquaintance of coke neighbor who got wasted and stayed up all night. Met me briefly in the hallway the night before as I got home and decided at 6 a.m. on a Sunday he needed a ride to the liquor store for more booze, and he thought he'd ask me. Turns out the person who spent the night with me brought their dog, left my front door unlocked when they took the dog out at as o'clock at night. So this guy walked in and felt okay to ask me to drive him to get booze. Except that I didn't know this, and at this very moment that I woke up in a daze, a spider was climbing down from my ceiling toward my face. So I wake up to chaos intruders and hear him point above me and go, there's a spider. As I notice a spider falling on my face, I managed to grab the machete I kept under my pillow and told him to go or I'd call the cops while avoiding ceiling spider. His friend convinced him to leave when I threatened to let my dog out after apologizing, but it was too goddamn much to bear. Never invited that friend over again. Technically, I wasn't home alone as I was with my older sister. But here goes, I was playing Terraria on my computer before we got a new computer. My mom was out shopping, so it was me and my sister, who was still asleep at the time. Then I heard the gate open, then close. Was it just the wind? I wondered. I thought nothing of it. I heard some talking from a male voice. Again, I thought nothing of it because it could just been from the sidewalk. It wasn't that bad until I heard some beeping from our battery powered lock. They were trying to open it. My sister came out before that happened. She likes to collect swords. We have 5 swords in the house and she knew how to wield all of them, and she looked at me with a confused look. "Are we expecting anyone?" she asked. If we would have been told. And if we are expecting anyone, they would come in through the front door. I replied. We didn't hear anything for a while. 25 minutes later, I heard some knocking on the window. I looked behind me to see that man looking through the window. So I grabbed the home phone and dashed to a different room. My hand trembling. Note that I was 12 and that's when I learned what predators do to you. And you can bet that I was terrified as frick. I was ready to call 911, but I hesitated. Then the phone rang. It was from my mom. She must have known that I was terrified because of my voice. "Mom, there's a man at the window." I whispered. "I know," she said. "That's Uncle Jeff." "What? You mean that scary man in the window is Uncle Jeff?" "That Uncle Jeff." Now, another note, all my life, he wore sunglasses. I only remember his face as him wearing sunglasses. If you tell me to think of him without sunglasses, nothing will come to mind. I didn't know that was Uncle Jeff. A good thing I didn't call the police on him. Apparently my mom forgot her wallet at home and asked my uncle to get it since he was in between the store my mom was at and home. So that happened. After I gave him the wallet and left, my sister came from behind me and handed me one of her swords. "You were a bit late there, sister. But perhaps it's for the best. TDLR. Almost called the police on my uncle, who was retrieving my mom's wallet." In university, I worked last shift at Taco Bell and would get home around 2 or 3 am. Well, one year I ended up working during the Thanksgiving holidays, when a lot of students, my roommate included, would go back to their hometowns. So I came home after my shift, changed clothes, and went straight to bed. Next thing I know I opened my eyes because the air pressure in my room changed, like when someone opens the door. I don't move, but look at the door and there are 2 figures wearing hoodies standing in my doorway. I tensed up, but laid there motionless, and they slowly and quietly shut the door. Now, my mind is racing. Was that my roommate? No, he doesn't wear hoodies. Maybe his friends? No, they wouldn't go into my room. My friends? No, they'd wake me up. To complicate matters, my roommate was an avid history enthusiast, particularly the Civil War, and not only was, and is, one of very few people who make reproduction uniforms, but also collected guns, knives, etc. from that time period. So I know beyond my door are guns, though luckily I think they all require some sort of skill loading them. I waited a tense 30 seconds before I threw my door open, not knowing what to expect, and thankfully they were both gone. Front door and sliding door both wide open. Turns out our apartment complex, and the others nearby, were being targeted by thieves who were breaking in during the holidays and taking stuff. And one other thing. They had turned my shower on. I'm guessing they did it to see if there was anyone home, since my bedroom door was closed. I told this to the police and they did not believe it at all. I was naked and about to get in the shower in the hall bathroom and my dog started barking out in her kennel. Our house is open planned and HOI, and so I heard the someone at the back door making a lot of noise, and then the door opening. My brother often forgot his keys and would sort of bang on the door and make a lot of noise trying to open it with some small piece of plastic, so I assumed it was him until the person started walking around and it sounded all wrong. I had my phone, so I texted our group chat to see if any of my family members were home. ATM, but they were all at work and school. The intruder walked down the hall towards the bathroom door, entered each bedroom, and found the master. I heard him in my parents' room jangling the door of my dad's gun safe, and I dialed 911. The phone was very loud and the dispatcher basically boomed, "Hello, this is 911, or whatever they say, I can't remember," and I immediately hung up. But the guy must have heard it, because he ran out of the house, leaving the door open. When the police showed up, my dad called them too. I was still wrapped in a towel, too afraid to leave the bathroom. The police were not helpful in any way. They said I was delirious and wasting their time. I don't really want to be responsible for leading to anyone's arrest because I don't believe in prison, but I didn't know what to do in that situation, and the police were just plain assholes. My dad took a look around the house and outside and found an empty box of cigarettes by my parents' bedroom window that looked like it had been there some time. No one we know smokes. There is a trail through the woods leading to our house from a power easement behind a trailer park that we figured they came from, since there wasn't any sign or sound of a car or four-wheeler in the drive, and we lived down an extremely long dirt road in a very rural area. I didn't stay home by myself for months. The guy apparently got too spooked by the 911 call and probably couldn't figure out how to get in the safe, cause he never came back. I heard Currency footsteps walking outside by my living room windows on snow. We had just had some snow that day and the day before, and it was almost dark. I thought it was my husband trying to scare me, so I didn't pay any attention. Then a couple minutes later the phone rang, and it was my husband. I asked him where he was, and he said he was at work. I then heard the footsteps go towards our first bedroom. We were in an apartment on the first floor. I was afraid, and my husband told me to call 911. I hung up, went to the first bedroom, then I heard the footsteps walk to our master. I peeked through our blinds in the master and saw a young guy in all black look into our window into the first bedroom. I got courage and lifted up the blinds and yelled to him that I just called 911. The police are on their way. I called 911. The police came 5 minutes later. They looked around and saw footsteps only. Nobody was caught. The next day I went to the office and told them. They acted like it was nothing. I told them I wanted a different apartment on the second floor because I felt unsafe. They were very unhelpful and told us we had to pay an additional charge. We decided just to stay until the lease ended and installed a deadbolt and a chain. The next apartment, we were on the second floor. I believe that the guy was looking in to see who was home and that he was going to rob us. That really scared me. I was home alone and felt vulnerable. I was scared for weeks that he would come back angry because I called the police. Thank goodness nobody ever came back. It was a summer night when I was 15. I was exhausted after a day of football and shenanigans. I'm fast asleep. I feel tap on my back. I ignore it. I did wake up slightly, but went back to sleep. Tap again. This time I can feel a bit cold. I'm getting annoyed. Tap. Now I can feel a wet cold sensation on my lower back. The ache is full on, and I'm shivering now. Tap. I'm fully awake now, but I'm frozen in fear. Tap. In my fear-induced state, that last tap shoots adrenaline in me. Fight or flight response loading. My mind has conjured up all sorts of supernatural scenarios. I know I won't be able to face whatever is standing over me, tapping and playing with me. I decide to make a run to the door and then onto my parents' bedroom. Tap. I fling over the thin blanket and make a run for it, still unable to stop shivering, and bang my parents' door and tell them what happened. My father casually gets out of the bed. I'd expected him to jump up, but maybe he has experience with this. He walk over to my bedroom. I can see him from my parents' bedroom, him standing near my bed looking up and down. He chuckles a bit and calls me over. I shout, "What is it?" I've calmed down a bit. "Come over here, there's no ghost." I do trust him. He's my father. Or is he? No, yeah, he is. He points toward the wet spot on my bed. He points to the wet dripping spot in the ceiling. Things click. I was blue with fear a few moments ago, now I'm red with embarrassment. He can't stop laughing. I head towards the spare room, climb into the thoroughly checked dry bed, and I spend the rest of the night staring at the ceiling. I'm going to kind of cheat. I was a kid, and my stepdad, the real adult in our house, was at work. My mom, sister, brother and I were home alone. My mom was on the couch. I was letting the dog out. For context, we lived in Hurricane Central. We had the frames that house your shutters installed over windows, and the sliding glass doors. For more context, I hate snakes. Like, really hate them. And the entire time I lived in HC, those suckers managed to find me. Frequently. One of the many reasons I'll happily remain a Yankee. So, anyways, it's bedtime, and I'm about 15. My dog is ready to come in, so I traipse out to the screened-in porch to let him in. On my way back through the sliding glass door, I feel a plop on the top of my head. I distinctly remember thinking that's odd, wonder what's up there? Before reaching up to feel what had fallen on my head, I feel a slick, almost slimy, and warm skin under my fingers. Snake. I knew it was a snake. It must have fallen off of the shutter frame onto my head. So I scream, "Natch!" a lot. And loud. This startles my mother on the couch, who starts to scream as well. She started out sitting, and by the end of our scream fest she was trying desperately to climb the back of the couch, clutching a blanket she had covering her lap, but wasn't having much luck due to the wall behind the couch. While mother and I were screaming, my little sister, 13 or so, heard the commotion and, for some reason, decided it was in her best interest to tuck a towel into the crack of our bedroom door and jump into our bunk bed so that she can hide under the blankets. In her haste, she lunges a little high and gives herself a pretty good goose egg on her head. She hit the bottom of the top bunk going full speed. Back in the living room, I have finally managed to scream enough that the hitchhiker on my head jumps off. It wasn't a snake. It was a frog. I'm typically not scared of frogs, so I calm down. Tell mom it's just a frog. She is confused and a little hoarse from the screaming. I catch the frog and releases him back into the world of our porch. My sister wanders out to hear what all of the fuss was about and grabs some Tylenol and an ice pack. All three of us were finally having a good laugh about it when we hear crying coming down the hall. Like the loud, hysterical cries of my 6-year-old brother. He looks at us like we are crazy and yells, "I thought you got killed. You woke me up." And that was how a frog managed to turn my house into some sort of comedy sketch that somehow didn't end with the neighbors calling the cops due to the massacre. I'm sure it sounded like we were enduring. It was my senior year of high school. I had finally made some good friends and used to clog up my parents' landline and just stand outside on the phone talking away. We had a ranch-style house with a fairly long driveway, and across the street from my house, and the whole block, was one giant field. There was a mansion that a local doctor owned far back in the field, just trying to paint a picture of what everything looked like, but more or less, if you stood on the driveway to my house looking across the street, there was nothing but empty field as far as you can see. At the end of the driveway was our mailbox, which stood next to the only street light on the block. One night, I was standing at the end of my driveway talking on the phone to a friend, and my mother kept popping her head out the front door complaining for me to get off the phone and come inside, as it was late. Me being a teenager, I gave her the "give me 5 minutes" line multiple times, and kept talking. I remember complaining about her to my friend, how she was annoying me, etc. At some point, I started hearing my name being called again, only this time, it was more of a loud whisper, like when you are quietly trying to get someone's attention. I distinctly remember saying to my friend something along the lines of, "Oh my god, she's yelling at me again," and kept talking. A few moments later, I heard my name being called again. Ignored it, kept talking. Again a few moments later, and also heard "come over here." I turn around and realize the front door is closed. I know I thought it was odd, but not enough that it really registered, so I said bye to my friend and headed inside. I get inside, and my parents had just gotten in bed. I complained to my mom that she didn't have to keep yelling at me, she could have just allowed me to finish my call, etc., to which she responded that she hadn't stuck her head outside in like an hour. Cut 2 hours later, it was around 2 AM, and I was in my room watching Evil Dead. Big horror fan here, and I got up and headed to the kitchen to make some ramen. My mom, who had heard me in the kitchen, yelled at from the bedroom to make sure the front door was locked before I went to bed. I walked out of the kitchen and headed to the front door, making sure it was locked. The front door was one of those that had an oval of frosted glass in the center, so that you could look through it clearly in tiny sections. Others were frosted so you couldn't. Anyway, I did what I normally did, and looked through one of the tiny clear sections and habitually looked at the street lamp at the end of the driveway. Kind of like when you go to close the blinds, you habitually look outside as you do so. However, I couldn't see the street lamp. For a split second I thought maybe the light had went out, until whomever was standing on the other side of the glass moved to the side. I faking hightailed it to my parents' room, waking my dad, and telling him what had happened. He got out of bed with my mom, grabbed a bat, and went outside to check. They didn't find anything, had turned on all the lights, nothing. Creeped out, I go to bed. Next morning, I wake up and head to my car for school. The driver's side door was slightly ajar. Figured I had just moronically left it open or something the night before, and just got in and went to school. School ends. I get home to find a police car in my driveway. Apparently, someone had broken into a garage overnight and stole all my dad's tools and anything else of worth. Not only that, the person had robbed several other homes on our block over the course of the past week. Scary as fact to realize that whomever it was literally hiding somewhere around my house, baiting me while I was on the phone, and then hours later was still outside looking in through the front door. One time when I was 14 I got home from school, and since my brother got off after me and had to be picked up, usually I was alone for a bit. I hopped in the shower, and as I'm washing my hair, I could swear I was hearing noises that sounded like someone walking around in the house. If you've ever lived in a house with antique wooden floors, you'd know the different noises I'm talking about because you learn what areas in your house make the specific squeaks and groans. It was 100% someone walking around the hallway/living room. I called out to see if maybe my mom had come home early with my brother or something, but there was no response. I go back to showering, and maybe 30 seconds later I hear it again. This time I cut the shower off, put my robe on, and peeked out into the hall, but didn't see anyone. What I did see, however, was a massive puddle of dirty water on the floor directly under the attic door. I went over to inspect it, and it was definitely made by something wet and dirty. It had bits of grass and debris in it which wasn't originally from the floor, because it was basically spotless everywhere else. There was no water leaking from the attic door. The ceiling and door were bone dry. I checked all the doors. They were all locked. There were damp footprints leading from the Florida room door to the attic, which again was locked. Nobody was in the house though, nor was anybody in the attic. Legit looked like someone came out of the lake, opened the locked glass door, locked it back, and then crawled into the attic, while somehow still being heard on the floor in the living room. It was last December. I'd moved back home to my folks in September, and was staying in a trailer on the property. It was roughly 3 in the morning. I was laying in bed wide awake as per usual, just watching YouTube on my phone. I was watching a music video, and was lightly tapping the wall of the trailer to the kick drum in the song. The song ended, as did my tapping. But the noise didn't stop. Raccoons crawled under the trailer all the time, so bumps and taps weren't uncommon. I hit the wall of the trailer a little harder, to scare off the rodent. The tapping sound got faster. It was at the other end of the trailer, and I thought it was getting louder. It wasn't getting louder. It was getting closer. Suddenly, it got a little deeper. The sound had moved from the wall at the end of the trailer to the floor. Nope, fuck that. I bailed towards the door as quick as I could, and ran to the house. The house was empty that night except for my mom's dog. Heart still pounding, I needed to take a leak, and made my way to the bathroom. The dog greeted me heartily when I got to the bathroom door, tail wagging vigorously. He's not the smartest dog, and he'll bark at just about everything. But I can tell what kind of bark it is when he does. I bent down to pet him, and he snarled really loudly all of a sudden. He was pissed. Extremely. Looking at him, he wasn't snarling at me. He was looking past me to the wall right next to the door. Then there was a loud creak from that spot he was fixated on. I jumped, and the dog took a step away. Again with the tapping sound on the floor. Whatever it was, it had followed me inside. I ran inside of the bathroom, and slammed the door. The tapping had evolved into a loud thudding, like someone was stomping on the floor just outside of the door. My mom's dog did a deep throaty howl. In the 3 years we've had him, I've never heard anything close to that. I didn't know he could even make a noise like that. He snarled again, and the loud thud slowly turned into the light taps from before. They got quieter, and quieter, then nothing. I opened the door slowly, and my mom's dog was just sitting there, wagging his tail, when he saw me. I've still never told my parents why the door frame is cracked from me slamming it so hard. My mom's dog has also never made that kind of howl since, even after chasing off a coyote. I have no explanation for any of it. There was a girl I hadn't spoken to for several months because of a bad breakup after hooking up twice from Tinder. She was overly controlling, jealous, and always claimed that she loved me in her own twisted way. Anyways, I was sleeping one night and my body just woke up in the middle of the night and my eyes opened up looking straight at the bedroom door. I see a silhouette of her, and I knew it was her because of the way she had her hair styled, with something in her hand, and I tell her to get out. She shook right that moment, not realizing I had woken up. I yelled again for her to get the fuck out or I'll shoot. She said I'm sorry, and ran as fast as she could into the living room and out the front door as I heard the door slam. I then immediately locked the door and I wasn't awake yet to register what the hell just happened. I thought about calling the cops but I didn't. This was a person whom I could not track because I didn't have a cell phone number and her Tinder account was deleted. Needless to say, I moved the hell out of there and moved to a different state and had shut down all of my social media to avoid being traced. Tinder isn't worth the trouble. I rather meet girls the old-fashioned way, bars. But since that's closed now, I will work on a better home security system. I don't know why I woke up suddenly at that exact second, but I would like to think someone or something woke me up to save me. Copy and pasting a reply as I think they are applicable here. Granted I wasn't home alone, but still creepy. Point well, since everyone is asking for stories. There was one time in the summer I was playing some Counter-Strike late at night and I hear what sounds like 3 sets of 3 knocks on the big window I had to my right with the blinds shut. I was really startled and thought maybe it was some kind of animal tweaking out, so I go outside. I die in a horror movie for show to check it out. Couldn't find anything, nothing in the grass that could be thrown, no animal, just the roar of a late night Georgia forest. Granted this wasn't the creepiest thing ever, but the realization that I had no idea where the very police sounding knocks on my window came from was pretty disturbing, while I stand in prime territory for a zombie, werewolf, vampire, ghost or crackhead to fuck me up. Another night, playing some World of Warcraft, if anyone cares lol. My stepbrother and parents were asleep upstairs. The whole first floor was shrouded in darkness outside of my lamp and computer monitor. I hear the TV flick on, and I see the living room lights reflect off of the tile floor through the hallway. Thinking it was someone couldn't sleep and decided to watch TV downstairs, I got up to piss, have a chat, and take a break from grinding Battlegrounds. Walk into the living room to find the couch is empty, nobody around, lights on and Alaska State Troopers blaring on the television. I turn off the living room lights and TV. After that I double checked the locks to the back and front doors and resumed my gaming session while feeling tremendously uneasy. I tried to keep at it, but eventually I retreated upstairs because I just couldn't shake the feeling of being watched or that something or someone knew my location, but I didn't know this. I woke up around 7 with only a handful of hours of sleep to my mom, who was usually the first awake, telling me, if I'm gonna be a night owl turn off the goddamn TV and lights before you go to bed. The whole area was kinda creepy tbh. One time while my friend and I rode his 4-wheeler we found a cat nailed to a tree with the arms outstretched like Jesus on a cross. On a different occasion we found a pile of like maybe 60 or 70 bad skulls wrapped around the base of a tree. The rest isn't very entertaining. Shoes going totally missing forever or moved, bumps in the night, seeing shadows or weird movement out of the corner of your eyes, and then it's gone. Honestly, considering I was pretty young for a lot of it, I chalk a lot of it up to misremembering or coincidences, but I will always remember the paralyzing fear of the 2 stories above. These 2 you can take with a pound of salt as they weren't my experiences, but my crush who lived not far away from my house once told me that a man in her yard dressed in old-time soldier's garb once asked her where he was supposed to go. Being a young teen girl she was immediately uncomfortable and went to go get her dad, and by the time she brought him outside he was gone. The other one was my stepfather went for a bicycle ride and saw a guy in a suit walking his dog through a big field. Did a double take wondering why someone was wearing a suit so early in the morning and the guy and dog disappeared. Personally, I'm more inclined to believe my stepdad's story as my crush's story was told after I shared some of my experiences with her, so for all I know she was just trying to relate to me with a story that may have been embellished or fabricated. A little late to this party. Sorry for weird format. I'm on mobile. Here goes. When I was around 19 I lived with my brother and his girlfriend. My brother traveled for work and his girlfriend worked odd hours cause she was a bartender. I had fallen asleep on the couch around midnight and woke up to feeling like someone was watching me, but chalked it up to the fact that I had been smoking and watching Criminal Minds. I turned on SpongeBob to calm down, and his girlfriend got home around 3 AM. We exchanged pleasantries and went to our separate rooms. It's important to note that we usually use the sliding glass side door as the front door cause it was just more convenient, and I had placed the trash just outside of it to take to the bin. When it was light out. Not more than 5 minutes after turning off my light I heard the door squeaking open. It wasn't on a well-oiled track by any means. Since it was 3 AM, I was sleepy and kinda stoned still. I assumed it was Megan going for an after work smoke and opened my door to tell her to just open the fucking door cause going slow was worse than one louder squeak. Instead of Megan, I saw some big ass dude halfway through the door with chains in his hands. I didn't even process what was happening. I just said, "Oh, excuse me, what the fuck?" He bolted out the gate and ended up getting the garbage everywhere. I assume his foot caught the bag. We ended up calling the cops since we were both extremely freaked out. My brother had left that morning and both of us were uneasy about the seemingly coincidental timing. One officer ended up hanging out in the living room with us till sunup. Cause I couldn't stop crying after I realized he was there to hurt us and that I probably was being watched. You can bet your sweet as we never forgot to lock that door ever again. During the recession of 2008/2009, I, 23/F at the time, lost my job in my small hometown, so I moved out to the big city looking for work. I barely had any money, so when looking for an apartment on Craigslist, I decided to rent a room off someone to save some money. After a few days of living with him, let's call him Justin, I could tell something wasn't right in his head. I only lived with him for 2 weeks before getting my own place. The day I moved out, I asked my boss at my brand new job if I could leave work early. I got back to the apartment hours before he was supposed to be home and didn't really have too many things to pack, but wanted ample time. As I started to gather my belongings, he walked through the door and knew immediately what I was doing. His eyes then shifted to the counter where my keys and phone were. We both dashed to the counter and I grabbed my phone and he grabbed my keys. He was screaming at me about how I was going to fuck him over financially, but I was trying to remain calm and tell him that I would pay him money, but I just couldn't live there anymore. He was freaking out more and more, so I called 911. He grabbed my dog, a little pug, and told me he was going to throw her off the deck. We were on the 8th floor. Then he ran out of the apartment with my dog and my keys. The 911 dispatcher told me I couldn't leave the apartment as if I did. My name wasn't in the lease, so the police would not be able to let me back in. So I stayed, freaking out about what was happening to my dog. Moments later, Justin came back into the apartment without my dog. I went and blocked the door and wouldn't let him leave. I was trying to hold him until the police arrived. He didn't punch or hit me, but he was grabbing me and pulling me, trying to get me away from the door, but he wasn't able to until he threatened to punch me in the face, so I let him out. He ran down the hallway and down the stairs. At the exact same time, the police came up the stairs at the opposite end of the hallway. I screamed he went that way, and they ran after him. As soon as the cops went down the same staircase as Justin had, Justin came out of the stairs the police had just come up from. I will never forget the look on his face as he came at me down the hall. He was going to hurt me. But just then, the cops came running back through the door. They slammed him up against the wall and put him in handcuffs, and then immediately began asking me if I wanted to press charges. All I could say was I want my dog. I just want to know where my dog is. But the police were like, yes or no, we need an answer. Do you want to press charges? I had so much adrenaline going through my body that I had no more saliva in my mouth and my lips were sticking to my teeth as I tried to talk. No, I just want my dog, I said. Justin said he just put my dog in the hallway on the 7th floor, so I ran and got her. The cops let Justin go, but told him he needed to vacate the area for 2 hours. While I gathered my belongings prior to all of this going on, I gone on one date with someone else I met when I moved to town. I called him frantic and asked him to help me move. If you care about me at all, I really need your help. FYI, he cares. We are now married. So anyways, I get moved out. Justin had stolen my purse and called me that night wanting me to buy it back off of him. The police officer set up this bullshit sting operation, but Justin didn't show up with my purse. So the cops figured they would try the old let's buzz his apartment and say we have a free pizza delivery for him routine, and that didn't work. Never got my purse back. A few days later I called the police back and said yes, I did in fact want to press charges. They told me it was actually a lot of paperwork and advised not doing it. Then on I went with my life point. It turns out Justin was an outpatient for a mental health facility, schizophrenic. TLDR, I have a strong dislike for the Vancouver Police Department and don't move in with people from Craigslist. I was working as a farm manager for a large farm here in South Africa. I didn't want to live on the actual farm, so I got a place on a nearby small holding point. The farm workers always got paid in cash, and it was always a stressful time. The owner was away for a few days, so dropped off the wages at me 3 days earlier than normal, and I would pay the staff just before the weekend point. Word must have got out that I had the cash. I woke up to the sound of smashing glass. They had thrown a huge rock through my sliding door. 3 guys with pangas and a pickaxe ran in and went straight for my bedroom. They tied me up using fencing wire and beat me while asking for the money. Throughout the whole thing they screamed racist things at me. I was stupid and thought I would lose my job if I told them, and that the other workers would go without pay if I lost the money, so denied knowing where it was. When they put my hand in boiling water I told them I'm convinced they were gonna kill me until I started praying in Zosa point. The scariest thing is that they didn't wear masks. They didn't care. Turned out it was the son of one of the workers and his friends 16, 20, and 21. They found them with the money the next day. A fake. They only arrested the 21-year-old. I saw the other 2 around the town a few times. Hurricane Wilma was expected to be a little one, so nobody took it seriously. It was the same year as Cat 5 Katrina destroyed New Orleans, and it was only a Cat 2 and coming across Florida from the west, so the East Coast didn't really take it seriously. I woke up at dawn light to the sound of my louvered windows in my bedroom slamming open and shut from the wind, so I got a heavy blanket to throw over myself to protect from broken glass, and I crouched under the windows holding the cranks closed as tight as I could. I was in the top floor of an 8-story building from the 40s. The building started swaying back and forth in the wind. It seemed pretty scary, but the scary part hadn't come yet. I heard a huge bang like a car crash outside, then a sound like ripping a sheet plus a bunch of exaggerated movie broken bone sounds in a row, then 4 more crashes, 1, then 2 close together, then 1 more. Then the ripping cracking sound again, and now the building really started swaying. At this point I had abandoned the windows and I was trying to herd my 2 cats into carriers so I could sprint down 8 flights of stairs into the ground floor parking garage. The swaying feels like a ship listing at sea. Everything has fallen out of my kitchen cabinets. My record collection has jumped off the shelves. I notice a strange light coming through bathroom exhaust fan. I don't have time to inspect, so I get the other cat and we get downstairs. The storm calms down and we figure it's the eye, so we wait another hour and the storm never hits again. I think the eye brushed the side of our neighborhood. Well, we went up into the roof to see what was there, and I'd figured out the noises. The car crashes were 5 of the 8 account units falling 8 stories into the houses and cars surrounding the building. The ripping and snapping was the roof rolling up like a sardine lid and pulling chunks of rafter out. Like, have you ever split a set of chopsticks and it goes way off by the end? It was like that, but huge partial strips ranked out of the rafters. As for the swaying, anybody who has built a TV hutch knows that if you don't nail in the backboard, the hutch is all wobbly. The roof was performing the same function to the building, so when it peeled back the building wasn't just swaying back and forth, the corners were flexing toward each other. It took 3 months for the engineers to okay the roof reconstruction and then another 2 before I could move back in. It was a great apartment the rest of the 5 years I lived there though. TLDR, Big Bad Wilma almost succeeded in blowing my house down. I had to take my car into the shop and left it overnight for repairs. My boyfriend at the time left for early for work and I was out hard sleeping. Someone knocked at the door and I ignored it and drifted back off to sleep. Suddenly I hear voices. I jerk awake and my heart is hammering so hard I can hear and feel it in my ears and head. I quietly got off the bed and got down as low as I could and called the police. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the phone several times, once needing to radio. The police come banging at the door and yelling, "Police, open up, police," and I hear the people take off. I tell the officers they sounded like a couple teenagers. I run to the door yelling, "I'm coming." I was sobbing by this point. I was so relieved they were there. I noticed the balcony door was open because wind was blowing the curtains back. I told the officer there is no way to climb up and they definitely couldn't have gotten down that fast. I was really shaken up. The officers check around and then come back. The police suspected that the neighbor diagonal to me that had several teenagers that looked winded and red-faced had climbed over top the roof from their balcony to mine. They told the officer it was not hard to pop the lock and showed him how even. They denied doing it, but the officer strongly suspected they had. I assume they thought I wasn't there because my car was gone. We got a piece of wood and a metal bar for the balcony. Being in your home and then realizing you're not alone is terrifying. I wondered how many times they or someone had been in my apartments before and it really bothered me. My boyfriend ended up coming home from work because I was an emotional wreck.